A large spaceship is floating in the galaxy. People were scared to die and were asking for help. Their bloodied hands thumped on the window while a loud crunching noise was heard. Their blood smeared on the surroundings. A growling of a monster can be heard, although out the ship. People kept asking for help. A dark blob-like monster with vine-like limbs parades on the ship. Its dark vine-like limbs secretes black liquid, and those vine-like limbs covered the whole area. This creature continuously secretes fluid, until a part of it was stepped on. The person wore a helmet which has a glass material on the face. There were several armed men who entered the ship. It was communicated to all units on the ship to assemble in the captain's cabin. The announcement kept going, and an armed man decided to end the call. He mocked the captain. His colleague asked him if they're not going to the said location. This man with a suit 01 replied that they don't need to follow the orders of someone who only cares about saving himself. He wants to do it according to the plan. He ordered his colleagues to save as many as possible. Everyone followed his command. One noticed something. He heard someone asking for help. The person's voice begged them. They followed the voice. But even then they were cautious. What they saw surprised them. It was a mountain of corpses. One soldier grunted, but 01 reminded him to stay alert. One decided to keep watch and stay, while the rest were off to find survivors as quickly as possible. A soldier turned to the direction where he heard someone asking if they were in there. A man buried beneath the corpses begged someone to help him get out. The soldier immediately took action, but what he saw was shocking. The one asking for help is actually a monster who baited him by moving the hand of a corpse. The soldier immediately yelled that there's a monster. The monster's hand grabbed the soldier's helmet and proceeded to devour him. One and another soldier watched it happen. The monster is black, with a head shaped like a squid, and has several limbs. Two of its limbs held the soldier while blood dripped from its mouth. It took a bite of the soldier, revealing the soldier's internal organs on the abdomen. The monster smirked at them. They fired at the monster. They continuously fired. The monster scratched itself with its claws, revealing a green fluid from its body. Then the monster threw that liquid in the air, so that it would land on the soldiers. When it hit the soldier's suit, it melted. The monster had acidic blood. It penetrated the suit and burned the skin of the soldiers. One hurriedly ran towards them while reminding them to stay calm since they'll inject the medicine soon. But someone shot him from behind. He collapsed to the ground. He was continuously shot. Then he heard someone say that emergency treatment is complete. He was advised to go to the medical room immediately. The man groaned. His eyes looked lifeless, and that was because he now watches his colleague being devoured by this monster. That fired him up. He held a bomb in his hand, but he dropped it when the monster grabbed his hand. This monster waved its hand at him. It had a pink blob dangling from its tail. Then it dropped it next to the soldier's face, and the blob jumped to his face and devoured him by melting his skin first. He tried to move, but he was pinned down by the monster. Afterwards, the pink blob hopped around like a little child. Making its way back to the shoulder of the monster, it burped loudly. The monster made its way to the exit. They left behind a steaming skull. The monster noticed something. The door was closed. It took an arm from the corpse to have it identified by the system, but the hand was unauthorized, so access was denied. The monster was confused. The blob took out the bomb-like item that the soldier was holding onto earlier. The monster held it. The item fell and bounced. Then it exploded. The monster passes through that recently destroyed door. It growled loudly. Two men shrieked when they saw it. The monster made its way towards them. It targeted the first prey and dashed towards it. The man's wet eyes saw the monster's teeth coming closer at him. The monster knew that it's a monstrous alien creature. He devoured the man. This monster is aware of how it lives, feed, grow, survive, and evolve. Now let's go back in time when it all started. In the middle of the vast universe, in the cargo hold of a cold metal ship, this creature had become a hostile alien creature in an SF survival game. Space Survival. It is an RPG game where one chooses one of the various species that exist in the vast outer space and survive, explore, and evolve. Sometimes one could become a metallic gremlin ripping out human ships, or become a mutant monster and massacre the enemies on the ground. Or they could become a group leader with collective intelligence and attack other planets. This player had played all space monsters that are likely to appear in nightmares, but he only had one favorite species. The unidentified aggressive space morph, also known as UASM. He calls it a morph. Its motive is based on the creature that appears in an alien movie, and it is a race that reinforces itself endlessly with the genetic information of the victims. It may seem to be the strongest of all, but because of its difficulty and level of survival, and has no ability to converse with other species to cooperate, it is considered one of the worst minority species in the game. It is simple why one of the worst species became his favorite. It evolves according to choice and willpower and becomes stronger that way. That is why this player is attracted to it. The system window showed details of the UASM. Its status is a hatchling, and its only goal is survival. Core, its retention characteristic, its super sense. The UASM watched the screen. It has crab claws. The monster sighed. His character decision on the game was influenced by the alien movie that he liked. This monster has the body of a scorpion, but its head is round. He decided not to think about it anymore. But then he felt his body itch. He didn't expect molting to be such an uncomfortable process. He decided to look for something to eat. He crawled his way around the place that looked like a warehouse. He noticed the design, which made him think that the place belongs to MangaCap or Star Union. He knows he'll get killed if he gets caught. He used super sense. Because of that, he could see the inside of the containers. He gets a full sense of the area around him because of this skill. He eventually found what he needed. He stepped on top of a green container. This container requires a passcode to open. He tried 1, 2, 3, 4 and it worked. The container opened and revealed packets. The monster ripped the packaging open. Then he munched on the chocolate. It felt like he's chewing rubber, but it was enough to get the nutrients that he needed. Suddenly, a cockroach passed by. He was surprised. He instantly stabbed it with his tail. The roach was limp. The monster ate it. The system window informed him that the predation effect is on. He successfully acquired the wing gene essence. He was asked if he wanted to apply the wings. The monster felt lucky that he was able to acquire the gene essence so quickly. Genetic essences are a key component of Amorph's operation. The more gene information it acquires, the stronger it can become. The monster liked the wings that he got, so he chose yes to accept it. It slowly formed on his back. His cockroach wings have fully appeared. It was nice, but he had no idea how to move it. Since it's on his back, he tried moving his trapezius muscle. He eventually got it. He fluttered his wings until he was off the ground. Then he proceeded to munch on those chocolate bars. He realized that he's burning more calories than he thought he would. He saw several cockroaches. He watched them in the hopes that he'll learn the skill to utilize his wings properly. He finally decided on his first target. He stabbed a cockroach and then ate it. He already had 20 cockroaches in total, but it was not enough. He munched on another cockroach while commenting that it tasted like chicken. He now gained another characteristic, which is chitin shell. It increases defense depending on growth level. It's a good ability, but it will take time to develop. He needs to secure strong vitality characteristics, but it's not as easy as it sounds. Strong vitality is a characteristic that slows aging by reducing energy consumption. It's a common characteristic of passive insects or plant types, and it greatly reduces the need to dwell on food. From that, the monster concluded that he just needs to catch more roaches to survive. He leapt above the containers to change position. He jumped up high and flew while surveilling the other roaches. He slowly approached it and grabbed it with his crab claw. He took a big bite of the roach. But while he did that, the other roach scurried away. He didn't want to lose it. He wasn't able to control his speed, so he crashed. It was a bit painful, but it didn't make him stop chasing after the roach. His tail made its way through the nook to try catching the roach, and he successfully stabbed it. The roach struggled even if it was already on its way to his mouth. Chewing the roach made a loud crunching noise. System window informed him that predation is on. The system window informed him of his successful acquisition of tough life force gene essence. He attained the strong vitality of cockroaches' biological properties. He was asked if he wants to apply strong vitality. He tapped on yes. His limbs bulged. His skin became firmer. He was delighted with the outcome. Then he glanced around. The owner of that spaceship, mankind, is his enemy. Sensing the vibration coming through the walls and the sound of faint steps tells him that there's not much time left. To avoid the looming dark future, he needed to overcome the hatchling stage as quickly as possible. To do that, he needs to expand his scope of activity to beyond the cargo hold. It was only the beginning. It's time for him to break free from the cargo hold that he first stepped into. He pondered on where to go next. He had decided on his next destination and made his way. He stopped in front of the cooling chamber next to the reactor. It's an important facility, so there won't be many people visiting and no one will see what's under their noses. Another option that this monster has is to break the cooling chamber and make a run for it. He peeked on the vent. He was about to dive in when he heard something. The fan started turning. Going against the wind was intense. He unscrewed the bolt to remove the cover of the fan. Eventually, he was able to remove it. The blades of the fan kept turning. The monster knew that if he damages the ventilation, the AI is going to report to the humans. He decided to pass through the blades at the right time. He relied on Amorph's power. His senses helped him determine that there's iron oxide and fine metal powder mixed in the air. In addition, the joints of the rotating blades are so worn out, which made him believe that the blade will slow down at a certain point. His brain is speaking after reviewing all the information. It tells him how to jump in. He saw the chance. In he went. His tail has been struck by the blade. He sprints forward. He let out a breath of relief from coming out alive. He wondered what's next. While crawling through the vent, he saw a spider and ate it. He eventually reached the end of the vent. A person can be heard asking about the result of the experiment on number 026. The person with him replied that it's another failure. The guy whined that the boss is going to yell at him again. A man replied that there's nothing that they can do since the test subject is from Earth and the captain favors her. The monster was surprised to see that it was a lab since he thought that it was just an ordinary spaceship. He discerned that those people look like MangaCap. MangaCap is a thriving human group around the solar system. Simply put, they are a race based on the motif of humans from Earth. Instead of the government, giant corporations dominate the country, and most of the inhabitants are extreme materialists. Most human races in the game are neutral, but among them, MangaCap is more of a villain. MangaCap is the only species that renders normal humans into slaves. They're terrible beings in games, let alone in real life. The monster flew out of the vent. He looked around his surroundings. His path depends on what kind of experimental ship it is, so he used his senses to know more about it. If it's a Hulk mutant research center, a mutant soldier specializing in land combat, then the monster can get a strong body and combat ability. If it's a place where they experiment on superpowers of cult, a space elf kind, then the monster can get his hands on strong psychic power. Personally, he wished for it to be cult, but he doubts he'll be able to attain psychic powers from an early stage. He heard someone asking for help. He peeked from a distance. There's a round, pink creature inside the capsule, and it expresses how much pain it is. This creature is called a bubble amoeba. Its characteristic is oxygen saving. It's a worthless characteristic for Amorph. This Amorph decided to use his super sense to look for clues. Then he noticed the electricity. He wondered if this was what the researchers were talking about earlier. Because of his super sense, this Amorph found out that the experiment will be terminated if he presses the yellow button. The machine shuts down and Bubble Amoeba thanks him. The Amorph creature wished the Bubble Amoeba to have a good life. The Amorph realized that a human just came in. He hurriedly flew away. He landed on the cabinet at the top. The door of that room opened. A woman stepped in. She asked the man behind her when she will be seeing the progress for experiment number 26. The man asked for more time. The woman glared at the man and told him that she needs results to report back to the company before they arrive. She told the man that if there's no performance, the company might rethink the man's employment. The man begged the woman. Mr. Wei, the senior researcher, trembled and sweated profusely when she called him. The woman told Mr. Wei that she has high expectations of him. She informed Mr. Wei that if he's able to gain the aptitude from experiment number 26, his promotion as chief researcher would not be a problem. Mr. Wei asked if she's telling the truth. She replied yes, and told him that if things go well, they might be able to be in line with Mars. She added that Mars is really interested in their project. Mr. Wei asked the woman what she thought about administering sonium. It's the wake-up drug made by Star Union. It's something that they haven't tried before. The woman uttered that they've tried everything similar to it by component, everything but sonium. She agreed with Mr. Wei and instructed for it to be administered right away. Mr. Wei was a bit hesitant since if it doesn't absorb the neutralizing agent, it becomes a life-sustaining problem. The woman demanded to have results immediately. Mr. Wei understood, but he was about to reason out. She cut him off by telling him that he should understand how serious the situation is. The man couldn't do anything except to go to work right away. He started administering 0.01 milligrams and slowly increasing the dosage to 0.03 milligrams, then 0.05 milligrams. The bubble amoeba was showing a response. As Mr. Wei was about to administer 0.07 milligrams, the woman told him to halt. She told Mr. Wei to increase the amount to the fullest. Mr. Wei was hesitant, but the woman pushed the button instead. All the fluids rushed to the bubble amoeba. The bubble amoeba expressed how painful it is. It kept asking for help. But this fucker was just enjoying herself. The amorph can only watch from a safe distance. A few moments later, things calmed down. The woman found the result interesting, and she asked for more experiments to be run to number 26. Mr. Wei asked if that would turn out okay. The woman replied yes, and she instructed him if there's any noteworthy progress. When she was about to leave, she noticed something. But when she turned to the cabinet, there was nothing in there. She decided to continue exiting the room. The amorph wondered if the bubble amoeba spoke to him earlier, asking for help. The amorph felt uncomfortable. He made up his mind. He planned to kill the woman in the next few days. The machine's whirred. There were a lot of pipes connected to it, all leading to a hole in the center. The amorph monster kept chewing. Then he spat out green liquid. His preparations are complete. He uses his super senses. The vessel felt like his body. He scattered green fluid around the area so that when he used his super senses, he would be able to gather a lot of data such as where and what are the enemies doing and who they are talking to. After 4 days of being an amorph, his nest is complete. After completing his nest, he went back and forth to the nest and cargo hold to eat roaches and spiders. In the meantime, he has also been spying on his target and collecting information. He noticed that the woman was going out at the same time as usual. The woman is Kisaragi Yujin, and she's the head researcher of the vessel. The ship may be weak, but she's the most important person on the ship and a hazard to the amorph's survival. 2 days ago, an experimental specimen escaped, while all the other researchers were in panic. She came up with an exclusive tracking device in just 2 hours and succeeded in capturing the experiment. If the specimen was in the vents, she would have gotten the amorph too. That's why she needs to be killed as soon as possible. The amorph peeked through the vent. Kisaragi turned towards it. There was nothing in there, but she felt that she's being watched again. A soldier asked if there's a problem. She replied that it was nothing, and they set off. Meanwhile, the amorph was scared to death since it was a close call. The amorph commented that Kisaragi got one heck of a sense for a human being. It was like she had some psychic power or something. The psychic power is a characteristic unique to cult. Psychic power is kind of like telekinesis, telepathy, and mind control. It was like a superpower. But sometimes, very rarely among human beings, some are born with potential psychic powers. The amorph noted how Kisaragi is skilled, smart, sensitive, and she always has armed men with her. He wondered how he should approach her. Suddenly, the system window appeared and displayed a new skill: paralyzing venom. It's the perfect characteristic for the amorph who has such a weak body. His venom is on his tail, and a single drop of it is enough to subdue a grown adult. It only lasted 5 minutes, but that was enough for him. But the amorph knew that he could only use it on her when she's alone. Unfortunately, she always has soldiers with her. The amorph realized that thinking about it wasn't a help at all. He decided to go get some fresh air. He went down the vent, and from a corner, he slowly peeked. The bubble amoeba greeted him. The amorph replied that it looked like the bubble amoeba looked better. He brought it some food. He dropped it in a box, and it went straight to the tubes connected to the bubble amoeba. The bubble amoeba was delighted with how good the food was. The bubble amoeba has no other skill in the game. But amorph is uncertain if that only applied to the bubble amoeba in front of him, or it could also be that the bubble amoeba there is from a different kind. The amorph remembered that the woman has a cat. Reflecting on it, the amorph realized that Kisaragi has a strong attachment to it. It made the amorph wonder if he could find any flaw in her if her cat dies. The cat doesn't have bodyguards like Kisaragi, and it's usually alone in the bedroom until its master calls for it. The amorph had decided to use the cat to lure the master. The cat wags its tail, and it stretched. The amorph watched it through the vent. He commented that it was such a spoiled cat. This cat is called Kaisar. He watched the call roll on the bed. It was so fat because it's being fed too much good food. That proves that Kisaragi is not just an average person. The cat seems easy to kill, but Amorph knew he can't kill it right there. The ventilation entrance looks normal on the outside, but looking from the inside with super sense, there's a lot of laser light everywhere. A single move, and the AI will ring the alarm. The Amorph slapped its tail due to the irritation that he hit the limit of what he could do. The cat heard the slapping noises. It opened its eyes, and sprints towards the vent. It scratched the vent and it triggered an alarm. The soldiers hurriedly came in. Then they saw the cat scratching the vent. They were disappointed that it was the cat again. One soldier commented that he should just kill the cat. Meanwhile, the Amorph struggled to hide himself. He regretted attracting the cat with his tail. Then he realized something. He combined the data that he has, a bored cat, a stimulation, and the reaction of the guards. The Amorph smirked since now he knows how to approach the situation. The cat rolled on the bed. It opened its eyes when it heard rustling noises. It was coming from the vent. The cat approached it and saw a cockroach. Its eyes sparkled. Immediately it placed its paws on the vent. To its surprise, the cover of the vent was pushed open. The cat immediately entered the vent. It triggered the alarm. The soldiers decided not to check on it since it was just caused by the cat. They thought that the cat had nowhere to run to since they were standing guard on the door. But the cat chased the cockroach until it saw the end of the vent. Its ears perked up upon seeing the exit. It was about to go down the vent. It was focused on the cockroach before it, and that's when the Amorph leapt behind it and struck its back with his tail. The cat was in immense pain. It wriggled furiously. It seemed like it was suffocating. The Amorph devoured the cat. It gave off a loud crunch. It chewed happily, since the food was good. Just a disclaimer for the same folks like me who love cats. I know we hate to see this, but it's just fiction. Pay respect to Kaiser in the comment section below. Back to the recap. Kisaragi hurriedly walked in. She enters the room, which surprised the researchers. She went directly to the man on the seat. She called the attention of the captain. She asked when she would see Kaiser. The captain asked her to wait. But she got angry since it has already been 2 hours. She knew that Kaiser is strict on its meal, but it hasn't returned yet. That's why she became certain that something happened to the cat. The captain reminded her that they are on a ship. The captain insisted that unless the cat found a way to escape the vessel, it's just got to be there somewhere. Kisaragi demanded the cat to be brought to her immediately. The captain calmly told her that the good news will come if she just waits. Deep inside, the captain wonders why the cat is so important. He grits his teeth as he contains his emotions. If only Kisaragi wasn't a noble capital, he would have locked her up already. Kisaragi asked where the guards were. The captain replied that they were locked up. To his surprise, Kisaragi demanded that the guards should be executed. Kisaragi reminded him that since he's the captain, he has the right to execute that. The captain explained that if he executes someone for just something like that, the guards will be shaken. Kisaragi gets triggered when the captain thinks of the situation lightly. The captain rephrased his words and explained that such an order should be given when a thorough search has been conducted. The soldiers are getting annoyed too. Kisaragi reminded the captain that the situation happened because the soldiers didn't do their jobs right. The captain cowered at her and admitted that he's fully aware. He replied that he will discipline the soldiers again. Kisaragi wasn't satisfied, but she tried to hold it in. She walked away and told the captain that she will be back in 2 hours. But if the cat isn't found by then, she threatened the captain that he'd better resign in his post. She furiously made her way out. The captain slammed his fist on the table to express his anger. He wondered where the heck the cat was. Meanwhile, Amorph was watching from the vent above. In his mind, the cat is nowhere else to be found except on his tummy. He now has the characteristic called Wild Instinct, but he has no idea what it is. There is a characteristic convergent system. It is a system that combines related characteristics into one and makes them powerful. The player had used so much of it that he knew all the combined systems within the game all to heart. But he was speechless when he saw the notification text box while having his cat meal. It was a characteristic that even a game maniac like him hadn't seen before. The system window displayed that characteristic wild instincts have been applied, and it fused with the existing supersensory properties available. The wild instinct and supersense have been fused, and it evolved into predatory sensory characteristic. Now, the amorph can detect threats in advance. The amorph triggered it because it said it sensed danger, but the super sense power had only become stronger than before. It didn't create an intellectual effect like he anticipated. It's probably the passive nature that occurs automatically. It just didn't happen because danger hadn't actually occurred. The amorph decided to focus back to Kisaragi. He's certain that Kisaragi isn't in her right mind by then. Kisaragi slammed the table. She's furious that it's taking too long until stabilization. The amorph watched her, and just as he expected, Kisaragi only acts humanly towards what she cares about the most. People like her go out of their minds when they're rid of something their own. The amorph was pleased that he had reached his second goal, which is to separate Kisaragi and her soldiers. A big rift has appeared between them because of the missing cat incident. The guards didn't care for the cat in the first place. The cat was being fed the best meal that the soldiers could only just dream of having. Any normal person would be mad about that. They're angry about the class. Kisaragi is the highest rank noble capital in Megacab. For the soldiers who were forced to make absurdities, they were too afraid to protest to her directly, and the cat was the scapegoat that would radiate anger. In other words, the cat was kind of like a shield. The amorph thought about what would happen if the cat disappeared, and the soldiers had gone through so much work looking for something they hated so much. Amorph wonders if the soldiers will still be able to sacrifice themselves to protect her, like they did before. Not only that, Kisaragi can no longer trust the soldiers again. The disappearance of her precious cat was caused by the guards' negligence. The amorph had a devilish grin on his face brought by his gratitude to the cat. The time has come for him to take the genetic integers of Kisaragi. Kisaragi looked unwell with her anger constantly on the rise. She walked briskly. Then she pressed several buttons aggressively. It electrocuted a specimen on the capsule. Almost all specimens were electrified. Kisaragi complains that everyone is useless. Then she noticed something. She made her way to the bubble amoeba. She told it that it was one of the useless things. Then a thought crossed her mind that it made her grin. She pressed a button. All the fluid traveled through the tube. The bubble amoeba expressed how painful it is. It kept asking for help. After some time, Kisaragi pressed a green button. She turned away. She left the bubble amoeba continuously receiving the fluid. This angered the amorph. The amorph was surprised when the bubble amoeba said that it was glad to see him. The bubble amoeba waved at him. The amorph watched it. Then he hurriedly made his way back to the vent. In his head, the conversation isn't needed, since he plans to give the bubble amoeba something he needed more than just a few words. It was revenge. Kisaragi told the captain that his 2 hours are up. She asked for the results. The captain replied that the search had just taken place. He told her to wait a little longer. Her anger made her call the captain by his name. Yusung Samuel. She asked him if he's defying the will of a noble capital. He reminded her that he's the captain of the ships, so she better watch her remarks. She yelled and threatened him, that she could make him lose his position as captain. The captain replied that he won't tolerate arrogation, even if she's a noble capital. He told her that he has the right to detain her. She scoffed at that idea. The captain explained that it's his right to detain anyone who brings a distraction to order on the ship. The woman yelled at him loudly. The amorph enjoys the situation. It showed how the captain and Kisaragi had a conflict even way before he started watching them. Kisaragi left. She was so angry. She made her way to the toilet, but she stopped in front of the door. She told the guards that she needs to use the bathroom. She left. The other guard informed his colleague that he needs to go too. Amorph knew it was his chance. Typically, one of the guards should have followed Kisaragi into the toilet. However, it seems that they are sick and tired of her hysteria, and one of the guards had to go do his business too. In other words, Kisaragi is all alone in the toilet. Plus, there is no security system in the toilet that would interfere with the amorph's movement. It's the best condition for an ambush. The amorph peeked through the screen of the vent. Kisaragi was in front of the mirror. The amorph decided not to miss this chance. The vent's cover has been removed. Kisaragi was washing her face. The amorph creeped on the wall behind her. He was nervous. He flinched. He slowly creeped up the ceiling. Kisaragi's face was dripping with water. She let out a sigh. Meanwhile, the amorph scurried. Kisaragi instantly flinched. She glanced at her back and saw that the creature is targeting her neck. She moved and faced it, causing the tail to miss. When the amorph reaches the wall, it started going after her again. Kisaragi's neck was stabbed. She felt immense pain. She felt her veins popping out and foam forming in her mouth. She fell on her knees and dropped. A liquid dripped. She trembled as she saw it dripping, but she's unable to move. The amorph was salivating. He wondered what's on Kisaragi's mind at the moment. One of his theories is that it's fear of seeing an alien species in front of her. He also thought that she could be feeling anger towards the situation she's in. Or maybe the fear of death. Well, it doesn't matter since Kisaragi is going to die. The amorph gulped her down, starting with the head. It created a loud crunching noise. The amorph felt the human blood flowing to him. The moment her genetic information that was once in her blood reached his brain, he felt it. That one of the puzzles that could unlock his potential was put together. The system window appeared and displayed that from hatchling to youngling, the evolution has been met. He was asked if he wanted to proceed. It was the moment he's waiting for. He tapped yes. Suddenly, he saw a vision of the guard entering and shooting him, causing him to die. He was mortified. The amorph felt a chill in his body. His antennas tingled. He wondered if that was the predator sensing. According to his predator senses, a guard will come in soon. He wondered if he should run, but he doesn't have the time. He scurried away. He decided to deal with them right there. The guard entered. He immediately noticed something on the ground. He gasped at what he saw. It's the corpse of Kisaragi. While he's wondering what happened, the amorph flew behind him. He sensed it on his back. But he didn't have time to react since the amorph moved its tail towards his skull, and then it stabbed him. The soldier crashed on the ground. The amorph scurried away. He had to hurry since the soldier's colleague might come looking for him any minute now. The amorph also considered that those guys might have a tracking device that he's not even aware of. So he's going to run in circles all the way back to his nest. He moved quickly. While on the nest, he used his super sense. He checked all parameters and proceeded to do the evolution. Then it started. The amorph flinched. There is some liquid oozing out of the crab claws. Eventually, his whole body melted. It even covered his face. And a new large shell appeared. He looks bulkier this time. He finds the experience interesting. He wondered if it was similar to being a fetus. He could truly feel himself evolving into a different being. The mucus is reassembling him into something foreign. He wanted to see for himself, but it was impossible. That's because he lost all control of his body the moment he turned into a cocoon. He's done everything he can, and all he needs to do is wait. Quite some time in the darkness had passed. Eventually, the area was lit up again. Green fluid was dripping from the tubes. It fell to his cocoon, and the cocoon cracked open. He slowly starts to come out. He helped himself up, and eventually stepped down from the cocoon. His body emits some steam. His crab claw was replaced with 4 fingers. His teeth became sharper, and now he's colored black and could stand on 2 feet. A morph let out a celebratory roar. Another evolution was secured. Meanwhile, the captain asked if they were able to identify the cause of death. Mr. Wei replied that the head researcher died from getting attacked in the neck. He explained that it looked like the attack used some sort of small saw, but they'll have to get a closer look into it to know for sure. The captain asked if it meant that they would have to perform an autopsy. Mr. Wei asked if that's what the captain wants. The captain cursed that it made Mr. Wei flinched. The captain sighed and rested his head on his hands while replying that he doesn't even know now. He turned to the head security and inquired about the status of the manhunt. The head security replied that they had checked all the cameras within the vessel, but they had not found anything out of the ordinary. The guard, who is the primary suspect, is currently being questioned. The captain asked the head security if he thinks that the guard is the culprit. The head security responded that according to the information that they have, it's highly likely that he's not. The captain instructed him to report back to him as soon as they have results. The captain glanced at the empty chair. He told everyone that they must have heard of what happened in the lab a while ago. The captain shared that one of the most promising talents failed to obey the orders of the head researcher, and that guy's brain was extracted to float around in a glass tank. If that's what happens to someone who doesn't follow orders, he couldn't even imagine what will happen to those who are involved in the death of a noble capital. The thought gave everyone a chill. The captain emphasized that they need answers if they don't want to join that guy. One person suggested covering it up by saying that there's an experimental accident. An old man reprimanded that guy. The man was the crew leader. The old man argued that there are far too many researchers on board to go along with that story. The crew leader told the old man that he's being rude and he insulted him, that it's because of that attitude that the man is still a middle capital. Another old man suggested that Kisaragi was poisoned. One person refused that because they will be blamed for it. The old man got angry at the tech leader for refusing. The conversation turned into a fist fight. A man ordered them to be silent. This middle-aged man yelled that conflict only complicates things. Everyone halted. The man informed the captain that they are currently located near planet C08. The captain asked what about it. The man explained that C08 is the space dog's territory. The captain asked if the man was trying to say that the head researcher died because of those creatures. The man replied yes and came up with an explanation, that they can say they were ambushed and didn't have a chance to save her. The captain thought about it. The space dogs are a bunch who wander through space and plunder. They are one of ManhwaCapped's enemies. They are expert in fleet's combats, so even battleships led by veteran soldiers are also often damaged. The captain thought about their mere research ship, and if it would stand against them. He knew it wouldn't, and there would be maximum damage. And unfortunate accidents can happen in the process. If they report that they are attacked by the space dogs, they will be able to cover up the death of the head researcher. It was not a bad plan, but the captain explained that their weapons are no match for the space dogs. The man replied that he knew some people from way back that he could contact. They were all mortified to hear that. That made the captain's head ache even more. The guy doesn't look like the type to have pirate friends. The captain asked how much it would cost. The man replied that it would cost them at least 1 million credits. The captain grits his teeth. The man explained that the space dogs can't easily lay their hands on Kisaragi. So, it's reasonable for the pirates to ask that amount because of the risk. The captain replied that he'll get the funds ready, but the man had to make sure everything went perfectly. The captain stood up and informed everyone that he's going to hand over the authority to the crisis team manager and end the meeting. Mr. Wei asked what they plan to do on the body. The captain replied that they will keep it and hand it over to the space dogs. He commanded them not to let anyone touch it. Meanwhile, a steam comes out from the amorph's body. The amorph could clearly tell that being a youngling is different. Since he evolved into a youngling, he needs to change his plans. Until then, his plan was to avoid the eyes of the enemies, but now hunting and survival have become equally as important. Surviving is somewhat complete, so he had to think of the next step. He wondered what his next goal should be. The system window displayed that the first evolution is successful, so it meant that he had successfully become a youngling. Amorph's evolution is divided into 6 stages and goes through a total of 5 evolutionary stages. First is the hatchling, then youngling, third is juvenile, then subadult, adult, and lastly, the ascension. Once he reaches out ascension, the last stage, it means he has cleared the game. If Amorph ascends in the game, all the secrets regarding the race will be revealed. Information such as where they come from, who they are, etc. Thus, it would be the same in real life. The problem is that it's extremely difficult to get to the ending. There are only 20 or so of them who have seen an ending of a species, and this player is the only one who has seen the ending of an amorph. The amorph watched the screen. The type indicated there can be unlocked from the youngling stage. He looked at his characteristics and assumed that his type would be physical strength. The system window prompted him if he would like to view the potential types that can be specialized. He tapped yes. As he expected, physical strengthening has met most of the conditions. It's all thanks to the reinforced exoskeleton and acidic blood properties he gained from evolving into a youngling. The types are similar occupations that other ethnic groups have, but slightly different. If the conditions are met, the type will be unlocked and synergized by the relevant abilities. The system window displayed that currently, there are 2 types that can be specialized. Physical strengthening, 6 out of 10, and superpower enhancement, 1.5 out of 3. He wondered what 0.5 is when one is probably the predator sensing. He doesn't have a characteristic like that because he ate all the bugs and the cat. Then he remembered something. Kisaragi is the only body that he didn't get to finish eating. He expected her to have a good instinct because of her psychic power. The amorph decided to find her body since he wants to have the psychic powers. He scurried away. He opened the cover of the vent. It was too small for him now since he had grown. He smelled something. It was a dead body. He followed where it came from. He scurried over the cover of the vent. Then he found it. It made him salivate instantly. He found the mortuary where they kept the bodies. It was just beneath him. We then see a man wearing headphones. He's listening to music. He's also busy on the big screen in front of him. Then he smelled something. He went to where it was coming from. He was surprised at what he saw. A large hole was made since the ground was melted with acid. Unbeknownst to this man, the amorph was above him. He's confused as to where the acidic solution came from. He decided to call security, but when he turned around, the mouth of the amorph was already closing in. He got stabbed on the side of his head. Instantly, he died and fell to the ground. The body is taken out of the freezer. Amorph grabbed the cloth and removed it. It revealed Kisaragi's body. He commented that Kisaragi looks the way she did when she died. A noble prime's body is never to be touched. The amorph finds it strange that no matter how many people he had to kill, he doesn't feel guilty at all. There's a saying that one changes according to its surroundings. He wondered if he had changed as well after becoming amorph, or could it be his true self all along? He recognized that thinking about it won't change anything, so he just focused on having his meal. He needs to keep killing to survive. That is the life of amorph, and the way of life he needs to get used to. Once people die, their body goes back to nature and gets absorbed. It made him think if he would also be considered part of nature when he absorbs those bodies. He bit on something. When he coughed it out, it was a spherical item. It was inside Kisaragi's heart, but he had no idea what it was for. He crushed it in his hand. To his surprise, the system window appeared. As he expected, Kisaragi indeed has psychic powers. He found out because the system window displayed that he successfully acquired the gene essence of a superpower organ. He was asked if he likes to apply the superpower organ. He complained about why it has to be a superpower organ. Amorph can use psychic power without it, so it's basically useless for him to have that characteristic. He decided to look at it positively since he needs a number of characteristics to unlock his type anyway. He clicked yes. Suddenly his body made cracking sounds. His head formed several tentacles. He found it interesting. He thought that it might become useful, like predator sensing and fuse with other characteristics. Now that he's done with Kisaragi, he wondered if he should go for the guard next. He chomped on the guard and commented that it tasted funny. The guard was hard to chew. Suddenly, his antenna twitched. He knew it was dangerous. The guards had changed shifts. With his super sense, he saw that the guard was handing out his power suit to the next guy on duty. It made him wonder if there aren't enough power suits on the ship. He knew that there would be someone coming in for the guy that he just killed. As soon as the next shift comes, that person could immediately notice the changes in the room. And since they're living in the space era, people would immediately think that there's a monster living in the same ship as them. The amorph acknowledges that he's not strong enough to face the whole crew yet. He needs something to stall time until he gets stronger. Then he realized something. The acidic solution continued to produce smoke. Then the amorph remembered that he's in a mortuary. There are preservatives and chemicals to dispose of bodies. An interesting thought had just popped into his mind. A useful way to get out of the crisis and bully the crew on board at the same time. MangaCapped doesn't have an official capital city. However, there is a place that they consider as the center of their society. That place is Earth, the headquarters and pivot of the current MangaCapped. The 5 companies that contributed to the establishment of MangaCapped are the kings of the Earth. They are now known as the 5 families. And one of the families, the Kisaragis, resided in an area formerly known as East Asia. The Eugene family started as a business in a small country called the Republic of Korea. Now, all the land in the country is the living space of the Eugene family. There are small trains for travel, maglev trains, and an artificial sun for internal ecosystems. And of course, there are the people of the Eugene family and tens of millions of tools that obey them. There was a house in the middle of the fields. A man is tilling the soil. He happily does his job. While he's doing that, 2 men were waiting for him. He rose to his feet. and acknowledged that he kept his guard and butler waiting for too long. The butler nodded to the guard to go ahead. The old man asked the guard what it was. The guard replied that it's about the man's granddaughter. The man asked which granddaughter he was referring to. The guard informed him that he's talking about Kisaragi. The old man recognized that it's the daughter of his third child. The man happily asked what was the news about Kisaragi. The guard replied that Kisaragi's signal device had been destroyed. The man refused to believe that since he had never asked her to do any stressful work. The guard explained that the last signal came from C08, which seems to be the space dog's territory. The old man tapped the man's shoulder, and then he whacked the guard's head with the farming tool. Blood painted the fields. The man was on the ground, trembling. The old man approached him. Then the old man continuously hit the guard, spilling more blood in the area. When he's done, he threw the sharp farming tool away. He instructed the other guards to clean up the mess. He reminded them that he doesn't need a tool that answers a question that wasn't asked. He told them that the tools are the most important thing for them. The head guard bowed and replied that he understands. The grandfather of Kisaragi shared that it costs him 10 billion to raise that child. It was as if developing a new vessel. He even had her go through a gene enhancement surgery, so he doesn't believe that a simple pirate could have harmed her. It made him wonder who has the guts to lay their hands on the darling of the Yujin family. He asked the butler if the captain's name was Yusung Samuel. He knew that the Samuel family is from Titan, and the Ascertain family is interested in them. However, it couldn't be the Ascertain family since the head of the Ascertain family is a coward. They don't have the nerve to challenge the Yujin family. He asked the butler for his opinion. The butler replied that it could be the doing of the TNC. That's what the grandfather thought too. TNC and the Ascertain family look like they're fighting over the rights to Jupiter, but they're actually a team. The Ascertain family's credits come from TNC. Kisaragi's grandfather bet that sneaky bastard is planning to get a drop on a board of directors. The butler replied that the head of TNC Chamberlain is after their position as CEO. Kisaragi's grandfather agreed. He commented that the brat is terrified of him seeing that he came after him directly. He laughed out loud, but it immediately turned into a serious expression. He had decided to strike first since they already had the reason to do so. He instructed the butler to let everyone in the family know. Then he told the butler to contact his shadow undercover near C08 and have him deal with that matter. The butler acknowledges the order, but deep inside he's thinking of how it's going to be a bloodbath. Kisaragi's grandfather ordered to bring Yusung Samuel and anyone who has anything to do with that guy to him. He asked for every single one of them. He had an ominous expression when he uttered that anyone who destroys his property deserves to die. Back to the spaceship. The door opened and fumes came out. Yusung Samuel trembled in anger. He screamed to ask what the hell happened. The bodies are charred because of the chemicals. Earlier, the guards reported to the captain that there was smoke coming out from the inside, and when they went in to check, there was a fire. The guards explained that they wanted to check on what's going on, but according to the policies, only doctors can go in. The other doctors cleaned up the corpses. The captain expressed that he doesn't understand how a fire started in a room full of dead bodies. Mr. Wei checked the body and saw a ring on the finger. It made him wonder if the dead body belonged to a late-night worker. Then he realized something. He asked if there are more bodies other than that. A researcher replied that those were the only ones. Mr. Wei felt doomed as he uttered that it was impossible. The captain asked what the problem was. He requested the captain to round up all the leaders as they are in big trouble. During the meeting, they were all surprised to find out that the bodies of the research leader and the guard are missing. The captain was so angry since they had no idea how it happened. It's not as if dead bodies can walk. He questioned Mr. Wei if he's certain about it. Mr. Wei explained that he looked over and over again, but had not been able to locate those bodies. He added that the chemical substances in the mortuary are likely to cause fire, but not a big one. That's when they realized that someone must have set the fire on purpose. They wondered who would do that. One man suggested that it could be an unidentified alien on board. Due to being scared, one man yelled at the man who suggested that. The man explained that it was just a guess, so there's no need for the supply management leader to be worked up. Mr. Wei emphasized that the biggest problem they have is that the body of the head researcher is missing, and the pressing issue is that they already promised to meet with the pirates at C08. The captain told them that they had to find the body, no matter what it takes. He suggested narrowing down to a suspect first. The captain cursed loudly that it made everyone flinch. He screamed, telling everyone that if they are at least a bit worried about the noble capital's revenge, they must cooperate to the fullest. After that, silence enveloped the room. He asked the crisis management leader if he made contact with the pirates. The man replied that he did as soon as the meeting was over. The captain instructed the crisis management leader not to tell them what happened and to just say that they're handing over the body as planned. The crisis management leader asked if that's okay. The captain explained that it would be a bigger problem if they found the body but didn't know what to do with it. They thought that as long as they find it before the meeting with the pirates, then it should be fine. The captain grips the shoulder of the head security and asks if he understands. The captain told him that he has to find out who did that. The head security replied that he's already doing his best, but the captain told him that it wasn't enough. The captain gave the head security the permission to go through every single crew on board and find the culprit. He delegated all powers to the head security in relation to that. The head security assured the captain that he would definitely find the culprit. Meanwhile, the amorph is spying at them through the vent above them. The amorph was pleased that things worked out very well. He used fire to hide his identity as well as confuse the enemy. He mixed the chemicals in the mortuary to create a fire. No one would have guessed that it was done by an alien creature. After mixing the drugs to make a toxic substance, he added in a few drops of acid blood. Fortunately, it worked out fine, and burned the bodies too. But he didn't expect them to talk about an alien species. In addition to that, they're meeting up with space criminals. He commented that the captain must be out of his mind. He took a mental note to look into the crisis team leader who came up with the idea, because the man might be working with the pirates. The pirates are multi-species, so the amorph should be able to get a variety of genes from them. But the raid will reduce the number of essences that he can get from the research vessel. He decided to make a decision once he saw the pirates. Then he saw someone. It's the supply management leader who denied the aliens' presence. The man looked nervous. He looked at his surroundings. He scanned his palm on the door. Then he entered the cargo hold. The amorph knew that the man doesn't have to sneak in since he's the one in charge of that. It made him wonder why the man is wary of his surroundings. He wondered why the man was acting suspiciously. The man's traces end right at the container. The container has a higher security level than others, and its walls are so thick that the amorph can't see through it using his supersense. It tickles the curiosity of the amorph since it looks like something important is in there. His previous target was the medical team leader, but now he had changed his mind. The next target is the supply management leader. The man slammed a cup on the table while exclaiming how good it is. His subordinate suggests that he should stop drinking. In the supply management leader's head, he's complaining how life has been hard lately. He regretted listening to the black market cult merchant. He was hooked on the fact that it came from ancient remains and he thought it would sell a lot. He managed to set a trade date and sneak it into the ship, but one of the eggs hatched on the day that he got drunk. He regretted not shutting the container door properly. He couldn't even tell anyone. He knows that the captain is going to flip and kill him if he finds out. He yelled that drinking is the problem. The bartender is already annoyed and informs him that they're closing. The man begs for one last cup, to which the bartender gave in. The man staggers. He was so drunk. He announces that the problem is drinking. He noticed something that made him flinch. He turned around while asking on who's there, but the hallway was empty. He got nervous. Then it made him annoyed. Then he heard several clicking sounds. He glanced behind him, and he saw a creature scurrying away. It made him terrified. So he ran for his life. He cursed and cried while running as fast as he could. He pressed the passcode of the door quickly. When it opened, he stumbled his way inside. Then he crashed on the ground. He planned to make a phone call, but turned pale when he heard the beeping sounds behind him. He was scared to look behind him. The door opened. The alien monster slowly creeps in. The man trembled at the sight of it. It approaches him real close. The amorph was grateful for the meal, and he opened his mouth wide. It was followed by a loud, crunching nose. Getting rid of the supply management leader was easy because he had a simple life pattern. The guy wasted most of his time at the bar, and it seemed like he's overpaid. The amorph thought that the captain should thank him because he got rid of those who were wasting his time and money for him. The amorph rummages through the dirty room and complains how it's so filthy that it looked like the guy never cleaned up in his life. He's looking for the ID card. But then he found a post of a woman in a bikini. The woman was hot, but amorph didn't feel anything, maybe because he looks that way. He took a folder and an ID card fell. He was happy when he found it. Now he has the hand and the ID card. It was everything he needed. He decided to clean up before he leaves. He munched on the guy, but he complained that the man doesn't taste good also because the man reeks of alcohol. A few moments later, the amorph approached the container. He inserted the ID card and tapped the hand on the scanner. It slowly opened. Here were capsules that contained creatures inside, but it was cold, like a freezer. Turns out the man is a smuggler. Then the amorph noticed something. There were several amorph eggs. He wondered if it was real. One of the eggs is empty. He wondered if that's the egg where he came from. The amorph realized that the man was trying to smuggle him. In the game, amorph's starting point is not a spaceship like that, but an unidentified archaeological site. The amorph has no idea what happened along the way, but it seems that the owner of his body managed to leave the container after hatching and died a while later from malnutrition. Then his conscience entered the body. Now he knows why he finds the cockroaches delicious. His body was acting instinctively to survive. That gives him mixed feelings. He bowed at the hatched egg and prayed for the dead owner of the body. Now that he has paid his respects, he's ready to act like a true amorph. He grabbed the eggs and chomped on it. He ate all the unhatched eggs, but unfortunately, there's no message that's coming out. But it didn't matter to him, since there were a lot more creatures to eat. Loud chomping and crunching noises echoed in the room. He opened the screen and got excited when he had 2 more characteristics left until he completed the physical strengthening type. In all honesty, he admitted that he was disappointed when he ate Kisaragi because instead of psychic power, a useless superpower organ came out. But the supply management leader had given him a special gift, a powerful characteristic that he'd only be able to obtain way later if it was a game, a trait that can effectively kill the crew members. And with that ability, he can be bolder with his plans. It's not long before the spaceship meets up with the space dogs. He had no idea how dangerous those people were, so he had to grow as strong as possible. He's excited to gather the gene essences, especially when those creatures won't be heard no matter how much they scream. The pathetic howls of the research vessel and the crew will be buried in the black abyss. Meanwhile, at the onboard runway of the MangaCapped research ship, a mechanic invited Scott to eat. Scott replied that he'll be right there. The man asked Scott how much longer he has to work. Scott replied that he might stay until late. They groaned at the thought. They talked about the recent maintenance order. They were instructed to go all through the planes when there's no reason for them to fight. The man didn't like talking about work during dinner, but Scott urged him to think about it since it's odd. Scott shared that he heard a rumor that they are preparing to capture the metallic gremlin. Fincher replied that if they ever come across one, they won't stand a chance. Scott replied that the metallic gremlin is already on board. Fincher was surprised to hear that. Scott asked him if he had noticed the funky smell in the air lately. That is the smell of a metallic gremlin. Scott added that someone from the kitchen said that people are disappearing one by one lately. Fincher thought that it was just a load of bullshit. A man with eyeglasses joined their conversation and shared that he heard that the supply management leader was missing. Because of that, the cargo manager got promoted, making him the temporary leader. Scott emphasized to Fincher that he's right. Fincher considered that even if it's true that people are disappearing, it's questionable why the higher-ups aren't doing anything about it. The man with eyeglasses replied that the higher-ups are hiding it because they don't want to cause a stir. Scott replied that it was because of the metallic gremlin. Fincher asked about its relationship to the maintenance of the ship. They don't have any idea since the rumors that spread are only about people disappearing. Scott wondered if it's because they're being disciplined. That got Fincher into a foul mood. He told them that they're such an idiot. It was already dark, but one ship remained lit up. Someone asked Scott if he wanted to eat something. He replied that he wants compound liquor if there's any. Scott complained that he might not be able to finish all the work that night. He continued the maintenance of the ship until Cameron called him over. He replied that he's working, but Cameron insisted and told him that it will only take a second. Cameron called him again, and it made him annoyed. He plans to smack Cameron's head if it's not worth his time. He came out from under the ship, but he was confused. He wondered where Cameron went. Cameron's voice is coming from the maintenance room. Cameron told him to come inside. Scott asked what he was doing in the dark. The man replied that he's looking for something, and he asked for Scott's help. Scott sighed as he entered. He has his flashlight on, but he smelled something like metal. He wondered where the guy was. The guy responded that he's over there. Scott slipped on a dumbbell, and he crashed on the ground facing forward. He hurt his head on the fall. Then he realized that something wasn't right. He could barely see in the dark even if there's flashlight. It made him think about what Cameron would do in the dark. Then he recalled the rumors about people disappearing one by one, and he insisted that it's because of the metallic gremlin. He heard footsteps behind him, so he called Cameron's name. It's slowly scooting closer to him, but he kept calling for Cameron. Suddenly, the amorph grabbed him. The amorph appeared in front of him and spoke to him, saying, "Welcome." Then Scott screamed loudly. It was followed by loud crunching noises. Amorph's skill, imitation, is quite useful. Fincher called out to Scott to inform him that he brought the compound liquor, but Fincher got confused since Scott wasn't there. He knew that Scott never leaves his post until he's finished with what he's doing. Then he heard Scott say that he's in the maintenance room. Fincher went to the room and asked what he's doing there. Scott replied that he was looking for something. Fincher asked what he was doing in the dark. Scott told him to come in and help him move something. Fincher walked in. He was about to say something when he noticed the flashlight on the ground. He reached for it. Suddenly, blood dripped from the ceiling. He wondered what it was. When he looked at his hand, he realized that it was blood. That scared him. Then he saw Scott's dead, scary face. The amorph is dangling Scott's head while imitating his voice. It was really creepy. Fincher screamed loudly. Then he ends up with the same fate as Scott. While the amorph chomps on his food, he reflected that he had the knack for luring others. His imitation skill makes things really convenient. Out of the creatures that the supply management leader wanted to smuggle, there was a larva named Red Worm. Red Worm is a giant worm that only lives on desert-type planets. It has the ability to imitate the voices of the other living things. It is said to have evolved to effectively hunt other creatures in harsh environments. It's great that he gained the genetic essence from the red worm larva. But it's a shame that it's not as effective as the original effect of the characteristics. He can only imitate the voice of the last living thing that he ate. But still, it's a pretty useful ability. He planned to eat someone from the kitchen tomorrow. He already knows the name of the person, Pierre. But the guy doesn't seem that close to Fincher. But it didn't matter. The amorph decided that Pierre is tomorrow's dinner. He thought of Bubble Amoeba and wondered if it's doing well. He can't call the guy Bubble Amoeba forever, so he decided to call it number 26. He decided to pay it a visit before he goes back to his nest. Suddenly, he heard number 26 say hi. He didn't know that the superpower organ had such a function. He didn't expect it to be able to communicate with a living thing that talks through wavelengths. He decided to say hi back. Number 26 says that he's hungry and asks for food. The amorph noticed that number 26 knows more vocabulary than before. He wondered if there's something about sonium that he's not aware of. The amorph apologized and explained that it's going to be difficult to give him that. Number 26 asked what difficult meant. The amorph replied that it means that he couldn't give it to him. Number 26 made sad noises. A morph understands that it's disappointing, but it was too risky to do that. Ever since the disappearance of the research leader, they had increased the security to maximum level. The vent above the facility has also been compromised. That's why Amorph hasn't been able to give number 26 the calorie bars. The only thing he can do is have a conversation with it. He said that he'll go, and no 26 replied goodbye. Amorph wished him good luck. Amorph thought about it, and he'll be able to help number 26 when he evolves into a juvenile. But the problem is that the conditions are not easy to meet. In order to evolve, users must kill 10 members each from 2 species with intelligence and take their genetic essence. There are only humans in the ship, so it's impossible for him to evolve into a juvenile. There are pirates too, but he had no idea what's going to happen to them. He used his super sense. The crisis management leader is talking to someone, telling that person to report back near C. Amorph got confused on who he was talking with. The crisis management leader says that everything is working out according to plan. But the guy flinched when he found out that an order came from the family. He called the person on the line, Sir. He reported that Kisaragi had been exterminated, and the ship will arrive on C-08 as planned, and Captain Yusung's order has all been recorded. The crisis management leader continued to say that everything is for the sake of the family, but he corrected himself and replied that it's to follow the orders of Youngwoo Yujin. For that, the man was willing to take the risk. It looked like they had a snitch. Amorph recalled that it was the man who convinced the captain to make his orders. But it looks like the crisis management leader is planning something far greater than that. The Amorph decided to keep his eyes on the crisis management leader to see if he's benefiting him or not. The captain was in rage. He asked the head security what the hell he was doing. The head security apologized, but the captain didn't accept it since his concern is that they will make contact with the pirates in 2 days' time, and yet they have nothing to resolve the problem. The head security explained that they had already increased the number of cameras and security guards, but to no avail. The captain called the navigation team. He asked how many missing persons they have on board. The man replied that they have 8. The captain asked why they haven't caught the culprit yet when 7 more people had gone missing since the first death. He asked them if they're part of the problem. They replied no. The Amorph had a silent laugh as he spied on them. The culprit that they are looking for is just under their noses. One guy expressed that the security team is telling the truth. It was the crisis management leader. The captain asked him what he meant. He replied that he checked everything and the security team had done everything they could. This triggered the captain because it seems like he's covering for them when they don't even catch the culprit. The crisis management leader raised his voice and said that it made the captain flinch. And he uttered that what he meant is that if the culprit is a human, he explained that he doesn't think that a human can hide as well as that. He shared that there is a rumor about a metallic gremlin living on the ship and that there could be an unknown being that's attacking them. The Amorph sweats on how the situation changed really fast. A man interrupted the crisis management leader and shared that the AI on the ship was once used to fight in a battle. So, if a creature was wandering around on board, they would have known already. Crisis management leader acknowledges the capabilities of AI, but he revealed that about the container that belonged to the supply management team leader. The freezers were all empty. He asked where those creatures had all gone. The scenario that the Amorph is dreading the most is happening at last. The captain posed a question that suppose the creature is in the ship. He asked them where it could be hiding and why it hasn't been spotted yet. The crisis management leader revealed that there's a place that they haven't checked yet. Then he pointed at it. He was pointing at the vents. He explained that the ventilation passageways span the whole ship, so he assumed that the creature would be around a meter in size to get around. One person expressed that a creature whose size is a meter would have been small to be able to kill humans. One person argued that a metallic gremlin is just 80 centimeters, but it can destroy a ship. Amorph noted the guy's name, Arnold. He regretted not getting rid of him even if there's a risk. They realized that if what the crisis management leader said is true, then they are in big trouble, especially if that creature ate the head researcher's body. One suggested capturing it alive and handing it over to the noble capital. Another person supported the idea by saying that the noble capital would get over it when they learned that a creature ate up Kisaragi. Another person brought up on what to do with the pirates. The man replied that they'll have to fight them if there's nothing left of the body. He added that to win a war, they have to rule from within, so they need to deal with the monster first if they want to ensure people's safety. The captain asked the crisis management leader how many soldiers they would need. The man replied that he'll pick 6 people from Unit 8 and they'll search the ventilation passage. The captain gave him permission. Upon hearing that, Amorph scurried away. He's slightly in panic. He held out long enough and he knew that the day would come eventually. Arnold, crisis management leader, is definitely going to put up a security system in the ventilation, which means the Amorph shouldn't use that anymore. He had nowhere to go if he left his nest. The halls are covered with security cameras and the ventilation passage is out of the question. It was time for him to make an important decision. He wondered if he's going to run or stay and fight. He thought about it deeply. He recalled what Arnold said earlier, that the culprit isn't human, and that it could be hiding in the ventilation passageway of the entire ship. and that they should capture the creature alive and give it to the noble capital. All of those recollections made the amorph angry. He felt insulted, like he's some kind of a wild animal. Even if his limbs are torn off, he could still bite the humans with his head. He had made up his mind to fight. He vowed to show them that trying to capture an amorph in a ship on a space with few soldiers is the most foolish thing that they can do. He promised to show them everything he got, that he'll make them experience hell in space. The amorph pushed his fingers on the ground, and he created a link throughout. His subsidiary organs dug deep into the ship and started analyzing. It gives him the information on the structure of the entire research ship and the location and movement of the enemies. If he were to compare the spacecraft to an organism that sails deep in space, he's nothing but a parasite in the brain of an inorganic creature. He knew that happens on the ship just as well as the owner of the ship. Captain Yusung and the team leaders are gathering at the bridge. Considering that Arnold is present, it seems like they're going to command the operations there. The amorph also sensed the movement of the armed soldiers. As expected, they have divided the forces and are coming from two different directions. The major groundwork for the plan has been roughly laid out. He decided to work on the details depending on the enemy's armament and moves. The amorph smiled. He decided to go and greet his guests. The A1 soldiers reported the initiation of the operation. They were answered by the control room. Then B1 also responded. The control room advised B1 to check their transmission since it's unstable. They watched the soldiers on a big screen in the control room. The control center instructed them to report back as soon as they discover anything suspicious. Arnold is thinking that the monster was the one who killed Kisaragi. It was supposed to be his job. But there's no change in his plan since he had to get rid of as many variables as possible. He wouldn't make any mistakes until they got to Si-Hyun Yujin. Arnold vowed to kill the monster that day. A1 reported that there's a crossroad up ahead, so they chose to move to the right. B1 experienced the same and also chose right. B3 reported that their transmission isn't stable, so they will follow up after fixing it. The control room acknowledges that message. Arnold informed the guy at the control center to tell everyone to be cautious since the pathways are very complicated. Then Arnold noticed something. B3's camera isn't moving, so he told the guy to check that. The control center talked to B3, but there was no response. Control room attempted contact again. Eventually, B3's camera started working again. The control center informed B2 to wait for B3, who's coming from behind. B2 acknowledged the message. B3 and B2 are close to each other, while B1 is on the other side. Eventually, B2 and B3 made contact, but it was followed by loud screams. They asked B2 what was wrong, and B2 replied that it was the creature. Then they lost contact. They contacted B3 since they lost contact with B2. The creature has B2, but they couldn't see anything on the screen, so they want B3 to explain. B3 replied that he couldn't see it because it came out of nowhere. But hearing that voice, the two leaders panicked. They dashed towards the man in the control area, and it made the man panic. Arnold was too stunned. He couldn't believe that it was over in just a blink of an eye. He saw how a soldier in an intermediate reinforced suit went out without even a fight. It's not easy even for a skilled assassin. He realized that it was a huge mistake to think that it was just some kind of wild creature. This one is quicker and more dangerous than he thought. He instructed the soldier to deliver a message to everyone. His command is to open fire if anything so much as twitches. Then he instructed B3 to join B1 and start searching for B2. That was relayed to B3 and B1. Arnold knew that they were going to be destroyed. B3 and B1 are about to meet each other on a crossroad. B1 reported that he's hearing something. The control room asked what exactly it. He can't be sure because he's at the crossroads. B1 corrected and relayed that it was just B3 because he heard his voice. Arnold was relieved. They were all relieved. The control room instructed B1 once he had joined B3. They waited for B1's reply, but there was nothing. Then he reported that B3 had been taken away by the enemy. Arnold was surprised. He stepped down from where he was. He snatched the headset from the soldier on the control panel. He told B1 to elaborate the situation. B1 replied that he wasn't able to reply because it happened quickly. This made Arnold furious, that his veins were about to pop. His yelling caught the attention of other people in the room. He inquired how B1 could have missed it when B3 was just right in front of him. B1 apologized. Arnold threw the headset on the ground. To him, it doesn't make sense that B1 doesn't know when he was standing right there. Arnold also took into account that B1 and B3 weren't caught on camera either. He thought about how those soldiers are avoiding getting the monster on the camera. Then he realized something. He grabbed the headphones. He introduced himself as the team leader, and he asked B1 to state his name and rank. He demanded for him to say it immediately. The captain was caught off guard. Then Arnold heard in an amused tone, "You got me." He saw the monster's limb crash on the camera. Then they heard the monster munching on it, until the connection was cut off. A1 asked what was going on. He asked the control room to answer. Arnold was pissed off. The Amorph had taken care of all the Team B. He got the idea from the conversation that he had with number 26. The plan was to intercept their radio using wavelength. Thanks to the wavelength that he emitted, B3's radio was static, causing B3 to fall behind others to fix the equipment. Then Amorph neutralized them with neurotoxin, a newly fused characteristic. It was just downhill from there, so he got to feast. His next target was Team A. He used his super sense. Then he found them. They're very alert. But it is to be expected since the earlier team didn't know about him at all. But now, the rest of them know that he can imitate voices. He thought of using the information against them this time. He arrived at the crossroads and expected Team A to arrive there soon. While waiting for them, he questioned if it's really true that knowledge is power. Because to him, knowing just enough can be harmful. A1 turned on their headlights. A1 reported that they have arrived at a crossroad and they'll go right. The control room acknowledged their message. The team leader spoke again and emphasized that the creature can imitate the voice of humans. He instructed them to open fire as soon as they heard human voices. They heard someone asking for help, so the soldiers fired. They didn't hold back. They saw the monster cross. So, they decided to hold fire. The control room instructed A1 to check the status of the enemy. A1 acknowledged the order. The rest were instructed to keep their position and provide cover for A1. Little did they know, the monster was already behind them. A morph grabbed the last guy's head. A3 started screaming. They asked him what was wrong. A3 alerted them that the enemy was at the back. A1 and A2 were tasked to open fire immediately. But they hold fire since the creature is holding A3 as hostage and is hiding behind him. If they open fire, A3 could get injured. But Arnold demanded that they open fire. Arnold called out A1 to open fire immediately. A1 hesitated but still followed the order. He opened fire, and the monster ran away. Some bullets grazed the monster. So, he scurried out of the line of fire. A2 reported that they have one man down. The control room replied that they should not fall back, and they had to get that creature. A3 choked on his own blood. A1 and A2 tend to him. They prepared to inject him with the remedy since A3 is already having a seizure. They injected the remedy. A1 reported that they have given the remedy and will continue the mission. The control room instructed them to proceed. Arnold cursed and expressed that he'll definitely rip out the monster's arms and legs. They reported that the monster had sustained injuries as well, because they found its acidic blood on the trail. They were surprised to see it has acidic blood. They had no idea what kind of monster it could be. They carefully followed it. The path was too narrow, but they still pushed forward. A1 requested permission to infuse enhancing drugs for effective suppression. The team leader allowed them to proceed. Their eyes became bloodshot, and they fell on their knees and trembled. The increase in their strength was evident. They vowed to kill that monster. They crouched, since they saw that the acidic blood was able to melt the ground. A1 reported the huge hole in the ventilation, but they didn't see any signs of the monster around us. They assumed that the monster had gone down the hall. The control room acknowledged their report. The control room asked for their exact location so that they could check the halls. Unbeknownst to these soldiers, the monster is behind them. The Amorph leapt. One soldier turned around when he heard the noise. They fired at the monster, but it kept going. The monster grabbed the soldier's head and smashed it on the ground. That alerted the other soldier. He screamed loudly and fired at the monster. The monster's tail reached for the soldier. It stabbed the soldier's arms for him to stop firing. The soldier ran towards the monster in an attempt to punch it. He screamed for the monster to die. His fist missed the monster. He chased after the monster and fired at it. The soldier is becoming enraged. A morph moved fast inside the vents. The soldier was stronger than he expected. Even with the enhancing drug, they aren't usually that strong. He decided to adjust his plans. He won't be able to fool A1 anymore, so he thought of another way. Then he remembered something. He found the other option. A 3 was left dying in the passageway. He's in so much pain. He heard footsteps. The monster peeked from the right passageway. The soldier screamed loudly. He saw the monster moving fast to approach him. He trembled at the sight of it. He screamed loudly, but he couldn't move away from it. Our MC grabbed him and stabbed him on the back. The pain made the soldier yell loudly. The monster ate the man. He feasted on it. It was so messy as the blood splattered everywhere. After a while, he felt satisfied. He dropped the skeleton. Now everyone will know that A3 has been attacked. He saw the camera on the helmet. He stomped on it, and the control room lost vision. The control room announced that A3 had been attacked. A1 ran. He's breathing heavily. Despite seeing the blood, he asked A3 if he's all right. He approached A3 and demanded that he answer him. He moved quickly to administer the cure to him, but suddenly, a tail came out from A3 and attacked A1. A1 was poisoned. He rolled to the ground while screaming. Blood gushed out from A3's stomach when the monster's limb came out from it. A1 was so confused. Turns out, our MC hid himself inside the suit. He slowly came out of the body. Witnessing that made A1 trembled. The monster growled. A1 screamed loudly while attempting to crawl away. The monster grabbed his head. A morph removed the helmet and choked the man. He made sure to look at it in the eye while telling him that he would eat him now. A morph took a bite at the man, which made the man's eyes turn white. A morph pulled the head away from the body, eventually beheading the man. A morph consumed the head. Even though there isn't any sound coming from the communication device, a morph could feel how afraid the humans are. They watched him devour A1. They all turned pale and panicked, even Arnold. Through this act, a morph communicated that the danger isn't only in the ventilation passageway. Humans feel that he's coming for them next. A morph was curious to know what kind of plan the enemy would come up with. With 6 humans dead, there are 90 more soldiers, including the soldiers and generals. With the warning that he had sent, he expected them to come at him with full force. He knew that they didn't have enough power suits on the ship, but the problem is their weapons. He won't be safe if they carry any plasma weapons. Plasma weapons are high firepower weapons for spacecraft battles. They are mainly used to destroy ships and tanks, but they're usually too big and heavy for one person to carry. Although there are lighter versions of them, they're extremely expensive. Somewhat lighter plasma launchers are distributed to each squad by MangaCap. But looking at the supplies on the ship, he doubted that the ship will have one. He noticed movements from below. The soldiers are moving to the agriculture sector. The soldiers must have thought that he's getting ready to stage a sit-in. He found his chance. While the soldiers are investigating the wrong part of the ship, he decided to look for the top management. If he takes down the team leaders, it will disrupt the command structure. And above all, he planned to kill Arnold since his existence alone is a threat. The soldiers asked the crisis management leader where the monster came from, but they also asked what it was. Arnold replied to the captain that the supply management leader had a creature that he didn't register, and that could be the monster that they are facing. The captain complained since they allowed those soldiers to have the leader's power suits, but they had no progress. A morph was listening to their conversation. Power suits are what protects humans in space. They should have spent more on them. Their attempt to save money is about to cost their lives. Arnold replied that it wouldn't have happened if they had better equipment, and he corrected the captain about them not making any progress. The captain flinched at that. Arnold stated that they now know that the enemy is a dangerous creature with incredible intelligence, and it eats humans. The captain antagonized him. But Arnold explained that collecting information is vital in battle, and they have to move based on the little information that they have acquired. Arnold told the captain that he has an additional request. The captain looked unhappy, but he asked what it was. The captain was taken aback when Arnold requested permission to use the plasma launcher in the armory. They contradict him since they plan to use that on the pirates, and it's unsafe since they're on a ship. The ship used to be a battleship, but thinking of using it inside is suicide. This confirms Amorph's thought that they have it. The enemies are in a state of confusion, so he took that as his chance to kill them. But his priority target, Arnold, is too far away. The one closest to him is the researcher. It was Dr. Wei, the one who always tortures number 26. He made him his target, which turns out well because he also planned to kill that man. He smashed the vent cover. That caught Arnold's attention. He jumped down right above Dr. Wei, and he had his mouth open wide. He was getting closer to the researcher's face. At the time he hit the ground, he chomped at Dr. Wei's face. Everyone else watched him devour the man. They all ran for their lives while screaming loudly when they saw that the monster was chasing them. The head security got bitten. Another researcher was stabbed. The rest of the humans ran towards the exit. Arnold instructed the soldier on the control panel to alert everyone on the ship. The guy on the control panel acknowledged the command. When the soldier opened his mouth to announce to all soldiers, the monster stabbed him right in it. Blood gushed out, ending the life of the soldier. They fired at the monster. It was Arnold. A morph expected him to run, but he got some balls, even without the power suit. But that gun won't leave a scratch on the monster. This made Amorph curious as to what he's thinking. He was about to confront him. But he saw a vision when he attacked Arnold and he was shot, but he was able to stab Arnold. But then Arnold's last shot got him. Amorph was taken aback. Arnold has a plasma pistol. It's expensive but deadly and convenient to carry. If he gets shot in the head or chest, he could die immediately, or he could get a serious injury. Amorph sensed that this man had a relationship with the Eugene family. Arnold noticed something about the Amorph. He acknowledged that the monster noticed. He dropped his gun and took something from inside his coat. It was the plasma pistol. The captain was surprised to see it since it's so expensive. Arnold uttered that he doesn't know the monster, but it reminds him of someone. The monster had various abilities, akin to Arnold's master, Si-hyun Eugene. Arnold fired the plasma gun. It has a loud noise when fired, and it was effective since it drove the monster away. Arnold declared that he's ruling out all variables until a certain person arrives. Amorph knew that it wasn't looking good for him. So far, it's the greatest crisis that he has faced since he was born in the cargo hold. He has been in worse situations while he's playing the game, and the winner has always been him, the Amorph. Whoever is coming, may it be Arnold's master or not, that person would be greeted by him and Arnold. Bears, lions, and wolves are some of the carnivorous animals that people came across in the media. They are portrayed as the embodiment of fearless violence. However, this is not true. The predators in real life are cowards who avoid fights that would incur significant losses. That cowardly prudence may be the element of a true hunter. The player who played Amorph in the game took that to heart. It's important not to forget that having strong characteristics or knowing important information becomes useless if you are not careful. Amorph evaded a plasma shot. He used his super sense since he had observed that Arnold is pretty good. He used his super sense on him and found out that Arnold's heartbeat is stable, which means that he was just pretending to be nervous until that moment. Amorph assumed that Arnold must have analyzed him and assumed that Amorph had something similar to a biological radar. Amorph can sense that the man has the same hunter's blood as him. Arnold is a predator with experience. Amorph scurried away. The shot missed him, but it was followed by several more. The captain reminded the crisis management team leader that he's in the control room so he shouldn't hit the devices. Arnold glanced at them and responded that he will keep that in mind. He released another shot. He was about to fire again, but he paused. The monster hid behind the device. It pissed off Arnold. Amorph knows that Arnold is just trying to trick him. Because of the super sense, Amorph found out that Arnold gave an order to the soldiers to assemble all units in the control room. Amorph realized that Arnold was stalling, and all that shooting was just to trap him there. He noticed that Arnold was stalling while keeping the monster away from the captain and other leaders so that his men could come in and capture him. Amorph was impressed that Arnold had him fooled. Amorph decided to finish it before the support came. He saw a fire extinguisher and decided to use it. He removed the pin and positioned himself. He pointed the nozzle at Arnold's face to block his vision. Arnold announced that the monster is pulling a trick. He fired randomly. Everyone in the room couldn't see anything. Arnold scolded the soldiers for not using their weapons properly. Someone asked where the monster went. Arnold had a guess. Arnold immediately instructed the soldiers to get the captain out of there. Amorph noticed how Arnold caught on quickly. However, that wasn't his plan. He poisoned someone else. Then he took a bite out of that man. One soldier looked for the captain. The captain replied that he's in there. But another person joined the conversation and told the soldier that the captain isn't there since the captain is with him on the other side. Arnold told them not to be confused since the monster is just trying to confuse them. The monster chased after a man. He caught the man and immediately killed it. Another person uttered that the soldier shouldn't listen to that gibberish since the monster killed the team leader. The soldier asked if it's really the navigation team leader speaking. Someone yelled that they shouldn't fall for it since it mimicked the leader's voice. But the navigation team leader insisted that he's the real one. Arnold yelled that they should be alert and it was the monster talking. Arnold instructed to shoot the monster. The soldier just fired randomly. He heard someone groan. Upon hearing that, the soldier trembled. Arnold was the one hit. He glanced behind him when he sensed the monster. He fired at it. A morph evades the shot. He kept running. A morph's back is being ripped open. Then his wings appeared. He flew directly towards Arnold. His mouth is almost at Arnold's face. Arnold clearly saw the sharp teeth, and just like that, Arnold's head was gone and blood gushed out from his body. The headless body fell to the ground. It dropped the plasma gun. The body just laid there in the pool of blood. The monster stepped on the blood. A soldier pointed the gun on a silhouette of a monster. He was surprised when something appeared on his side. He was taken aback at what he saw. Arnold's bloodied face was carried by the monster's mouth, and it was placed right on the soldier's face. The monster walked past him. He was too scared to move. The monster climbed up the vent. Amorph wished he could enjoy his meal, but he doesn't have time since his gut is warning him to leave. The captain was furious. He asked the soldiers why it took them some time to arrive. The soldiers could only apologize. The captain cursed and instructed them to clean up the place. The captain was informed that all casualties had been accounted for. That person is the temporary medical department leader. The captain asked if there were any survivors. The temporary medical department leader replied that everyone is dead except for the head of the research department. He was surprised when he found out that the senior researcher is still alive. The temporary medical department leader replied that the man is in the recovery room. It was fortunate for that man to be immune to the monster's neurotoxin, but he lost his sense of sight, smell, and taste permanently. Even if the man lives, he will require support for the rest of his life. The temporary medical department leader suggested that they should just surrender to the space dogs. That made the captain angry. He told the man that he's so selfish. Then, he walked away. The man chased after him, but the captain had had enough of his nonsense. The captain thought about the number of men they lost. The leaders from the research, technical, medical, navigation, and crisis management teams. And the head cook are all dead. He knew that they're never going to survive the battle with the pirates that way. He thought of abandoning everything and running away. A soldier noticed something. The gun looks different compared to the rest. He uttered that it looked like one of the leader's weapons. That caught the captain's attention. He asked the gun to be brought to him. The soldier gave it to him. He inspected and saw that there's 60% left. It's slightly cracked, but it could still be used for self-defense. Now the captain couldn't trust anyone to protect him but himself. He counted the problems. The monster is still on board, and they'll be encountering the pirates in 2 days. He sighed as he wondered what he should do. Amorph had eliminated most of the leaders. He knew that it's going to take some time for the AI to report the problem. He doesn't think that he needs to worry about Captain Yusung. He decided to expand his nest. There are their spots that he could choose from. Since he had the nest in the cooling chamber, he can choose 2 more places. The most important place is the cafeteria since food is key to survival. He planned to contaminate the food and cut off the supplies. Next is the armory. That's where the plasma launcher is being kept. A morph needs to do something about it before the enemy uses it to kill him. Lastly, the lab. There are various DNA samples and psionium, but the problem is that he had less than a 10% chance of gaining a property from the samples. With just psionium alone, he'll be able to have the power of a juvenile stage amorph. Then he'll be prepared for pirates and other possible enemies. Amorph had made up his mind. He'll create the nest in the cafeteria and the lab, and he decided to steal the plasma launcher. He thought of using the weapon, but he kept thinking about what Arnold said, that his master, Si Hyun Yujin, or whoever that is, might team up with the pirates or disguise himself as one of them. To Amorph, there's nothing scarier than an unknown enemy. He needs to gather everything that he can use. Number 26 greeted him. He felt that number 26 was in a good mood. He assumed that it was because they didn't inject him with any experiments for that day. He asked number 26 if he's feeling good. Number 26 replied that there's no pain. Amorph realized that it would be unlikely for them to run experiments in a situation like that. He assumed that they must all be hiding in their rooms. He thought of making a bold move. The red security light had lit up. The alarm had rung. Number 26 asked Amorph what he's doing. He replied that he's waiting. It's been about 30 minutes and no one is showing up, and that confirms Amorph's thoughts. He doesn't need to sneak around anymore. He removed the cover of the vent. He greeted number 26 that it has been a long time since they met. Amorph noticed that its color looks good and healthy, but he knew that it would starve to death if it stayed there. He wondered if he should bring number 26 with him. A bubble amoeba isn't really picky with food. It's also immune to neurotoxins, so there's no problem keeping it in his nest, or he can take it along with him wherever he goes. He asked if he wanted to get out. Number 26 asked where. He replied that it would be out of the lab. Number 26 enthusiastically replied yes. Amorph reminded it to be careful. Then he charged right into its capsule. And then he shattered the glass and grabbed number 26. Number 26 jumped around while thanking Amorph. He said number 26 to hang on. Number 26 asked what he's doing. He replied that he's making a nest. Then he spat out acid from his mouth. He covered the whole area with it. The acid was like vines that covered the entire lab. Because of that, humans won't be able to use the lab now. He realized he overdid it when he got hungry. He grabbed the brain. He noticed that it's still alive, but it doesn't taste good. But he settled for that now since he's getting nutrients instead of savoring the flavor. Number 26 ate with him. Amorph noticed that number 26 was enjoying the food. But then Amorph sensed something. There's someone coming. One of them is a soldier, and the other one is a researcher. There were only two of them when not even a whole unit could fight Amorph. The door opened. The men were surprised at what they saw. The whole area is covered with vine-like acid. The soldier took a closer look. He didn't realize that the monster was behind him. Eventually, he sensed it, so he raised his gun. He fires away as the monster approaches him. He saw the monster's hand getting closer to his body, and he was stabbed right in the heart. He coughed up blood while tears streamed down his face. Eventually, his body flopped on the ground. The monster made its way to the researcher, and the man begged for mercy. The monster grabbed the man's head. But Amorph got distracted when number 26 yelled, "Pain!" Number 26 hopped to Amorph's shoulder, and it looked like it's complaining. Amorph understood that the researcher is part of the bubble amoeba experiment, and number 26 must have been angry seeing its torturer. Amorph had forgotten that bubble amoeba could kill people too. He stabbed the man with his tail, causing the man to be paralyzed. Then he hands out number 26 to the man. Number 26 jumped to the man's face as if it was ready to devour it. And it actually did. It covered the man's face and melted it. While watching them, Amorph wondered who had it worse. If it's the soldier who died instantly, or the researcher who died slowly with his head melting away. But he didn't think much about it since they all died anyway. So, the process didn't matter that much. While he was feasting on the brain, the system window appeared. He felt lucky. He had reached his goal faster than he expected. He was asked if he would like to unlock physical strengthening. He had eaten over 500 different samples but gained only 3 characteristics, but he's satisfied with what he had acquired. He took number 26 while thinking of heading back to unlock the skill. He said number 26 that it won't take long. He accepted the skill, and his body made loud cracking noises. His legs become larger. Spikes had appeared on his back. Number 26 was impressed by how big he had gotten. Number 26 bounced his way towards him while telling him that he had gotten so big. Amorph told him that he had grown. Number 26 didn't understand what the word meant. Amorph replied that he had grown from a youngling to an adult. Number 26 asked if youngling is a baby. Then he called Amorph a big baby. But when Amorph thought about it, biologically, he's not fully mature, so it isn't entirely wrong. He decided to explain it when number 26 learns how to speak more properly. Amorph noticed that his body feels heavier and sturdier. He felt like a cheetah turned into a rhino. He had become taller, too, and his arms and legs are covered in armor. His legs have acquired strength enhancement and have become much thicker. He checked his characteristics. He now has natural recovery, blade tentacles, and contaminant organs. Natural recovery has been fused with strong vitality and turned into regenerative power. Everything on his stats looked good except for the type penalty. Amorph has no limit to the types it can acquire, but every time it acquires a type, the requirement to obtain a new type doubles. For example, if Amorph had obtained superpower strengthening type first, then the number of the requirements for the physical strengthening type will go from 10 to 20. If it was a game, he'd reconsider the timing of obtaining the type. But he doesn't have a choice with the danger coming ahead. He decided to postpone unlocking the next type. It was time to test his newly obtained characteristics. The durability of the blade tentacles was too weak. He stabbed a pillar, and he realized that it has been upgraded and strengthened by the physical strengthening type. Next, he tried out the contaminant organ. He released acid from his neck. He can apply some of the characteristics that he has, and it can even create spores that pour out acidic liquid. With this, he'll be able to turn the whole ship into a fort. It's the perfect skill to use when fighting with a fierce opponent. Now that he had checked everything, he decided to get going. Number 26 called him baby and asked where he's going. He replied that he's off to the hangar. Amorph was interested to know how the crew will react if they see him now. He imagined them crying or maybe running to the escape pod. He'll find out soon. The humans ran as fast as they could. They had to hurry because the door couldn't wait any longer. When they had entered, the door should have been immediately closed, but it didn't happen because the man in charge was too terrified to make a move. The man got angry and kicked the cowering soldier to move him aside. He hurriedly pulled the lever. The door was slowly closing, but the monster's hands were able to hold it on the remaining gap. Then Amorph pushed it open. He was growling. The men shriek in fear. They all screamed for help. But there was no salvation for them. The monster immediately killed them all. Their bloodied hands left a print on the window. Amorph kept chewing. The sound echoed through the ship. Meanwhile, in another room, Dr. Wei's brows twitched. He's inside a capsule in the recovery room. He looked hideous because his half-face doesn't have any skin, the muscle is seen, and his other eye was shut. He also had bruises all over his body. He wondered what's going on because he couldn't hear any footsteps. His hands trembled. He couldn't believe what's happening. He's too thin. And he wonders what he did to deserve that. He would rather die than live that way. He heard a loud thud. He wondered if it's a soldier. He opened his eyes and the eye socket was empty. The footsteps were familiar. He knew that it was the monster, and it came for him. The monster pressed a button. He wondered what it was doing. Then he felt something squishy on his head. Instantly, number 26 devoured his head. As his head melted, he felt like it was burning. He couldn't speak, but his mind screamed for somebody to just kill him, until he's choking with his own blood. 3 hours later, number 26 crawled out of the capsule. Amorph asked him if he's done eating, and number 26 replied yes. Amorph asked how he feels about his revenge, but number 26 didn't know what that word meant. Amorph explained that it's about eating the person who tortured him, and number 26 replied that it tastes good. Amorph realized that number 26 doesn't feel complex emotions like vengeance, but he's not certain if it just hasn't been learned yet or if it's his nature. He finds it suspicious that researchers are interested in number 26. He hoped that the bubble amoeba wouldn't develop into a sea demon or something. Sea demon lives only on seaplaners like bubble amoeba. It's about 25 meters long and has tentacles that are hidden inside its body. Because of their similar looks in the game, the users suspected sea demon and bubble amoeba had something in common. But it just turned out that the game company didn't put much effort into the character design. But this time, it's their reality. So, no one could really tell the truth about the creature. Number 26 called the Amorph baby and told him that he's full. Amorph noticed that it looked tired. He walked back into the nest. So far, it's coming along fine. Then he had decided what to do next, to look for his next prey, at C08 Space Dog's Drava Cartel ruling area. Someone is yelling for help. A man grabs an arm. A woman is being dragged away by a man and a green male alien. The woman calls for her husband to help her. Her blonde husband demanded that she would be let go. But the man was shot on his back. The woman yelled loudly. The rest of the pirates took the treasure. The pirates were instructed to take everything and to kill all men and capture all women. That is the creed of the Drava cartel. A creature with a mechanical eye looked bored. This creature looked like a lion with a mechanical eye and arm. He looked unhappy because of the low quantity of treasures. This lion creature was addressed as boss, and he was accused of betrayal. The humans hired the mercenaries for protection, so they couldn't believe they did that. The boss replied that the man was a fool for thinking that they are friends. The boss told him that he shouldn't have expected that from a complete stranger. The man cursed at the boss. The man threatened them by saying that the defense forces should be on their way after receiving their distress signal, and the boss and his subordinates will all be executed. But the boss didn't care. The man continued to say that death is too good for trash like them. He vowed to turn them all into Hulk mutants. That elicited a reaction from the boss. He stood up. His subordinate was terrified to offer him his sword. He told the captain that it looked like he's not familiar with the mangacap mercenary code. The boss decided to explain it to him. He grabbed the head of the captain. He stated that it's a crime for a mercenary to betray during a commission, but it's invalid if there's no witness to prove it. He crushed the hope of the captain by saying that the defense guard won't be of any help since no one would be around to explain what happened. The captain asked if he's planning to exterminate them. The boss replied that he's not sure what that word meant, but he's certain of one thing. And he shared that his hobby is to skill mangacap pigs. The scene was horrific as the blood splattered while the man loudly yelled. Later on, the boss opened the door. He was warmly greeted by his subordinate. He threw the skinned face on the ground and commanded his subordinates to take it and deal with it like usual. The boss remembered that they had something to do. His subordinate was confused. Instead of reminding the guy, he just instructed it to go get a manual. Deep inside, the boss was annoyed for being surrounded by idiots. The subordinate informed him that the woman had arrived. She looks like a researcher because of her white lab gown. She nervously asked the boss what he needs from her. The boss asked about the work that needs to be done. She fidgets while finding the courage to answer. Then she explained that they are supposed to meet someone whom her connection introduced her to, but they suddenly went off the grid. The boss yelled, and the woman shrieked. He asked her to explain. She elaborated that a request came in from a research ship led by Captain Yusung Samuel. They asked them to get rid of the body. The boss asked if the Samuels were there. The woman inquired if the boss knows them. The boss replied that they are the third capital of Titan. He asked on whose body it is. She replied that it was a noble capital, a woman from the Yujin family. She added that those men promised to pay them 1,000,000 credits. The boss scoffed at it. He thought that those bastards must be hiding something. He felt that lately, things within mangacap haven't been quite right. Rumors say that the Asura family, the young blood of Mars, is challenging the Yujin family, who has been the king of Earth for the longest time. The Asurans mainly focus on developing vessels, but they have been secretly working on DNA modification. The boss knew that a body from the Yujin family should have all sorts of DNA modifications. He entertained the idea of stealing their body and handing it to Asurans. The Asurans would have been willing to let him name his price for such a body. He grinned at the thought that it was an opportunity for him to get rich. He would love more than anything to rip apart the Asurans for turning him into Hulk mutant, but he understands that a grudge is a grudge and business is business. He remembered Manuel saying that the ship couldn't be reached. He asked if they were ambushed. Manuel isn't sure about it. The boss was annoyed that someone was lurking in their neighborhood. He doesn't know who that is, but he knows that one has guts. The boss decided that as soon as they had finished their business there, they would head for Yusung Samuel's ship. He instructed his crew to prepare to attack. His men were all fired up. He instructed them to blow up the vessel and to ensure not to leave any evidence behind. Their ship made loud noise as it charged up for energy. Then it flew real fast as soon as the adjacent ship blew up. Their speed made them look like a shooting star. The bomb started beeping on the other ship. The explosion was huge. Meanwhile, Amorph is spying. Even when he's in his nest, he senses someone. He placed his hand on the ground and created a link. His senses flowed through the tubes. It was like a dark vine connected to him. Because of that, He figured out that the pirates are drilling through the research vessel's outer hull for forced docking from the outside. He saw the mark of the space dogs. Their drilling is almost over. In no time, they were able to make a hole. They bustled inside. A morph senses that they're heading straight to the bridge. It is evident that they're experts and really know what they're doing. But he wondered if they were really smart or stupid. Because normally, people would have noticed that there's something wrong with the research ship. But maybe those men were just blinded by their greed. The men were surprised at what they saw. The whole area is covered with vine and somewhat acidic. They reported to the boss that they had taken over the bridge, but something was strange. The boss asked what it was. They reported that there's not a single soul on the ship and that there's creepy-looking trees all around them. The boss was angry because it sounds ridiculous to have trees in space. They insisted that they were telling the truth. The boss decided to see it for himself. He threatened them that if they're lying, he's going to smash their head. A morph sensed that they have 2 high-powered engineered hearts and machinery. He also figured out that the Hulk mutant is their leader. He checked on others. There's an insect man that releases pheromones from its body. A Star Union cyborg with a mechanical heart instead of a real one. He was pleased with the multi-species cartel. Since he's having a hard time finding and killing 2 different species aside from humans, it makes it easier to achieve the evolutionary conditions to become juvenile. But then he noticed something. There was an ordinary person with them. It's as if the computer inside this woman's head instead of a brain is making her seem normal. A morph made sure to keep an eye on her. Number 26 asked where he's going. He told him that he will be out, but he advised number 26 to stay in the nest because it's dangerous. He pointed at the plasma gun and requested number 26 to keep it safe for him. He told him that it's important. Number 26 happily obliged. A morph took his chance while the enemy's guard was down. He planned to cut off the path that they can retreat by destroying the power source of their ship. He expected them to protect both the research ship and their own ship, since they are greedy. He had perceived them dividing their forces into looting and defense groups, and while they start dividing into groups, that's when Amorph plans to begin his hunt, like he always does. Amorph's fingers slipped through the door. Then he spread the door open. He made his way inside. It's as if the place doesn't have any security systems at all. But it's not surprising since they're pirates. The pirates must have never thought for a second that they would be the ones getting robbed. He found the nuclear reactor, and it's not far from where he is. He used his super sense to scout his surroundings, and everything's looking good except for those android security robots. They'll alert the central AI system as soon as they get attacked. He wondered how he'll get past them without getting caught. He noticed something, and it made his mouth drool. He decided to go eat something first. He rushed through the hallway, but he abruptly stopped when he noticed people passing through. It was a human and an insect man. He decided to deal with them there. He sneaked on the side of the human. The human was confused when he saw something swinging on his face, but he no longer has time to react because in the next second, his head was cut off. The insect man was surprised at what he saw. He pressed on the radio, but the tentacles grabbed his limb. Then his hand was cut off. It fell to the ground together with the phone. Blood gushed out of his arm. Then he was tackled by the Amorph. Amorph grabbed all his limbs. He tried to ask for help. But at the next moment, his head was ripped from the body. Amorph munched on them. As what he's expecting, the NPC species doesn't help fulfill the evolution condition. Someone can be heard speaking through the radio. The patrol team was asked on what's going on. Amorph said that it was nothing. The guy on the other line was assured and reprimanded him for not answering fast. He was told to quit slacking off, and he just apologized. Amorph pushed open another door. He doesn't see any value fighting the androids. He looked around the area. He sprayed his acid all over the place, and when it dissolved the ground, the nuclear power was revealed, just as he thought. A human would have noticed it right away, but he's dealing with androids. It's not trained to handle unexpected situations. The engine was clear. There was a loud banging sound followed by the control room's request for a backup since it was reported that the monster was trying to break down the door. The guys in the control room realized that there's not enough men to be sent to help them. One guy asked about the captain and the team leader. The man replied that the team leader is dead. All of them were in a state of franticness as their doom awaits them. They were informed that the monster was breaking the door, and they were instructed to prepare for battle. They expressed how they didn't want to die. Meanwhile, the pirates' jaws dropped as they tried to take in the sight before them. They were watching the events that happened on the ship earlier. The boss wondered, what's going on? He noticed that there were weird plants and no sign of people. It was like a ghost ship. They wanted to find out more about the attacker, so he had his man replayed the footage. But what they saw were several men without limbs, or with limbs but had already lost their minds. Not a single person on the ship is in proper condition, so it made the boss even more curious as to what those people fought with. He instructed his men to play more videos from the past. They watched the crisis management team leader instruct B3 to join as soon as his transmission is fixed. The boss realized that it was the person in charge of defending the ship. He also recognized Yusung Samuel. He noticed that all the manpower was down and the top management was shaken. What he saw next surprised him. The monster attacking from above, and hiding behind the expensive devices and strategically using the fire extinguisher. The boss knew that it was an intelligent creature. Because of that, it's also a highly dangerous one. He watched how the monster attacked Arnold. At first, the boss was worried about how he would deal with the Eugene family, but now he knew that he should worry about retrieving the body safely first. He called for Manul, but she was in a daze. He called out loudly, and that surprised her. The boss clarified what she said earlier, that she lost contact yesterday. She replied that the initial plan was to meet yesterday, but the vessel didn't arrive, so they had to search for it the whole day. The boss had figured out the details of the vessel on his way there, but the problem is they don't know what that creature is. But since they had infiltrated in silence, he assumed that the creature didn't know that they had arrived. He commanded them to find that creature first and kill it. Then they will look for the body. His subordinate reported that they have a problem. He asked what it was. The man reported that their ship's engine had broken down. The boss was taken aback. He angrily yelled that it can't be when it's perfectly fine. But then the man reported that the engine had completely melted down, so it's impossible to fix. The boss slammed the table and cursed loudly. He punched the table as he expressed how he'll rip that creature to pieces. The desk crumbled. Using his loud voice, he called Manul. He asked her if she could run the ship. She replied that she has to check. The angry boss threw something past her and it exploded. Her fear drove her to say that she can do it. He assigned 3 men to help her out while the rest of them will go with him to find that damned monster. He instructed them to move quickly, otherwise if they got behind, he'd bash their heads. Meanwhile, our MC used his super sense. Knowing that the boss was angry made him laugh. Unbeknownst to them, there are still survivors on the ship. There are 20 of them hiding in there, including the captain and the upper management. Amorph didn't spare them out of mercy. He knew a fight would break out since MangaCapped hates pirates. He plans to take advantage of that fight. Currently, there are 3 pirates and a woman who is pretending to be normal in the control room. This would be Amorph's chance to attack, but he had a bad feeling about it. The Amorph's instinct is warning him that the woman is dangerous. It made him wonder if that woman is Arnold's master. He recalled Arnold saying that his master had various abilities, but Amorph was confused as to why Arnold says that he and the woman are similar when the woman looked like a genetically modified human. But considering that the woman is a noble capital of MangaCapped who is obsessed with extending life, it's very likely that she's been modified beyond the extent of Kisaragi. If the woman is modified to the extent of a player, she may be hard to defeat, even if Amorph evolves into a juvenile. It made him grin since it has been a while since he fought with a genetically modified human. Seeing such a strong opponent both scares and excites him at the same time. But for now, he had decided to keep that woman, who he's guessing to be Si-hyun Yujin. Now, he's focused on dealing with the pirates first. The pirates were scared as they heard the grinding of the teeth. The boss is angry. He exudes a terrifying aura. Their radio made a beeping sound. The man called out to his boss. He reported that the biological detector had detected humans. The boss replied, "So?" The man replied that it was pointing towards the captain's cabin, but the path was blocked, so he suggested drilling a hole nearby. He flinched when the captain yelled and called him a fucking moron. The captain asked the man if he asked permission if he needed to pee. He immediately went to work. They drilled a hole, he kicked it open. He glanced at the detector. In a blink of an eye, he was shot on the face. The firing continued, so the rest had to take cover. The captain told the idiots to move. He rushed head on. He slammed his weapon on the human's face. Then he punched the next. He was going wild. The humans exclaimed that there's a monster. It was a bloody scene. A few moments later, a man groaned pitifully. Eventually, his bones were broken, and he died. The researcher shrieked at the blood gushing out. He panics as the boss approaches him. He told the boss that he surrendered. But the boss replied that their cartel doesn't care about surrender. The man introduced himself as the medical team leader of the ship, and he told them that he would be of use to them. That caught the boss's attention. The boss asked where the captain was and why the doctor was in the captain's cabin. That triggered the doctor, but he immediately composed himself. He shared that the captain left to escape the ship. The boss verified if the captain had abandoned his crew and ran away. The doctor replied that he had no idea if the captain got away safely. Internally, the boss complains that the whole thing sucks. The ship was wrecked, and the only human who knows about the whereabouts of the body is on an escape ship. But he thought that the doctor might know. He asked the guy if he knew where the bodies were. He asked where they would place the body of a noble capital. The doctor replied that the monster has it. Hearing about the monster made the boss annoyed. He punched the wall as he asked why the monster would need a dead body. The doctor replied that the monster eats humans. Hearing that made the boss realize that he doesn't have enough time left. He instructed his men to spread out and find the monster. He commanded them to move in 6 and to report as soon as there's a problem. The boss glanced at the doctor and recalled that the doctor expressed that he wants to be a pirate, and it just so happens that they are in need of a doctor too. The boss asked if the doctor had any knowledge of genetic remodeling. The doctor nervously replied yes. He told the captain that he could trust him. Amorph watched them through his supersense. Amorph was disappointed that the boss ended the humans quickly, but it wasn't surprising since the leader was a Hulk mutant. He noticed that the pirates moved like a regular army. He decided to get moving too. Number 26 wanted to come with him, but he told him to stay inside. But number 26 insisted that he'll help. Deep inside, Amorph noticed that it's acting like a child who wants to help his father. He realized that number 26 must also need battle experience. Even if it can't be of much help to him, he can't let it get away. He picked him up. He advised them to be careful since their enemies are dangerous. Number 26 responded that Amorph should be careful too. Amorph thought about where to begin. He decided to start in the armory. There were pirates in there. The pirates complained the area was a jungle. They had no idea as to what kind of monster has the ability to grow plants taller than the door. The pirates need to get rid of all the plasma cutters. They slashed the vines, but they were surprised that it secretes green fluid. They thought it was mucus. One pirate complained how disgusting it is, especially given that it sprayed on his upper body. Another pirate was about to say something, but he stopped mid-sentence. He noticed his sword melting. Then the man who was sprayed with the fluid earlier yelled loudly. His face started melting and it looked hideous. It made the rest of them confused. They heard stomping sounds, and in an instant the pirate was stabbed right on the chest. The rest yelled that the monster was there. They commented that it looked different from what they saw. 3 pirates fired at it. But it had no effect on the monster. The monster charged at them, and with its blade tentacles the pirates' bodies were sliced. The insect man was about to escape. But to his surprise, the bubble amoeba covered his face. His body trembled from the pain. Suddenly, Amorph heard someone asking for help. There was a guy on the phone reporting that the monster was there. Before he could ask for backup, his skull was already bitten, and Amorph continuously chewed on it. It could be heard from the radio that the person on the other side is asking where they are. Amorph picked up the radio and replied that it was nothing. The man on the other side got angry. He reprimanded him, and Amorph just apologized. Amorph decided to keep the radio since it could be a useful distraction. He noticed that the guy was still breathing despite his body being melted away. He wondered if it's because he's a cyborg from Star Union. In contrast to MangaCap, who improved and modified genes, Star Union believes in replacing weak human bodies with machines. The problem is that they force their beliefs onto other species as well. Any species they take hostage will be modified regardless of their will. MangaCap and Star Union are both crazy. A morph ate the machine. He was worried about it for a bit, but then he assumed that he'd be okay even if he ate it. He finds the taste interesting. There was a strong, coppery taste of oil. Out of the blue, the window screen appeared. Just like in the game, the cyborgs are treated as a separate species. The window screen displayed that he had met the conditions to evolve from a youngling to a juvenile. It was an unexpected surprise. He recalled that there were 12 cyborg pirates on the ship. He can evolve to the next stage right away if he eats them all. Number 26 asked what he's excited about. He replied that it's something number 26 wouldn't know. Some may call the space dogs the disaster of space, but to a morph, they're like Santa bringing presents on Christmas. A golem man fired away. A morph grabbed the man's face, and he ripped off the head. He watched its face, while blood gushed out from the body. A morph took down 2 teams already, but he lost 3 cyborgs. He noticed that the recent man looked like the one that was covered in acid in the armory. Everything melted but the legs. He decided to rip the leg to eat it. He took a bite. He spat it out. He also didn't get any predation effects. There was a low chance of that happening with the body that he didn't kill. His tail swung as he stabbed the man that number 26 was eating. Number 26 asked if he's angry. He explained that he had to kill anything that looked like that. He pointed at something else and informed number 26 that he can have that instead. He felt bad doing that to number 26, but he had no choice. He heard voices from the man's arm. Those who are still alive were requested to report back. One team reported that there's a lot to take in the cargo compartment, while the other team reported that the restaurant is messy since everything has gone bad. Amorph mimicked the guy and reported that he's currently searching the armory. The control room asked the ones in the lab to answer. Amorph ate a man, so his voice changed, then he replied that the lab is clear. The control room was confused since it isn't the voice of the one in charge of the radio. He explained that the man in charge was just getting ready to clear out. The control room accepted that explanation. Amorph noticed that those guys are pretty systematic for pirates. The boss is just a Hulk mutant, but he decided to keep an eye on him. Putting those thoughts aside, he couldn't believe that he's hanging out with Bubble Amoeba. The game community would freak out when they saw that. The Amorph itself is specialized for acting alone, but himself, in reality, wasn't the friendly type. Things are getting different from what he used to know about the game. It makes him nervous, but excited at the same time. The boss sensed that something was fishy. He's pretty strict about reporting duties because of his military background. So someone who knows what happens if he breaks the rule would not make such a mistake. His wild instincts in his genes are warning him that it's a trap. The boss told the guys that something is off about the guys in the lab. He instructed everyone to head to the lab. The boss asked the doctor the whereabouts of the escape ship and the engine room of the vessel. The doctor showed him the way. The boss is fuming inside because he didn't like anyone touching his warship. He planned to figure out an escape route and put a bomb in the engine room. He expected the engine to be nuclear infused, so having a small bomb is fine. After he gets out safely, he'll blow up the bomb remotely, and the monster will blow up with the vessel. He knows that his men on the ship will also die, but he's confident that there are a lot of creatures out there that want to be a pirate. He'll just take Manol and the doctor. He called the doctor. He asked him if he knew about the monster's weakness. The doctor replied no, and that made the boss angry. The pirate threatened him to answer properly, but the doctor insisted that he's telling the truth. The boss knew that the doctor was a coward, but for him to say so little, it just meant that the doctor is more afraid of the monster than him. The boss asked about the characteristics of the monster, to which the doctor described the monster who moves like a ghost. The doctor elaborated that the monster eats humans in the blink of an eye, and it doesn't leave a single piece of body behind. They didn't even notice, even if anyone was gone, until much later. The boss told them that it could be because they're just idiots. The doctor defended that there are numerous security systems on the ship, so many that they could hardly count. But he added that the monster was still able to avoid it all and kill people. That's why he described it as a ghost. Internally, the boss finds it ridiculous, but it also seems like the doctor is telling the truth. He decided to round up his men. He told them that there were changes in their plan. He gathers them before they come to the lab. Amorph commented that the boss was a clever guy. He didn't fall for Amorph's imitation, which even fooled humans. It could be the wild instincts of a Hulk mutant, but it was too late now. Amorph used his super sense. The pirates are complaining, but they are heading to the location. Amorph planned to attack them with a new plan this time. His tentacles merged with the vines. He just created nest maneuver. His cognitive abilities expand through those branches. The flow of his senses rides through the current of consciousness and takes over the corridors and the rooms. The subsidiary organ connection has been completed. The pirates are literally on his stomach now. The pirates noticed that the vines wriggled. A morph activated paralytic spores, so the vines released black mist. It instantly affected the pirates. Their mouths foamed, killing them instantly. A morph can use the nest maneuver more fluently when he becomes a juvenile. He just tried it out of curiosity, but it worked. A morph felt dizzy because of the exhaustion. He suddenly felt hungry from using so much energy at once. Number 26 bounced towards him and asked where he's going. He invited him to eat since he's been so hungry. A few moments later, our MC grabbed the corpse. He tore the muscles apart by using his teeth. He noticed that it's likely for pirates to abandon their fellow mates. Not that A Morph minds it. It's actually better for him since he doesn't have to fight to eat. Number 26 kept munching too. 5 out of 7 he killed are cyborgs. He checked on how much he needed to evolve. He has 8 cyborgs now, so he only needs 2 more, and it won't be long until he evolves into a juvenile. The other 5 cyborgs had escaped. They went to the training room. He wondered why they went there of all places. He assumed that those pirates thought that they would have a clearer view and better shot angles, since the training room is more spacious than other rooms. The only problem is that the previous crew thought of the same thing. The place where they've been strengthening bonds with their comrades had long been turned into a slaughterhouse because of Amorph. Amorph could feel the pirates' pheromones and breaths through the door. The pirates must have been shocked at the sight of the room. He informed number 26 to get behind him since it will get dangerous. More than 20 people were killed in that place, and killing 5 more doesn't make any difference. Amorph dashed towards them. The pirates fired at him. It didn't have any effect on him. He approaches them. The pirate cursed that the guns weren't working against the monster. He decided to give up on it. He took out a lightsaber. The man intimidated the monster by telling it that he's the second in command of the Drava cartel. He swung his lightsaber while daring the monster to approach him. Amorph used his super sense and realized that it was a sonic blade. It could damage his shell. But he knew that the weapon doesn't matter when the one holding it doesn't know how to use it right. Amorph's subsidiary organ tells him that the man is an ordinary male in his 30s with lifestyle diseases. It's so typical of a pirate to act hastily. The man swung his sonic blade. But Amorph easily scratched him. The man crashed on the dumbbells, but Amorph didn't take a rest on pursuing the man. The man cursed at the monster. Amorph was astonished. The man is the first prey to be that persistent since Arnold. He decided to kill the man before that man experiences more pain. He stabbed it with his tail. Now, there are 4 left. He's guessing that they're hiding in the dressing room. The system window appeared. It made him curious. He had acquired human gene essence, so now he can claim human nature. He wondered what characteristic is that. The name sounds overly comprehensive, but he's not in a position to be picky. He wondered if he should accept it. Thousands of characteristics exist in space survival. However, not all of them are advantageous. For example, the Hulk mutant's rampage characteristic. They gain twice the physical ability, but lose the ability to control themselves. There are characteristics that disadvantages outweigh advantages. The characteristics with ambiguous names were usually lethal. Given that space survival itself is like a dystopia full of vicious beings, there's Star Union who kidnaps people and turns them into robots. Then there's also mangacaps who create monsters by remodeling genes however they like. It's a universe where species like them lead human civilization. There's a way that would be a characteristic that gives human qualities. He thought about it. And if it's a characteristic that strengthens human emotions, it's a disadvantage to an amorph that feeds on intelligence. The risk is too high, so he decided to decline. Suddenly, he felt something. His subsidiary organ warned him to reconsider. He realized that it could be valuable. He thought about it since the tiny tentacles never forced him to make dangerous choices. He decided to trust it. He accepted. A bright light appeared. Then, that's it. Nothing happened. He checked his head, but nothing was coming out. He tried to feel it, but there's no extreme guilt in his heart. Human nature is a mental characteristic. 3 more, and Amorph will be able to acquire superpower enhancement type. Human nature would help Amorph make the right decision when he's in a pinch, and his choice would be worth it. He scratched his head as he commented that the characteristic is neither good nor bad. He decided to focus on the fact that he had accomplished the type conditions. Number 26 approached him and asked if he's okay. He asked what was wrong. Number 26 told him that he wasn't moving, and it was strange. Deep inside, he knew that number 26 shouldn't worry about him. They get moving. A morph could smell the pirates from different parts of the training room, and he had no intention of letting any of them go. In the sea of blood, people were screaming for help. One man held his gun with his trembling hand. He hid in the closet while wondering if he's going to be the next. Compared to the other guys, he considered himself pretty decent, so reasoned that he didn't deserve to die. The creaking noise made him alert. As the sound continued, he could feel that his end was coming. He wished for Chief Zubaka to look over him. In his head, he begged this person. A morph knew which direction he should go. The man let out a sigh of relief when he heard footsteps going far away from where he was. He planned to run away once everything is over. He'll go to Star Union. He glanced at the small opening. At that moment, he was stabbed in the abdomen. Then, from the small hole of the closet door, the monster slid his fingers, and then pushed it open. The man was surprised. He saw those bloodied, razor-sharp teeth. He screamed loudly. Eventually, he was eaten. His machine parts fell to the ground. A morph munched on the body while thinking that no one could hide from him. A morph has finished 11 cyborgs now. He just needed one more. But the problem is that the other one is in the control room, and the person he wants to avoid is in that room, the human with modified genes whom he assumes is from the Yujin family. He decided to take care of the leader first. Then his tiny tentacles made him sense something. A man fired at him while cursing. A morph was able to dodge. He scratched the ceiling. The boss was furious that his men got killed, even his second in command. A morph didn't expect the boss to find him first, but it's for the better. A Hulk mutant has many useful genes. A morph took this as a chance to replenish his gene essence before he moves on to the control room. He noticed that the temporary medical team leader was there. He didn't expect that the man would side with pirates. But it doesn't matter because the man would end up in Amorph's stomach anyway. He told number 26 to hide himself. Number 26 expressed that he's scared and that Amorph should be careful. Amorph replied that there's nothing to worry about. Number 26 attached himself to the wall. Then he camouflaged himself. He told Baby to be careful. Amorph observed the boss, and he's more intimidating than Amorph expected. The boss is bulky and over 3 meters tall. Some could say that Amorph won't stand a chance, because the boss was an improved Hulk mutant. Amorph was excited to see what that man is capable of. The pirates in the control room watch on the screen. One person suggested going to where the boss is, but the others didn't like the idea because they have to follow the command of helping Manul. They asked Manul how much longer it would take. She replied that she's almost done. The pirate asked why the piece of crap is taking so long. Manul explained that it's because of the AI of the MangaCap battleship. It's the core of space engineering and computer science, so it can't be easy. The pirates don't understand a thing of what she just said. They told her to just hurry up. In her mind, she commended Arnold for doing well. The monster cunningly hid itself using a smokescreen, but it can't fool her, who has her remote viewing. She noticed that the creature emptied the lab and got his hands on the gene samples. It was indeed a clever creature. According to the records, the creature only took the samples. That means that the creature knows how to use its skills. She wondered if the monster absorbs genes and evolves. If that's the case, the creature is like her. Because of that, she's certain that the boss named El Chen won't be able to win. El Chen is nothing but a monster, strengthened by the will of others. She described him as a miserable being who doesn't even know what he's made up of. She was getting fed up with him, so his end would be good news for her. The pirates are no longer of use to her. She decided to reduce the number of genes that the monster can obtain. They asked her if she's done, but they were confused with her behavior. Manol has several names. She removed her eyeglasses. A blade appeared on her forearm. The enemies of MangaCap call her the Helix Witch, but the family calls her Shadow and treats her with awe. The head of the family, Akira Yujin, calls her Code White, and the person who was once her father called her Si Hyun. She is the epitome of genetic engineering of the Yujin family, and the only forgotten heir to the lineage in the family. Back to the impending fight, the boss took a step. He attacked the monster. A morph was able to evade that. A morph pushed him with his fingers, and his other limb hit the metal leg. The boss staggers as he groans. A morph's tentacle hit a capsule, and he sensed a static. His superpower organ strings were electrified. That's when he realized that the boss had laid out the pulse grenade without his knowledge. He wondered if the boss thinks he's some sort of battle android. If that's the case, the boss was wrong. But his selection of weapons was good. The boss found out that the creature wasn't a new weapon created by Star Union. He asked the creature if he understood him. The boss moved a part of his thick hair. It revealed a red button embedded on his body. A morph wondered if it's the rampage switch. The boss said that he installed a bomb in the nuclear reactor, and the detonator is synced with his heart. He told the creature that if he dies, the whole ship will explode and everyone will die. A morph used his super sense since he's suspicious. The doctor's body reaction tells him that the boss isn't lying. A morph focused on the important thing, whether the boss would blow up the bomb or not. The boss noticed that the creature seemed to value his own life. He noted that this creature has high intelligence, a transcendent body, and arrogance. So he knew that there's nothing about the creature that would lower his will to survive. He pressed his blade on the button on the side of his head. His cells started moving. It became abnormal. It was like they were evolving like crazy. And that made the boss scream and cough blood. His bones made a cracking sound. It looked like he turned into a tenacious beast. He was breathing heavily. Then he growled loudly. Inside his head, Amorph finds the boss hideous. It looked like more things happened to him, and not just the transplantation of genes. The boss stomped, and it shattered the ground beneath him. Amorph recognized that he's got the genes of the mountain crawler. They're also called the dragons of the rocks because of their hard shells. The boss roared loudly. Then it moved fast. Amorph hit its chest with his tail, but he stopped the second he saw the bomb. And that's when Amorph took a blow. The boss waited for his reaction, but he got confused when Amorph didn't move. Then suddenly, Amorph scurried away. It made the boss angry. He was growling while Amorph maintained a safe distance from him. Amorph's body is throbbing. He could have been dead if not for his rock-hard head. It made him wonder why the boss brought up the bomb when he aimed for the head instead. He realized that the enemy was just playing dirty. The boss told Amorph that its attack is no use. Amorph knew that unless he aims for the heart, there aren't many places he can aim for. The shells of the enemy are way too strong. Nothing should be able to break through that unless it's a plasma weapon. Amorph knew that he could win as long as he could stab the boss anywhere on his body, but it seems like the boss knew that, so he went after Amorph's tail. The enemy charged, but Amorph was confident since his tail isn't the only thing that's dangerous about him. He dodged the attack. Then he leapt away while the enemy kept attacking him. Amorph can emit poison from his teeth and fingernails. He knew he would win if he broke the shell and attacked. It made him think on how he could get through that shell that the enemy is confident about. And that's when he grabbed the sonic blade. Hulk mutants have an inveterate weakness. Amorph knew that he had to hold out until that weakness came to surface. The cargo hold is where Amorph woke up to the world. And there's no better place than that to stall time. A loud rumbling sound echoed in the cargo area. The boss chased after Amorph. He'd crush into several things, but he didn't mind. The cockroaches in the area scurried away. One of those cockroaches got stabbed by Amorph's tail. Amorph ate it while thinking that he had no chance against the boss's monstrous strength. Hulk mutants are quick and strong, but they use up energy fast. That's why he has to take a short break in the middle. If he continues to provoke him into using his energy, he expects the Hulk mutant's body to stop attacking whether he likes it or not. There's only one option left for Amorph, and that is to wait. The Hulk mutant yelled to ask where that insolent insect is. Amorph kept himself hidden while waiting for the chance that would come soon. Amorph remembered that the guy has 2 hearts. He wondered which one was connected to the detonator. Amorph knew that Hulk mutants have a main heart on the left side. So, it's very likely that he connected the detonator there. However, Amorph recognized that the boss is a clever one, so he couldn't be certain on where it would be located. To his surprise, the Hulk mutant had located him. Amorph ran away quickly. But the guy chased him, and even called him a coward. The Hulk mutant's body lets out a steam. Then he was panting. Amorph noticed that. He assumed that the Hulk mutant had reduced his weakness as he was being enhanced. Normally, he would have stopped moving by now, but nothing has changed except for his speed. It looked like he couldn't completely get rid of the break time. Amorph took the chance and jumped in on the Hulk mutant from behind. The Hulk mutant grabbed a slab of stone and threw it on Amorph's way. Amorph leapt around to evade the attacks, then he landed on the ground. The Hulk mutant roared loudly. Then he smacked Amorph right on the head. Amorph grits his teeth as he endures it. He eventually found his chance, and he hit the Hulk mutant with his secret weapon, and it cracked the guy's bones. Amorph followed the attack with a bite. With that, he injected poison to the Hulk mutant. This ugly-ass mutant then screamed as he received the unexpected attack. The Hulk mutant got angry and threw Amorph towards the wall. The Hulk mutant was about to punch Amorph, but then he staggered. Amorph grinned. The Hulk mutant couldn't believe that his body started trembling. His legs were wobbly. He lost his balance and fell on the ground. Amorph noticed that the paralysis effect is not as effective as it would be on humans. He expected the poison to have spread on the body now. The Hulk mutant asked for help, but Amorph mercilessly stabbed him in the throat with his sharp tail. Then he started ripping out the ugly ass's flesh. Eventually, he found what he was looking for. The detonator was attached to his second heart on the right. The timer starts when it's struck with force. The second heart limits the side effects of genetic manipulation. It made Amorph wonder if the guy was trying to take him down with him, knowing that he would die anyway if the detonator got damaged. It's going to take some time to disassemble the detonator, and as a reward for himself, he decided to enjoy the Hulk mutant's genetic sample. Then number 26 calls him. He reminded him to stay hidden. Number 26 reported that they're in trouble. Amorph asked why. Suddenly, a signal prompted him. Amorph saw a vision of his morbid ending. If he continues to stay right here, he'll receive a fire attack that will kill number 26 as well. For a brief moment, he was frozen in shock. When he regained his senses, he dashed away. He immediately grabbed number 26. At that moment, a fire broke out behind them. Si-hyun stepped forward and saw that the monster got away. She was curious how the monster got the prediction. Amorph planned to deal with her last, and he didn't expect her to come there herself. He noticed the shiny blade protruding from her hand. Her genes are mixed with those of the white Galergon and another high-level organism. Not only that, there are dozens of visible genetic traits. Amorph knew that he couldn't beat her in his current state. He felt his body warning him not to confront that creature. He needed to step back and reorganize. The Hulk mutant recognized Manol and called her. She told him that he did well and stabbed him. Her sword pierced through the detonator. She couldn't let the space monster escape. Amorph was in a pinch. He thought of what to do next. The timer on the bomb should have been activated with her stabbing the Hulk mutant. Amorph knew that it would be suicide if he attacks her now. He decided to observe the enemy and get information. He noticed that her eyes are different. He wondered if those are the eyes of the Outspace Observer or maybe Daredevil's. Si-hyun told him that she has a suggestion. Because he seems to be like her, she plans to spare his life if he agrees to serve her. In other words, she wants Amorph to become her pet. She knows that he's a creature that relies on genes, so she's certain that she can be the perfect master for him. She urged him to join her. Amorph tried to process that. The formidable Si-hyun Yujin is demanding him to be her slave. A gust of wind blew. Amorph has confirmed that Si-hyun isn't lying. Well, not that she has a reason to. He's also aware that the blade on her wrist is the claw of Galergon, and that even with his hard shell, he won't be able to protect himself from that. Plus, she also got plenty of other weapons to kill him with. Number 26 called him. Amorph knew that submitting to her is the most reasonable choice. Si-hyun grinned. Amorph walked towards her. She told him that he's making the right choice. Number 26 pats Amorph, while assuring him that she's right by his side. Amorph was thinking how Si-hyun had no idea why he liked Amorph. She doesn't know that he's so obsessed with the crappy, useless character or why people call him the Morph Park on online communities. The reason is simple. It's because of the freedom to choose. Because, with the choices that he makes, it grows stronger and indefinitely. That's why he loves Amorph. That is why there is only one choice for him. With just a step away from Si-hyun, Amorph stopped while he bowed. Number 26 noticed how strange he's acting. Si-hyun reached out to pat him while praising him for being a good boy. But Si-hyun was taken aback. Amorph splashed poison on her. It landed right on her face. Immediately, he retreats and scurries away. So-hyun's eyes remain shut while she grins at the choice that Amorph made. She was thrilled that Amorph chose to play. She threw fire on Amorph, but he continued running. Amorph knew that she's stronger than him, and she's the most challenging enemy he had faced since he became an Amorph. However, he fought other outstanding enemies, and he always wins. He decided to teach her a lesson, that fighting isn't all about strength. The floors creaked. As the Hulk mutant's hand shifted, he tried to lift himself up while cursing at those bastards. He's mad that she betrayed him. He vowed to bring her down and make her beg for her life. He was furious that the device got destroyed. It will be all over for him if he can't get to the engine room in 10 minutes. But his strong will of not dying kept him strong. He crawled his way to the engine room while thinking that he's different from others, because he is Elchindrava. Meanwhile, Amorph is trying to run for his life. Number 26 asked Amorph if he's in pain. Amorph replied that it's all better. Number 26 asked, "Really?" Amorph pats him and replies yes. Amorph knew that Si-hyun's daredevil eyes have X-ray vision, so a surprise attack won't work. And even if he hides, she'll find him in no time. And he's certain that she also has other sensual abilities other than her eyes. Amorph knew that he's working on a tight schedule, and stalling for time won't work in his favor. He expected Si-hyun to have realized by then that he's worried about the bomb. Because of that, she'll probably expect that he will try to escape using the escape pod. He assumes that she's going to block the entrance to the hangar and corner him. That's likely her strategy, and then she'll try to subdue him with her overwhelming power. In other words, standard tactics. It was like she's using the same strategy that he used on the pirates. It's like fighting with another game player. For now, he decided to focus on eliminating the enemy rather than the bomb. As for the information that he doesn't know, it will just surface once he faces her. The problem is that his attack and defense abilities are much lower than those of his enemy. Amorph kept thinking of some other way. Then he thought of something, the item in the lab. Because of that, he might just be able to turn the tables around. It was the psionium. Once taken, Amorph could use the ability of a juvenile body for a limited time. The technique Si-hyun uses is called the sword dance. It's Galargon's technique that includes psychic powers. Amorph has zero tolerance for psychic power at the moment, but when he evolves into a juvenile, he'll gain that tolerance. And if Si-hyun's claw was just transplanted to her, Amorph assumed that his shell would be able to withstand it, and he'd be able to launch a long-range attack. The only downside is that it requires a lot of energy. Amorph knew that he had to finish her within the limited time. He has no time to worry about his energy. He said number 26 to wait for a moment, then he let her down. Number 26 asked him where he's going, and he replied that he needs to get something. He looked around the shelves. Then he found it. In the game, only a buff notification appeared when he took it. It made him wonder what it's like in real life. He'll find that out himself. Surprisingly, number 26 immediately stopped him. He asked him what's wrong. Number 26 stayed silent for a moment. Number 26 was wiggly from anxiety. Amorph wondered why it's acting like that. In normal circumstances, he would wait for him to answer. But Amorph is running out of time now. He drank the liquid from the container. Right after that, his heart pounded loudly. He feels like his whole body is on fire. His bones are cracking and his veins are popping out. His body broke through from its old shell. Major transformation is happening on his muscles. He screamed loudly because it was so painful. But he knew he can't just pass out. The evolution kept going, until his eyes had changed, and his whole body became larger and stronger. He has large horns now, and his limbs had increased. Our boy became more chonky and muscular. You guys know shits goes down when you see an alien like this. Meanwhile, number 26 bounced with joy. He's impressed that baby got big again. Amorph's evolution worked. He took out his screen. It states there that he's temporarily a juvenile. He also noticed some changes in his characteristics. The reinforced exoskeleton has been upgraded to a monstrous exoskeleton. He has magnificent horns on top of his head now. He should be able to use them to ram into his enemies or stab them. He inspected his body and saw his new spike bone launcher organ on his left hand. Its strength matches that of a plasma pistol, and he can even apply characteristics to it. His outer shell is covered with a shield that protects him from psychic power. He can now stop Galargon claws with that. The last thing that he checked is the time limit. In the game, the effect of sonium lasted for 5 minutes. He assumed that the time limit should be about the same in reality. Si-hyun was within range of his senses, so he knew he should hurry. A morph released red mist to drain Si-hyun of her strength as much as possible before the fight. After releasing that mist, he used Link. 5 minutes isn't a long time. He decided to settle the match as quickly as possible. Si-hyun is walking down the hallway. She paused when she saw something wriggle at the ceiling. Then it bursts, splashing her with acid. Her body sizzled. She countered it with her fire, making a portion of the ship explode. It created a loud rumbling sound. A morph had sensed that Si-hyun was coming. He grabbed number 26 and told him to hold on tight since they will be running. A morph started running as fast as he could. He assumed that Si-hyun destroyed the mucus with her sword with just one blow. He planned to lure her to the spot where the nuclear reactor is. He knew that Si-hyun wouldn't be able to fight at full strength there. Even the slightest touch or wave will cause an explosion. It doesn't matter how many genes Si-hyun has, it's impossible to survive a nuclear explosion. A morph is almost there, just one more sector. But he halts, and that was because of one thing. Si-hyun had just blocked his way. She prepared for combat. A morph threw number 26 to safety. Si-hyun released several waves of fire using her sword. A morph was hit. He endures the attack. It wasn't in vain since he was able to see the course of Si-hyun's claw attack. Normally, he wouldn't be able to see it. He wondered if it was because of his superpower organ. Si-hyun tilts her head in confusion. A morph's feet made a loud cracking sound. He charged towards her. Si-hyun was excited. She slashed him with her sword. A morph was hurt. Si-hyun noticed that A morph became faster than before. She was about to kick him, but he was able to evade. A morph attacked her with his arm, but she dodged it. Si-hyun looked like she's enjoying this. She told A morph that his attacks aren't enough. A morph wrapped his limb around her. While holding on to her, he attacked with another arm. At the very last second, Si-hyun was able to react. She moved her arm to deflect it. It chopped off a part of the limb. She told him that he's not bad, since he was able to corner her. She unleashed a pink aura around her and A morph loosened the grip on her waist. He was surprised to see her red hair. In a split second, his tail was slashed, and the tip was completely severed from his body. He was in pain. Si-hyun noticed that he created distance between them. She figured out that A morph must have known about red mist. In his head, A morph admitted that she isn't an easy opponent. Red mist is a predator that lives on a jungle-type planet. Its manes emit a menacing pheromone that causes hallucinations. If she has the hallucinating skills of a red mist as well, then A morph have to defeat her before the psionium effect wears off. A morph knew that panicking won't do anything. He needed to stay calm and wait for his chance. He charged forward, and that made Si-hyun thrilled. A morph was able to deflect the sword on her right hand, but A morph was almost stabbed in the chest with her left sword. But before Si-hyun could do it, a morph splashed acid on her face, causing her to turn away. Then a morph slashed her arm off. Si-hyun was infuriated. While a morph is retreating, he shoots her some spikes from his body. Si-hyun watched as it approached her. She deflected those spikes with her sword. A morph had observed her and finally figured out what was wrong with her. She certainly has the skills that match those of the players, but unlike them, she has a critical weakness. And that is, she can't use two abilities at once. Si-hyun grits her teeth. She told him that he's getting on her nerves. Because of that, she decided to kill him. A morph has to know how long it takes her to switch up her powers. He's certain that there's a gap no matter how fast she does it. He was looking for the moment when she becomes defenseless and normal. Once he has that, A morph plans to make changes in his strategy. He charged forward, with the intention to corner her. Meanwhile, Number 26 narrates a story of a slime opening her eyes to a cold and heavy world. Some intelligent beings called it seabed, and that was her home. It was a harsh environment with low temperatures and high pressure. However, she didn't think it was all that bad. There were others who protected her. The slimes were weak, and they always had to fear for their lives. In normal cases, that is. When the slime realized that she had a special power, she used it to protect her own kind from predators. After some time, she became the head of the pack. But her life didn't change much. Sharing food and sleeping together with her pack was the greatest happiness in her life. However, that didn't last long. When she heard the others screaming, she hoped desperately. She hoped that she could fulfill her duties as the head of the pack. She wanted to protect her loved ones. She thought she had successfully protected everyone. But sadly, that wasn't the case. There was no miracle, but only unbearable exhaustion. After years and years, the head of the pack, who hadn't been able to fulfill her duties, woke up. She found herself in a reeking liquid prison. In there, she watched the miserable deaths of those who should have been protected. When a being with a hairy animal in its arms named her Number 26, there was no one else of her kind left in prison. At the bottom of hell, she prayed and prayed for someone or anyone to come and help her. If they do, she would sacrifice the rest of her life to protect others. Back to the present time, the only one who helped Number 26 was our MC. And right now, he's in deep trouble. Si-hyun yelled that she's getting sick of their fight. A morph runs away while shooting spikes at her. She's infuriated with his petty tricks. Suddenly, a morph used his sharp limb to attack her. Si-hyun barely evaded it. She cut off the tip, and the acid coming from the severed part splattered on her. A morph was about to grab her, but she blocked it by punching. A morph expected her to have some kind of defense skills, but he had no idea that she would have the superalloy skin of the Wolfram Goblin. Si-hyun punched a morph on the gut. She told him by saying that a pet that bites the hand of the owner needs to be taught a lesson. A morph felt the pain from her hits, but she needs to be better than that to defeat him. He attacked from behind. His limbs grab her and lift her up in the air. She was quite heavy, he must say. Superalloy skin is as strong as a super-reinforced suit, but it weighs down the body. But a morph might have his chance. He slammed him on the wall. That made Si-hyun furious. She glared at this monster. So-hyun emits electricity from her body and blades from her arms. A morph, knowing that it's bad, scurried away. She slashed him. A morph endures just a bit longer. His skin has several cuts already. Then when the attack subsided, he took his chance. But Si-hyun docked and teased him that he just missed her. But she noticed her lapses. A morph looked at her intimidatingly. He didn't miss. From the start. His target isn't Si-hyun. Our boy was smart enough to punch a hole onto the wall which opened the spaceship towards the vast space. Si-hyun used her blade to anchor her on the ground. When she turned around, she panicked. She saw that the monster was already behind her. A morph was waiting for that moment. Si-hyun was desperate since she didn't want to die there. Her veins popped out from her arms. She's forcing herself to activate two skills at the same time. She's pushing her limit on the verge of death. Her color starts to change to a lighter color. Amorph decided to take her down before it's too late. He shot bullets that were deflected by her skin. Si-hyun grinned. To their surprise, Number 26 joined while telling her to leave the baby alone. Number 26 electrified her face. She yelled, "What the fuck?" Then a loud boom echoed in the ship. Si-hyun's left eye was blasted and a hole was left on her head. Then she was shot again. Number 26 jumped off her while asking help from Amorph. Amorph was able to catch her on time. Despite her injuries, Si-hyun refuses to give up. Amorph grabbed her torso, and he slammed her on the wall. He advised Number 26 not to let go of him. Amorph thought about the psychic energy that just came out of the tentacle, but he decided to put that aside. His priority for now is to get out of the place. Amorph dragged her body. He was already panting, but he continued. This just proved that he had really won the fight against Si-hyun. The environmental maintenance system isn't even working with the hole in the ship. If there was someone around, they would have fixed it or manually shield the damaged area and stabilize it. But there's barely anyone on the ship except pirates. And he's certain that they don't know what's going on since they're busy hiding from him. He knows that the ship is done for. At that moment, it rumbled loudly. Number 26 asked what was wrong with his arm. His skin crumbles. The effect of psionium and the transformation is wearing off. Amorph was relieved that it didn't hurt to return to his original form. He was hoping it would last longer. But still, he gained something more important than that. In the game, mangacap rankers have an average of over 1,000 genes. All of them are genes from rare creatures that are hard to come by. Sihyun is an NPC at the level of a high-level player. Still, she should have a good number of genes. Amorph expected that just like when he took the samples, he'll probably get around 3 at most. He doesn't care if he gets only 1, but he hopes that it will be the claw of Galargon. He'll find out. He opened his mouth wide to eat Sihyun, but before he could take a bite, he saw a vision. This showed that upon him eating his meal, a huge explosion will happen and they will be all caught up by it. It startled him. Then he remembered the bomb on the ship. According to his predator senses, there are only about 5 minutes left. That's not enough time to defuse a bomb. He knew that he needed to abandon the ship and get to the escape pod as fast as he could, but it takes at least 5 minutes to pass the hull to the runway. He will never make it on time. The only way he can make it there as quickly as possible is this thing right in front of them. The plasma gun. Amorph immediately grabbed it. Number 26 commented how sparkly it is. Amorph charged the plasma and set it to maximum power. It moved from 30% to 70%, then 100%. Amorph pointed the gun upwards and it created holes on several floors. It slowly dies down. Amorph instructed number 26 to hold on tight. Then he took a big jump. Our boy just created a freaking shortcut. He went through the hole. Then a rope-like skeleton came out from his hand and tied it to the ship. He was dangling in the vast space. He moved so he could get on the ship again. This was just like watching Spider-Man making his way to his neighborhood. He eventually landed, and they're not far away from the runway now. He used his rope-like limbs for mobility. He charged the gun again and shot it to create an entrance towards the inside of the ship. Then he threw away the gun with gratitude. Number 26 expressed that what they're doing is fun. Amorph noticed that one of the escape pods was open. He wondered if someone was trying to get on it. But that's good news for him, since it saves him from the trouble of having to break one open. He instructed number 26 to hold on anything that it can grab on. Meanwhile, Drava staggers as he makes his way. He really thought he was going to die back then. He was breathing heavily while struggling to see. His senses are back, but he had problems with his eye. With one of hearts ripped out, his body is a mess. He nearly detonated the bomb in the middle of disarming it. He vowed not to let those monsters get away. He reset the bomb to explode 10 minutes later. By the time he escaped the ship, those monsters would have turned into ashes from the explosion. He noticed that it's quiet. He wondered if one of them died, but whoever is left is still at risk for his life. He stopped on his tracks when a man appeared in front of him. The man was also shocked to see the pirate. Drava scanned him, and from his uniform, he was able to deduce that this man is Yusung Samuel. He looks different from what the monster Manul told him. He assumed that Samuel stayed hidden because he couldn't abandon his ship. Then he crawled out, thinking the coast was clear. Samuel pointed a gun at Drava. He threatened to shoot with a plasma pistol if Drava moved. Drava was unfazed. Whether it's a plasma pistol or not, he suggested for Samuel to unlock safety first before he threatens someone. Samuel got confused. During the time he was distracted, Drave hit him. Samuel crashed on the ground. Drava grabbed the gun while uttering that Samuel is such a moron. He admitted he got scared for a second. Then he revealed that a plasma pistol has no safety to begin with. He told him that he would skin him alive if he had the time, but he didn't. Samuel begged him to have mercy. Samuel trembled while saying that he'll do anything, but Drava replied that there's no need for that. Drava pressed the trigger while saying goodbye. To his surprise, the plasma pistol did not fire. It just gathered its energy inside the gun. Suddenly it exploded on Drava. Only his foot was left of him. Samuel laughed out loud. He went crazy while saying that it serves the damn pirate. He exclaimed that he's a descendant of the great Titan and the eldest son of the Samuel family, and that he's invincible. But at the same time, something flashed behind him. Then it was followed by a loud bang. The ship rumbled. Number 26 panics. A morph asked him if he's okay. Number 26 trembles. A morph inspected him and saw that he passed out. The impact wasn't that hard to cause severe injury, so he expected number 26 to wake up soon. The rumbling kept on going. A morph watched from the escape pod as the very first place that he steps foot in that world turns into ashes. It was time to say goodbye to the research ship, the foundation of his growth and evolution. A morph grabbed a bottle of wine. He wondered if someone drank there. It bothers him, so he decided to look up internal record videos on the escape pod. The keyboard beeps as he types on it. It played the recorded videos. There was Samuel. A morph didn't know he was alive. Samuel has been hiding out there and drinking himself away. Looks like he's been waiting for things to settle down. Then it showed that he's headed towards the exit. He must have noticed when things quiet down and stepped out to see what was going on. A morph wondered if he hoped for the soldiers to kill him or that a passing ship would come to Samuel's rescue. Whatever it is, A morph knew it wasn't his business. He decided to delete the clip. The system notified him that the internal video had been deleted, and from navigation mode, it was changed to standby mode. The system displayed default destination settings on the screen. It showed one of the planets under MangaCapped's command. Usually those kinds of planters are stationed with a large-scale army. A morph knew to avoid places like that as much as possible. He looked at the closest place from there. He saw one that could work. It is the T&C Special Trade Center. It's a large space colony floating in space. It's also a place where the players in the game would gather to trade. He had experienced hunting players there and picked up the genetic essence. Thanks to that, people had been calling him all sorts of names, starting with the cowardly amorph nerd. But there's nothing that he could do when amorphs are made that way. He redirected their course. The system notified their new destination is T&C Special Trade Center. They flew towards it. The system changed to autopilot. The remaining time until arrival is 3 hours. It is a colony with various species. It would be a perfect place to get his nourishment. His focus shifted. He checked number 26, which he didn't expect to be a sea demon. They are similar in appearance and habitat, with the only difference being size, and neither is hostile. Maybe it's because they're the same species. Sea demons have a superpower characteristic called deep sea fear. It's a powerful trait that drives people within a certain range to madness. It's similar to Red Mist's hallucinations, but can be activated constantly and has a wider range. It's almost as fast as a claw of Galurgon. Amorph thought that it could be his chance, but he decided otherwise. Even if he eats number 26, there's no guarantee that the predatory effect will activate, and he admitted to himself that he became fond of him. Number 26 has been useful to him, and he does his best to help him until his life is in danger. He decided to keep an eye on it for now. Then he looked at Si-hyun's corpse. At last, it was time for him to eat that body. He grabbed the leg, ripped it apart from the body, and crunched on it. Just right after consuming it, he sensed something in his body. He liked it so much. Our boy even had this elated facial expression from the sensation he was feeling. He kept on eating. He's chewing on the arm now. To him, Si-hyun is like a luxurious food that was cooked meticulously. He expected her to be ordinary, but he was wrong. The more he chews on her, the savorier her meat tastes. He could swear that she tastes better than anything that exists. In that escape pod, it's only him and the unconscious number 26. There's no one who will interrupt his mealtime. System window appeared to notify him that a predatory effect is on. He acquired X-ray vision among the biological properties of Yujin. In addition to that, he also acquired camouflage skin and claw of Galurgon. Meanwhile, at Star Union's capital planet, JAX-01, a robotic cat walks under the rain. When it came to a corner, it saw several robotic legs walking on the damp ground. Men were crowding, and they salute. It was a salute to Great Commander Chewbacca. He is the father of all cyborgs. Chewbacca's face was displayed all over the screen. People believe that he's watching them to lead Star Union down the path of glory. The robotic cat passed through a vent. Inside the vent, there's a clunking sound, followed by a beeping sound. The vent led to a room where there's a capsule at the center and a silhouette is seen on the cover. The capsule made a loud decompressing sound as it opened. The engines were also loud. Once it was opened, a hand was raised, and the woman emerged coughing. She was breathing heavily. She wondered if it's a spare body. Si-hyun didn't expect that she'd end up on a clone's body. She commented that it didn't feel like her own. She got out of the capsule. She went to a screen and requested for the gene modification of the clone. She was informed that some genes were not updated. She grits her teeth as she holds back her anger. She punched the screen while screaming that all the genes that she collected are gone, and now her plan has gone to waste. She curses loudly and threatens that she's going to rip her enemy's brain out once she sees him. At the TNC Special Trade Center Port District, a man was listening to music. He was chilling. This man named Carpenter was asked by his friend Howard if he's busy. He was informed that a mangacap escape ship had entered Area 7. The control tower made contact, but there was no response. Carpenter cursed and complained that a motherfucker had run away from home this time. Howard told him that there might be something wrong with it since it's on autopilot mode. Carpenter decided to go check it out. They wondered which capital this one was from. A car moves towards the direction of the escape ship. It got closer. Carpenter uttered how it looked expensive. He plugged something into it. The door opened. He was confused to find out that the lights were off. He turned on a flashlight. Then he noticed a puddle on the floor. He wondered what it was. Then more liquid trickled down from the ceiling. It's actually the saliva of Amorph. Carpenter was about to get eaten. Carpenter's colleagues looked for him. One colleague shared that Carpenter said he was heading in early today. The other colleague was confused since Carpenter needed extra money to buy a new house. The man saw Carpenter. Carpenter was ascending the stairs. They called him. But the man flinched. When he was puzzled as to why Carpenter was standing there, he noticed that there's something off about Carpenter. They talked to Carpenter expressing how he thought Carpenter is going to work late. He asked if Carpenter is leaving already. Carpenter replied that he's busy. The man inquired if the chief had not said anything about him leaving. Carpenter simply replied that he told the chief he was busy and the chief let him go. The man got annoyed that Carpenter talked to him that way. His colleague told him to just let him be. They made fun of Carpenter on why he's acting that way. Little did they know, Carpenter's eyes turned red. Carpenter kept walking. He was alone in the hallway. He kept moving forward. But it wasn't the real Carpenter. Eventually, Amorph showed his true form. Amorph had no idea that his new characteristic would be so effective. Amorph knew something that even the rankers don't know. Fusing the camouflage skin characteristic that he got from Yujin and the imitation characteristic gives him a mimicking organ. It analyzes the victims that he had eaten and emits a special pheromone disturbing the senses of the other creatures. It causes others to see him as the victim. It may seem like an invincible characteristic, but there are many disadvantages. The pheromones don't work on cameras or mirrors, so his real identity can be revealed. In addition, the uncanny valley effect evokes eerie feelings in others. The effects of mimicking are long and hard to explain. There are clearly pros and cons to it, but it's something he can use effectively. Other characteristics he got are the Claw of Galargon, which he wanted the most. Although he won't have any use for it right now since it's similar to the super sense of the Amorph. The superpower characteristic, X-ray vision, will be useful for fusion later. Amorph was surprised when an unexpected mutation called the monster's tentacles occurred. The tentacles on the back of his head began to grow longer all of a sudden. They looked just like the tentacles growing out of the mouths of Galergons, otherwise known as the dragons of space. Amorph isn't sure as to what happened, but he's sure that it's a better weapon than the claw. He acknowledged that it's thanks to Si-hyun. Now that Amorph has the 4 superpower-related characteristics, when he gets the superpower tolerance, after evolving into a juvenile, he'll be able to get superpower type. Number 26 then informed him that he's suffocating. Amorph asked him to bear with him. As Amorph walks around, he recalled how he's been there several times in the game, and now he's in there in reality. The T&C Special Trade Center may look fancy on the outside, but it's dead on the inside. That's one of the reasons why he chose this place. It's divided into 4 districts and a central administrative district. The entertainment and residential districts have the lowest level of security. The entertainment district is where MangaCap's citizens unwind with hired slaves. A combat android is always going around to catch criminals. The residential district is close to a slum where the low-class residents live. This is a place where no one finds it strange, even if someone disappears. Amorph chose to go to the residential district. He shouldn't have problems as long as he watches out for the android that comes there occasionally. Now, the problem is how he's going to get there. His options are sewers or an underground railroad. They both were made at the same time when the city was built. However, they can't get water in space, so it's very likely that sewers are getting high-scale maintenance. Amorph chose to appear as Carpenter again. He would go through the sewers if this was a game, but this is reality. It's a shame, but he decided to take the underground railway. The passage he used to use should be somewhere around there. He turned into a corner and grinned. He found it. Only he knew about the place. He turned the knob to open the door. The door opened. Amorph entered, an underground railroad that is located on the border of the Port District. It is his very own special passage. A monster roared loudly. It was being restrained in the Wildlife Smuggling Monitoring Office in the Port District. Several men held down this monster, but they're reaching their limit. They wondered what the binding team was doing. The boss yelled at someone to get a tranquilizer gun. One worker wondered who was the crazy fool who brought in a baby mountain crawler. Suddenly, she was approached by a man to tell her that he'll be going home. She cursed at him for saying that while they're in front of him struggling. She couldn't believe he dared to go home while they were all tied down because of that monster. This cyborg-looking guy replied that he doesn't do overtime, and then he left while the boss screamed at him to come back. Meanwhile, at the T&C Special Trade Center Entertainment District, the cyborg man was welcomed to this place where his fantasies came true. The place was called Special Entertainment Lounge. He checked the women through the screen, and he found someone that looked like his snarky coworker. He remembered that she was a regular there as well. He decided to pick her. After that, he washed his bloodied mech hands. He was pretty satisfied. In fact, it was better than what he expected. He glanced at the body while wondering if he was too harsh with her. The room was a mess because of the bloodstains, and the woman was dead with bruises and blood all over her body. He was complacent that the store will clean it because he pays them well. He inserted his card at the machine, and it thanked him for using their service. Now that he had fun, he craves alcohol. He decided to get 2 bottles of liquor before he heads home. He rode the train and got off at his destination. But he was surprised at what he saw. The streets were so dark. He angrily asked who broke the streetlights. He felt so annoyed. He turned on the flashlight on his arm. As he walked through the dark street, he started wondering when he would ever get out of the dump area. And then he smelled something. He had no idea what it was, but it was giving him an unpleasant feeling. So he hurried, until someone called out to him. That person asked him where he was going, and he replied that he's on his way home. It was really dark there, so that person asked if he could tag along with him. He told the guy to follow him, and the guy thanked him. They continued to walk. While following him, the guy called out to him and asked if he's a cyborg. He replied yes. The guy answered, "I see." And it made him furious because he thought the guy was mocking him, a cyborg, for living in the MangaCap area. So he turned around and flinched at what he saw. The guy was carrying a pink blob with tentacles. It continuously wriggled, so he wondered what it was. He remembered his coworker telling him about it. He was told about a madman who only takes people's heads and plays with them. He staggered backwards. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he'd end up one of the victims. So he sprinted away. He ran as fast as he could. Black mist came out of the man holding the pink blob, and then he transformed into Amorph. The guy was gone, and he knew exactly why. Number 26 thought he was afraid of him. Amorph wondered why, but he had no idea. Amorph noticed that. When the guy saw number 26, his heart rate hit its peak. He wondered what the man was so afraid of, especially when he was just holding a bubble amoeba known for its cute appearance. Number 26 was a mutant, but he shouldn't be much different from the normal ones. He was puzzled how someone was afraid of that cute little thing. He truly doesn't understand that cyborg. A morph remembered that the guy said he was a cyborg. While pondering on that, the psionium effect had worn off, and he had gone back to his youngling form. He needed to eat another cyborg to evolve into a juvenile, and the man was exactly what he needed. Meanwhile, the cyborg was nearing the entrance. He immediately went inside and slammed the door. He popped the cap of the liquor and gulped it down. He thought he was done for. He staggered as he walked inside while planning to call in sick tomorrow. He flopped on the bed and turned on the TV. Then he complained of how much he's sick of the dump area. He planned to move out as soon as he earned enough money. Little did he know, a morph had followed him to where he lives. A few hours later, the cyborg went to buy liquor again. He stayed back because if he went home, he knew he'd probably ended up as food for some mountain crawler, but he missed the chance to blow off some steam at the arcade. He had already reported the monster, but he was still worried that the bastard had come into his place. He cautiously made his way home. He thought he'd be fine now since he's far away already, and all that stress had made him thirsty. He planned to grab a nice drink once he got home, but he was surprised at what he saw. He was hiding behind a wall when he saw Amorph tinkering on the machine in the wall. After that, Amorph made his way, and he was gone. The cyborg's hand trembled as he tried to dial in his cell phone. He called the Residential District C area police station. He reported that a monster broke into his house. Meanwhile, Amorph opened the door and saw how cramped the area was. It was a basic studio apartment. The place was pretty run down, but the bed was fancy. He assumed that the guy liked sleeping like a rich guy in the capital. Once he decided to eat cyborgs, scouting became a must. During the day, he coped with who lived in every unit. Turns out there's way more variety in species than he expected. There were cold-blooded reptilian humanoids and half-human, half-beast wolves. To reach the subadult form, the species he needed to hunt got complicated. He had to eat all 60 playable species and get 4 additional types to become a subadult. Most players quit once they unlocked those types, but the requirements after being a subadult got even worse, so it was a wise move for them. Special trade hubs were full of different species, so he thought collecting genes would also be easy there. And Megacorp had diplomatic ties with the cult, so he expects there to be tons of cultists in the Central Administrative District. He imagined getting 60 would be a breeze. He wanted to stay there for a while, so he checked what the area was like. He realized that the soundproofing wasn't great. He could hear noise from the next room and upstairs. And he also found out that no one lives in the apartment below. He sensed someone coming his way. There were 3 of them, a cyborg and 2 cops. He was ready for the fight. Number 26 asked him what was going on. He told her that someone was coming. He wasn't ready to fight openly, so he just observed at the moment. The cop confirmed what the cyborg reported. A monster went into his house. The police officer checked the door, and it was completely fine. The cyborg told them that the monster unlocked it by itself and went inside. The officer doubted him, especially when he's holding bottles of liquor. The police officer confirmed with him if that was alcohol. They also checked the record and saw that he also filed a false report last night about seeing a suspicious person, so they suggested that he was just drunk. The cyborg got annoyed with them. If they weren't civil servants, he already beat the crap out of them. They had to check inside, so he was instructed to open the door. The cops went in and commented that the place was pigsty. The stench was too much for them, and the ref only had liquor in it. And then they announced that there was nothing unusual there. The cyborg refused to believe that, because he saw it with his own eyes. He suggested checking with another apartment for any other reports. The cop dismissed him and suggested that the cyborg should replace his eyes. They informed him that he was the only one who made a report. They advised him to drink in moderation. But he finds that ridiculous. There was a noise coming from the wall and it caught the cyborg's attention, but the cops decided to leave since they had confirmed that nothing was wrong. The cyborg tried to stop them. They simply advised him to report again if anything else happens. He started to doubt himself and question if he was just seeing things, or if the monster had left already. He was so sad. And also annoyed, he sat on his bed and opened a bottle of liquor. He started wondering if his body was breaking down, or if he was hallucinating. He laid on his bed as he planned to look for a girl that looked like the captain and spoil her rotten. He was about to fall asleep when he got annoyed from the noise coming from downstairs. He wondered what the bastard was doing at that hour. Then he remembered something, that no one was supposed to be living downstairs. So he got up, but he was surprised. A morph was already in his face. This scene really creeped me out. Our boy then proceeded to open his mouth and say, Thank you for the food. The cyborg screamed out loud as Amorph took a bite of him. One of the cyborg's neighbors got annoyed from the screaming because he was sleeping. He was forced to wake up with a scowl on his face. He marches out of his apartment and vows not to let that cyborg off the hook this time. He banged on the door and yelled at him to come out, until he smelled a foul odor. The door opened. Then he yelled at the cyborg to stop being so loud in the middle of the night, but he got terrified. The cyborg simply apologized, but he could tell something was wrong with it. Then he politely told him to be quiet since it's nighttime. The cyborg replied that he'd be careful. As long as he understood, then the man was fine with that, and so he left. The cyborg watched him, but that cyborg was actually an Amorph, and he made that man his next target. The next day, the cyborg entered the apartment building. Then Amorph changed into his original form when he got on top of the elevator. Then he entered the room. He saw number 26 munching on the cheese because he got hungry. Amorph encouraged him to eat up. Then he thought of resting too. He took a bite of the cyborg's leg and complained that it's the second worst thing he had ever eaten. It was a mix of ingrained alcohol and rotten meat. He realized that there was a correlation between health and taste. But he had no choice but to eat that for the sake of his evolution. And then the screen appeared. He originally planned to finish his evolution on the MangaCapped research vessel, but it took a long time. The screen informed him that he had met the conditions. He informed number 26 that he's going to become an egg for a bit. Number 26 was confused why he's going to become an egg when he's already a baby. He replied that it was to get bigger. Basically, for number 26, he's going from baby to a big baby, and he confirmed that. He also assured him that there's no need to worry, and then he encouraged it to eat the rest of the food. Then he clicked yes on the screen. Evolution was initiated, larva into subadult. He's excited to enjoy the amazing power of the subadult, especially that he got a taste of it with the psionium. Meanwhile, number 26 ate the hands of the cyborg, while he becomes an egg. Number 26 approached the egg and remembered the oath that he made when he escaped the foul-smelling cell that was to protect the young child no matter what. But he realized that until then, rather than protecting, he was the one being protected. And that fact pained him. He thought that if only he was bigger, or his tentacles were longer. And the moment he touched the child's chest, his heart became filled with complex emotions. An unidentified energy traveled from the tip of the tentacle and was absorbed into his body. Following that, as if he had eaten nutritious food, he was filled with a sense of satiety and power welled up inside him. He rejoiced, because this time, he could protect the child. Meanwhile, Amorph's consciousness was transported into a void. He saw his hands from the time that he was human. He realized that it was his inner world. He wondered what the creators were thinking when they made Amorph being unable to move for 6 hours in the game is where real-time PKs happened. It was a flaw so serious that it was no exaggeration to call it a bug. He wondered if it was because of the dark space. The unpleasant memories of the past came back to him. A dark mist formed behind him, then it formed the remnants of the Amorph that left his body. It wasn't particularly scary. In fact, to him, it felt familiar. He touched it, and it awoke. His physical sensations had returned, which meant that his evolution had been completed. It doesn't feel new, but he felt good. He decided to check his status. To his surprise, something has been added. The system screen showed his status. It had his species, which was an unidentified hostile space organism, state was subadult, and the objective was to survive 2 successful evolutions. His physical traits were wings, chitinous exoskeleton, regenerative power, neurotoxin, kaiju skeleton, acidic blood, leg strength enhancement, mimetic organ, saw tentacle, contamination organ, and spine launching organ. His psychic traits were predator sense, monster's tentacle, humanity, psychic resistance, and physical enhancement type. Also, he had some unread messages that didn't happen when he ate the psionium. He realized that a new system only appears after a formal evolution. He clicked yes, and the message was displayed. It informed him that the new system called Transcendence had been unlocked. And because it was a new version, there were changes. It fuses 3 or more of his existing traits to create a new unique trait. The newly acquired trait was a new trait that did not previously exist. List of usable traits were chitinous, exoskeleton, kaiju skeleton, leg strength enhancement. He was also warned that aside from advantages, there could also be disadvantages, so he had to choose carefully. In the game, the player could only fuse traits 1-to-1 for a species that relies on traits. As the game goes on, they even forgot what trait they had. And by the time he reached the ending, he had over 500. It was enough to make even a morph maniac like him go crazy. He couldn't believe that it could be modified like that. The problem was, if he fused his physical traits at that point, his physical enhancement type would be cancelled for not meeting the conditions. And his psychic enhancement type was already at 6 due to the time penalty. And if he requires a physical trait after that, the penalty would increase the required number for the psychic enhancement type from 6 to 12. The new unique trait has its merits, but the risk was just too big. He decided to put the transcendent system on hold. He was tempted with the unique trait, but he knew he had to be careful. To him, it was better to take the safe route even if it takes time. He decided to use the transcendent system only after he secured enough physical traits. The egg started to crack. An amorph emerged from it. He noticed how he had gotten taller. Number 26 was happy to see him. A morph asked if he had changed. It made number 26 ask if he can go back to how he was. He replied, yes. He also noticed something new from him. There were a lot more tentacles. The shape was also different from before. It used to be around the size of a human head, but now it is bigger. He wondered what happened. He held him and asked what it was. Number 26 shared that something grew out, and it was from the time he touched the egg that Amorph was in. Amorph realized that it was the sea demon's saw-like tentacles. Just touching them could tear flesh apart. Number 26 must have absorbed some of the energy he released during the evolution when he touched the egg. It made number 26 proud that he could protect him now. Amorph didn't dwell on how it happened and just simply pats his head. The sea demon he saw in the game was quite massive. It was a quasi-boss level monster, no more than 20 meters long, with hundreds of tentacles. And if that thing would be on his side, it would be a huge advantage for him. He couldn't share his genes with him, but he could toss some unwanted scraps. They went out to eat. The target was the house next door. He got thrilled for his next meal. The motto of the TNC was to maintain their position and keep advancing. It was a company that started out as a New York insurance firm. Rather than divide the limited land, TNC aggressively pursued the development of space colonies. They shifted their focus from Earth to new frontiers. They poured massive funds into artificial habitat construction and terraforming tech. They grew their reach through projects like Mars terraforming, solar system stations, and orbital colony construction. The result was the first space city connecting the solar system to outer space T, and C's Special Trade Center stretches a full 60 kilometers in diameter. Thanks to it, countless alien races now visit daily to witness humanity's architectural milestone at the Monument Tower in the Special Trade Center's administrative district. A woman with blonde hair told the Human Resource Management team that they need an explanation for the 3% drop in incoming supplies. She was informed by the Human Resource staff that the production dropped on Z101 Ranch Planet and P82 Livestock Planet. She replied that they could handle up to a 20% reduction in employees sent to the entertainment district. But a 3% in supplies was unacceptable. The Human Resource staff was scared of her, so she stuttered to reply yes. She knew that the entertainment district generates 40% of the special trade zone's total revenue. If the Human Resource Management team lets the supply drop by 3%, that district would have to shoulder that loss. Then she asked the deputy captain, Pizarro, if she knew what was most important to a merchant. Pizarro asked if it was credited. She replied that the most important thing was credibility. Even if they can make excuses this time by blaming circumstances, they could lose credibility because of that. The guests went out of the way to come there, and if they're disappointed even once, they won't bother coming back. She asked her if she understood what she was saying. Pizarro replied that she'll take it to heart. She informed everyone that it was a crucial time because the first board meeting was scheduled to be held there. A massive number of tourists would be coming to the city. They couldn't afford to make even a single mistake. She asked if everyone understood, and they all replied yes. She ordered them to get in touch with the planetary leaders and tell them to use whatever means necessary, even aphrodisiacs, to meet the quota. Then she moved on to the other agendas. When that was done, she sighed. She had more work to do, and she wished that she had one more body. But if everything goes according to plan, the head position of the family might be within reach. There were 2 surnames in T and C, Thompson and Chamberlain. The winner of the competition becomes the head of T and C. The head monopolizes all T and C related rights and profits within Megacorp. The Chamberlains have held that power for generations, so the Thompsons were desperate to take it this time. If Thompson actually becomes the next head, things could turn bloody. While she was lost in thought, Pizarro gave her the list of VIPs who had requested visits for the next event. She thanked her. Then she read the list. She was surprised at what she saw. It seemed that Kizaragi Yujin would be attending too. Pizarro confirmed with her that they got confirmation from the Yujin family about an hour ago. They won't be attending the board meeting as they only plan to go sightseeing. She knew him as the usurper. The reason he's called that and was looked down on was because he's the only one in the capital who seized power through rebellion. He murdered Jungwoo Yujin, the rightful heir, and turned his daughter into his shadow. Then he killed or tortured other clansmen and nobles with a straight face. He was a psychopath, but he's competent. The family of Jungwoo Yujin went against him again. After Jungwoo Yujin's death, he's been ruling Megacorp and the Yujin family for nearly a century. He could be called a monster. She knew that if he faced him head-on, she wouldn't stand a chance, but turning back wasn't an option now. She asked how long it would be until the next item on the schedule. Pizarro replied that there's 10 minutes. Their schedule involves inspecting critical facilities and discussion on security systems for the administrative districts during the board meeting. She believes that failure is the mother of success, so even if she lost, she could treat it as experience and learn from it. True to T&C's motto, she never backed down from a challenge. She believed that she could always bounce back even if she lost. But she didn't know that. A terrifying thread had already deeply rooted itself into her territory. A morph has started its mukbang again. The nosy neighbor was done for. After a few moments, we see number 26 eat the sandwich. A morph asked him if it was tasty, and he replied, yes. A morph left him in the fridge and checked the house. He could tell that the place was cleaned regularly because it was spotless. Compared to that cyborg's house, it was livable, but more importantly, even if he wanted to eat the fresh meat, there was still work to do. He decided to go over to the next house. Number 26 told him to be careful. He had to do some cleaning up, so he searched for the communication gear. He found the cell phone on the ground. The cyborg's name is Ras. He searched for work contact, and there was an entry named Bastard. He knew that was it since most office workers hate their bosses anyway. As soon as he dialed the number, the boss interrogated Ras on what he was doing in the middle of a busy shift. A morph pretended to be Ras and replied that he wanted to quit. The boss thinks he's out of his mind. He cuts her off by saying bye. She was still yapping when he ended the call. He knew the boss would forget about it tomorrow, but he wanted to handle it properly by sending a resignation letter from a company laptop. He turned on the laptop to look for more info about Ras. He read about smuggled animal surveillance team seizure inventory. Even a glance shows quite a variety. Eating those guys should get him a ton of genetic material, but he knew that surveillance would be tight. He planned to use Ras's voice to call staff, eat them, and forge transfer documents that should let him easily snatch 1 or 2 specimens. But for more than that, he would need a middleman. A morph noticed that lots of entries had empty destination fields. It made sense to him, so in the meantime, he used Ras's identity to reach the middleman. If negotiations fail, he planned to just eat the middleman and impersonate him and steal it. That cyborg Ras had left a lot behind. If he had just tasted better, it would have been perfect. Meanwhile, number 26 rests on top of Ras's neighbor's corpse he welcomed Amorph. Amorph expressed that he won't eat the man. But number 26 told him he shouldn't be picky. So he decided to take the legs, and number 26 could have the rest. Number 26 asked if that was okay, and he told him to eat it all. Amorph planned to find something tastier, and he placed the leg in the fridge. Once Ras's role was done, he planned to impersonate the neighbor next. He started thinking about who he should call next. From the contacts that he saw, Ras doesn't have many connections. He wanted someone who knew the middleman, but aside from the captain, there weren't many options. If the person in charge disappears, it would cause a scene, so that won't be good. He needed someone who would be forgotten fast if they disappeared. He noticed that there was someone whom he talks a lot to. The name was Lloyd. He assumed that it's a friend who enjoys the same unspeakable hobby as Ras. He could tell that it was some kind of adult entertainment. There was a shop in the Special Trade Center that was pretty famous even in the game. People constantly debated whether it was ethical. It even made headlines. If Lloyd was the kind of guy who was into that shady stuff, he would know something about the middleman. Amorph checked the phone, and they were in contact until yesterday, so he assumed that they were pretty close. He texted the guy. Lloyd heard that he quit his job and told him that the bastard went nuts. He asked what happened. He replied that he just got tired of it all, so he figured he'd try something else. Lloyd agreed since the job was garbage anyway. Then he was asked what he's going to do now. And he simply replied that he could only do the same kind of work. Lloyd asked what that was, so he replied that it was smuggling. Amorph was cautious. He knew that if the conversation got any longer, Lloyd might get suspicious. He decided to wrap it up quickly. Lloyd reminded him that he already said he would stop doing dangerous work. He also questioned what was the point of quitting. Now, Amorph replied that he can't think of another way to make money, so he just wanted to give it a shot for now. Lloyd gave in and agreed to send him the info. Amorph took that chance for them to meet up and talk. He shared that there was a bar he went to in the Port District. Lloyd was surprised that he's buying him some drink because it wasn't like him. He simply replied that it was because he quit his job and it was just right to buy his coworkers around. Lloyd thinks he has grown up after quitting. Then he asked what time they're going to meet. Amorph suggested 9 p.m. at the edge of the port. It was because it would be easier to eat him after he's done for the day. Lloyd sends a text that going to the bar alone feels lonely. But in Amorph's mind, he wouldn't be lonely because he'd be joining Roz soon. Now that the meeting has been set, he thought about what to do next. Meanwhile, number 26 expressed that he's full. And since he's still young, he needs to have proper sleep. Amorph pats his head. He settled beside the laptop. Amorph then decided to read the seizure inventory before meeting Lloyd. He saw that mountain crawlers were on the list too. To his surprise, they even caught an outspacer. He wondered how the hell they managed that. On cell number 20, the destination was blank, which means that the outspacer was still there. Outspacers, like their name says, were an alien species from beyond the cosmos. If Amorph was inspired by aliens, then that one was the alien from that old game. Playing as them makes the hive queen who grows their swarm by absorbing other species' DNA to evolve their soldiers. Like Amorph, it's a late-blooming species, but the gameplay was completely different. Personally, the player of Amorph still prefers Amorph. Outspacers were rare, but if they're not locked samples, he could still go after their predatory traits. He decided to get that one first. And for the others, there weren't many with over 10 units, so even if he ate them all, he might not gain much traits. That part always comes down to luck. After he had planned that, he closed the laptop. He expected someone to come soon. Number 26 asked what was wrong. He told him that they would go out for a bit. It made number 26 where they were going, but he simply replied that he would find out once they got there. Amorph jumped out of the building to reach the rooftop beside, and then he looked out in front. He bared his sharp teeth, because it was hunting time at the port. Amorph moved quickly. He jumped from one roof to the next. Eventually, he jumped down and ran on the street. He could sense the entrance to the underground tunnel, so he kept going. He used sound waves, and then he hid. 2 bright eyes stared ahead. It was from a robot. Number 26 asked what was wrong. He replied that there was an enemy the robot kept walking. Amorph had sensed that it was a combat-type android. It was a different model from the ones that were guarding the pirate ship's reactor. It also had an additional combat use right arm attached to its hip. He also checked the weapon that it was equipped with. It was a Gauss rifle. He wondered why an android would be equipped with that. A Gauss rifle is a step weaker than a plasma weapon. It uses tungsten rounds and was effective against heavily armored opponents. He finds it strange for an observational android to have such high-performance weaponry. Unless there's some special situation that requires it, it led him to think that a major event was happening. It was a place where all kinds of events were held, even in the game too. If that was the case, the alert level would naturally be raised. The robot looked around. It checked from left to right. Then it kept going. Nothing was wrong when he came back, but now, he couldn't believe that it was like that. He decided to be more careful from then on. He opened the manhole and jumped down. Number 26 asked where he's going. He replied that he's heading back the way he came. He originally planned to spread the spores after building a nest, but if an event was being held, it changed things. He needs to establish a surveillance network immediately. Because of that, he lets out green gas and spread it in the area. After that, his surveillance network was all set. In 2 days, he expects the spores to grow into a nest. Then he opened a manhole cover and emerged from it. As he expected, no one was there. He told number 26 to wait there, but number 26 wanted to go with him, but he left him because the enemy would be afraid of him. Number 26 understood. The area was on the district border, so there was no food traffic. It was the perfect place to hunt. He waited until he sensed something. A woman was about to approach him. He thought that Lloyd was a guy's name. She was surprisingly a perfect, ordinary woman. Based on her appearance, she looked like she couldn't even snap a flower stem. He thought of taking her to a brothel. He also considered her to be the type to rip out a person's spine without batting an eye. He showed himself. When she saw him, he cursed at him and asked why they're meeting in such a place. He replied that it wasn't a conversation for polite company. She agreed with him. Then she asked him why he's still wearing his work clothes when he already quit. Amorph realized that, in her eyes, it looked like he's wearing some clothes. He realized that the mimetic organ copies clothing too. The mimetic organ collects genetic data, as well as other sensory information, and it creates an exact likeness of the target just before its death. Its weakness was that it cannot reflect any elements that differ from the consumed target. He never had to worry about inappropriate clothing in the game, so he got careless. He took a mental note to be careful from then on. He shrugged and replied that it's the only thing he could wear. She suggested that he buys at least one set of casual clothes, especially since he quit. When she looked at him again, she sensed something. He asked her what was wrong. She replied that she smelled something strange. Amorph took the chance to ask about the middleman. She was surprised that he wanted to talk about it in that place. He expressed that someone might overhear them at the bar. She agreed that it wasn't a conversation that they wanted to be overheard. She gave him a flash drive containing the information on the deals with the middleman. She advised him that the file would automatically be destroyed in 24 hours, so he should remember that. He complained that it was such a pain. She answered that it was how business works. She also sent him the contact info. His cell phone notified him that he received the contact info of S from Lloyd. He wondered if they used initials in case one of them got arrested. Now that they're done with the topic, she happily suggested we go for a drink. She tapped his arm and told him that he would be paying for her drink, but as soon as she did that, she felt something strange. It made her jump back and ask who he was. Amorph realized he's been found out. The mimetic organ can't fool the sense of touch after all. She ran and screamed for help, but he covered her mouth and wrapped her body with his limbs. He could see how confused she was. He's supposed to only have arms, and yet she's being grabbed from multi-places. He used that kind of sensory mismatch a lot in the game. He bites her, making her scream out loud, blood sprayed everywhere. Eventually, the hunt was completed. He disposed of the body there. Amorph took a bite. Lloyd tasted average. It wasn't good or bad, just plain, but it was still better than the disgusting cyborg named Ras. And now, he could turn into Lloyd. Next thing he did was to gather the bones left to get rid of the evidence. He thinks it was enough to just dump the bones at the underground tunnel. And once he's back home and checks the data, he'll decide whether or not to meet the middleman. Meanwhile, number 26 smelled food. Amorph told him that he's back from eating. Number 26 looked for his share. That's when he realized he hasn't saved anything for him, so he took a mental note to save some for him next time. At the TNC Port Supply Storage Team, a man in a lab coat asked this bearded man, whom he called Thunder, if he's not heading out yet. Thunder replied that he still had something to finish up. So the man went ahead. Then he grabbed his laptop and turned it on. It was all money waiting to be made. He was annoyed at some bastards because of the money he's losing because of them. He was supposed to have the stuff smuggled off that morning. But because of the board meeting, every single outgoing shipment has an eye on it. Thanks to them, all the creatures scheduled for transport were stuck in limbo. He was frustrated at the loss he's getting from all the delays. He invested that much, and it didn't match the security level he received. Suddenly, he got a call. It was another bastard. It was named L in his phone, and he's annoyed because he already told her that things were heated. When he read the message, he didn't expect that someone would want to buy the Outspacers, since those creatures were pretty dangerous. He wondered who wanted to buy them. He read that the buyer was the cult from the administrative district, which made sense. Those guys love collecting rare animals and ancient artifacts. He knew Elle was sharp, but he didn't know that she had some connections with the cult in the administrative district. He thought of asking for some introductions. Elle messaged him to meet at 10 p.m. in the Port District, container berth, near the crane. After reading that, they knew that there was no need for external transport since they would handle it over there. He was about to do his next task when his phone rang again. She wanted to change the time to the middle of the night. It annoyed him since first she demanded a deal when security was that tight, and now she wants to change the time. He decided to call her because something was fishy. So he asked her what was the big idea since she never had requested to change time, before she reasoned that she had to work overtime. He was puzzled about what she's talking about, and then he realized it. He heard from a guy at work that some idiot tried to smuggle a mountain crawler a while ago and got caught, causing a huge mess. He asked if it was because of the mountain crawler. She responded that things had been hectic because of that incident. He empathizes with her, so he agreed to the meeting at 1 a.m. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Even for a cult, a deal in the middle of the night was suspicious. He decided to prepare some insurance. He called someone to come with him, and ordered that person to go to the place at 1 a.m. He doesn't know what she was plotting, but if she tries anything funny, he is determined to kill her. Amorph realized that Broker S was a cautious one. But he couldn't blame him. He had a guess that the guy was a goods manager for the supply storage team, or a security guard on the port security team, in other words, a middle manager. So if he eats him, the cleanup would be a nightmare. There were too many people involved, and they would be on his tail in no time, so he needed to find a way to use the guy for the long term. But it's not like there wasn't a way. The Outspacers have a trait that can solve the problem. But the issue was that whether he could get that trait through predation was up to luck. A few moments later, our MC got out of the tunnel and arrived at the Port District Container Terminal. He was just on time. He sensed 3 security cameras, and they were everywhere. Just as he expected, S had some connections with the security guards too, but he was not one to be caught by something like that. Then he sensed movement by the crane. There were 10 of them, all armed except for one. He expected S to be cautious, but he didn't expect him to bring back up. He wanted to handle this as peacefully as possible. He showed himself as Lloyd. Then she asked S on who they were. S told her not to mind them, since he was their insurance amorph realized how it was. He didn't really mind, but there was a troublesome race among them. It was a wolf. His mimicry organ could fool the wolf, but they would feel a stronger sense of unease compared to other races, so he had to finish it as quickly as possible. She asked for the item. S replied that it was in the refrigerated container over there. As usual, once the transfer was complete, the password would be displayed on the screen. The password was confirmed. And that took care of one of the problems. The deal was done. Then S inquired if it was the chief who connected him with the cult. S knew the guy was pretty sharp, so he asked if she could introduce him. If she would, he would give her an extra cut every time a deal goes through them, but she refused. He simply replied to let him know when she changes her mind. But then, the wolf called out to her. She could tell it was trouble. She was called Kate, and S asked what was wrong. She approached Lloyd and told everyone that she was suspicious. S wouldn't believe Kate since he had done several deals with Lloyd already. Kate couldn't exactly tell, but she knew she was hiding something. So S asked Lloyd, what was that? He revealed that Kate's sense of smell was superior to that of other wolves. He heard things were strange with the security team, but now he wondered if she was working for someone. So he ordered the man with a gun to seize her. Amorph wanted to handle things peacefully, but since it had led to that, he had no choice. He decided to kill everyone. First, he immediately pierced Kate's thigh using one of his limbs and poisoned her. Immediately, she fell. So the men fired at Lloyd. They continued to do so. But they're starting to wonder what she was since she won't die. Instead, she just stood there. And then she ran towards them. Lloyd's arm transformed into Amorph's arm. She did that to the others as well. She continued to charge at the others. The others kept firing at her. They thought she was using some kind of manipulation technique, and they realized that they couldn't handle her. Then, one of the men opened a box. He told his team that he will hold her off while the others escort the VIP. Then, he activated the machine gun and directly hit her. He kept firing, but she just stood there. It seemed like the bullets just bounced off her barrier. So the man took out a sword and warned her that he will not let her pass, even if he dies. Then, Amorph released some of his limbs. The guy attacked, but Lloyd threw some rocks towards him. Unfortunately, they were easily deflected. His sword emits some electricity, but he stepped back when she charged at him, and then he got stabbed with Amorph's hand. The security called her a monster, even when all he could see was Lloyd's body. And through Lloyd's body, he grabbed the sword. He inspected it and realized that it was a sonic blade, just like the Pines the pirates who infiltrated the research vessel were using. It was the same model too, which led him to think that they belonged to the same organization. Then, he threw away the sonic blade and left. He didn't pay much attention since they ended up being killed by him anyway. He admits that the guy's explosive power was impressive, but he picked the wrong opponent. Then he approached the wolf. Wolves were a playable shape-shifting race. In other words, they would meet one of the conditions of his evolution. His plan to contact the middle had failed, so he no longer needed to impersonate Lloyd. He thought that there shouldn't be any problem with him absorbing a wolf's genes. The wolf got spooked when he showed his real form, and then it was time for him to eat. But it was better than he expected. But first, he needed to take care of S, who escaped with his bodyguards. He used his sonic wave and sensed that they were closer than he thought. It looked like they wasted time trying to avoid the security cameras. That's when he realized that the place had no people, not even androids. He wondered if S used their connections to alter the patrol routes. After all, smuggling was a serious crime in Megacorp. Ironically, their caution had sealed their own fate. They must have never dreamed that a being like him could exist, but his hunt wasn't over yet. S ran as fast as he could. He refused to go down like that. One of the men sought his attention, and he asked what he needed. The man suggested that they go to the police. It infuriated him, because if they go to the cops, he'd be done for. But the man reasoned that they were no match for it. So the man wanted to request protection. S was so mad that he kicked the container. It also pissed him off that the man had a point. To him, it was better to buy some time than to die. Luckily, there was a police box right over the iron fence. He paid off the district general security team plenty of times. It has a good chance to see how effective that has been. He had no choice but to get there. But he sensed something. He shrieked when he saw the man with him was being drained of life, and Amorph was in his true form. Amorph looked at him. His legs trembled. He got scared of the monster. One of the escorts grabbed the monster's leg, then he begged for S to run right away. S did what he was told. He ran as fast as he could. He was almost at the exit. If he could just get past that fence. But suddenly he got dizzy and he fell when he was just a few steps away from the exit. He felt strange. So he was confused about what was happening. The next thing he knew was that Amorph went on top of S, drooling. Then he grabbed him. Our boy then carried him on his shoulders. S wondered where he would be taken. He tried to fight, but he had no strength to do so. Amorph just continued to walk and ignored his questions. He went to where the escorts died. And then, our MC placed S on the ground. Then S saw him tapping the screen. On his last tap, the door opened. S peed on his pants. He prayed for someone to help him. Amorph noticed that S pissed on himself. Seemed like he was that scared of him, but the broker was an important person, so he can't just kill him yet. He needs to take care of those things before he deals with the other middlemen. He pressed on something, and the capsule opened. It revealed the Outspacers, an unfortunate race that had its psychic abilities stolen by Vortex Swarm, the strongest race in the game. Their ultimate goal was to return to their homeworld, which was destroyed by the Vortex Swarm. To do that, they need enough psychic power to envelop the entire galaxy. They're trying to accumulate that power by preying on the cult. For that reason, they were hostile to the cult empire. They couldn't handle psionic attacks from multiple species at once. That's why the cult was a natural counter to the Outspacers. They looked like crab, so he wondered what they taste like. The taste was kinda nostalgic for Amorph. It was like eating a frozen crab straight from the freezer without thawing it. The first round was a dud. Luckily, he had 19 more to go. He grabbed another one. After eating so many, there was still no luck. He knew it was hard to get the genetic information from 20 or fewer specimens. That kind of thing happened in the game too. The next one was another dud. He only has 2 left. He started to think that he's not going to get it. He thought of giving the last one to No 26. Suddenly his eyes changed color. He got what he wanted. The screen displayed that the predation effect had been activated. He successfully acquired the parasite gene. He snatched the parasite's biological trait from the Outspacer larva. Parasite is one of the pathogens possessed by Outspacers. It can enter an opponent's body and control their movements. If Amorph obtained this parasite, the infection enhancement type was unlocked, and it could be fused with the contamination organ to create an enhanced parasite. The infection enhancement type affects debuff-related traits. It was pretty useful for someone like him who prefers ambush-focused strategies. He applied parasite. Then he felt weird. Something crawled under his skin. He was notified that the parasite trait had been applied. Then he fused it with the contamination organ and made it evolve to parasite swarm. With this, the effect of the contamination organ was lost. In exchange, he could create enhanced parasites. There are currently 2 available trait types, psionic enhancement type 5/6 and infection enhancement type 1/4. The system even expressed that it couldn't comprehend why he would favor such a disgusting trait. That is normally how people would think. Now that he had the trait he was aiming for, it was time to test it out to S. S tried to crawl away. He dragged his piss-covered body, but he could only move a little. Then Amorph grabbed him and shoved him on the wall. S asked what he was doing. He shrieked when he saw a parasite. He yelled at him to stop, but the parasite crawled to his eyes. And he screamed loudly. After a while, he expressed that he would be heading out. The parasite implant was a success. It would only last for 24 hours, so he would have to keep swapping it out. We then found out that this guy's real name was Thunder, and he had become Amorph's slave now. After 24 hours, the parasite would have dissolved and Thunder would die. That was because the parasite had taken complete control of his brain. If Thunder tries anything funny, the parasite would read his thoughts and inflict excruciating pain. Thunder was very familiar with that pain, so Amorph was confident that he won't resist him unless something truly drastic happens. On top of that, he had already shown him the disposal method for the bodies, and since he was a smart guy, he would know what exactly that means. It was time for him to go home. Number 26 was waiting by the door. He was furious because Amorph's late, but he brought him some food. He threw one of the guards at him. He encouraged him to eat up. Number 26 happily ate. Amorph has learned so he won't make the same mistake twice. It was time for him to become someone else again. 1 week later. Someone asked what the status of Broker S was. These men were in the TNC District Security Team, 5th conference room. One man replied that they had suspended the smuggling investigation after the board's announcement, but he suddenly started up again a week ago. He had 6 successful runs since then. It means he was smuggling almost every single day. They asked if the method of operation has changed. One of them explained that S used to focus on brokering deals between planets, but his last 6 deals have all been with clients inside the city. They think it was because they had increased surveillance. But that couldn't be it, since there was no real profit to be made inside the city. The guy in the green shirt knew that Broker S was extremely cautious. They don't think that a guy who tries to maximize profit with minimal risk does something like that. He asked who was S's contact. They found out that it was an individual with no prior transaction history. It meant that it was a new guy, and they only spotted him 3 days ago. One of them said that a guy in pajamas avoided the cameras and appeared to be professionally trained. They tried tailing him multiple times, but the man had shaken them off every time. As if Broker S wasn't enough, now there's a new criminal. The green guy knew there was a reason why the always cautious was suddenly making such bold moves. He told them to get a composite sketch of the new face and run an analysis, and also to contact the port sector and find out when he first showed up there. Aside from that, he wants them to keep a close eye on all of Broker S movements. After that, they were dismissed. The guy in the green shirt failed to arrest S every time, because of the bribe that he had been paying the higher-ups. But this time, not even the execs could get in his way. The true ruler of the space city is a noble capital, and their orders were absolute. A guy from his old unit was on S security detail. He hated using a friend, but he promised himself it would just be this time. He was determined to catch Broker S before the board meeting was over. Meanwhile, Amorph changed into a man in pajamas and came to the meeting place. It was 10:55, so he expected the other party would be there any minute. He finds it a pain in the ass, changing location every time, but he can't risk being seen, so he had no choice. For the past few days, he had been meeting Thunder in that form. He sensed someone watching him near the container berth. He suspects it to be the police who had been tailing Thunder. That's why they had to change the time and place for every meeting. Thunder wasn't happy about it, but his resistance was meaningless. All he could do was obey him. Number 26 started to ask where Thunder could be, and he told him to just wait for a bit. Then he noticed something. He saw an incoming truck. It stopped in front of him. Thunder stepped out. Amorph noticed that Thunder's face had changed so much that he was like a different person. He lost a third of his body weight and his skin sagged. It was the result when a parasite was squeezing out of his brain 24/7. Thunder brought him the goods just as he said, and then he begged him. Amorph knew that Thunder wasn't afraid of him, but on the parasite in his head. If he doesn't swap it at once, he could die. A new parasite entered the eye, and the old one left through the nose. He screamed loudly. He held his nose to stop the bleeding. Then, Amorph asked about the goods. He immediately clicked on the screen, and the door opened. Number 26 felt cold. Amorph asked if he wanted to wait outside. Number 26 refused because it reminded him of his home. Thunder waits outside. The creatures they had for that day were 5 plant lizards and 1 mutant fairy wing. And that caught his attention. He had never seen a mutant fairy wing in the game. He wondered what it was like. It was a bird type, so he expected it to taste like chicken. The container opened. He felt that something was strange. Number 26 asked him what was wrong. When he saw what was inside, he knew it wasn't a fairy wing. It was a juvenile form of a Galagon, the dragons of space. It was called Blue Dragon. In lore, creatures based on this dragon had different habits compared to common creatures in the game. They live in pride similar to lions, and their packmates would protect the blue galagons. In the game, this habit was manifested as an inherent trait, giving blue galagons the ability to summon their kin. If the game lore holds true, they were in a dangerous situation. If that thing summons its kin, it's going to be hell. But Amorph wondered how they were able to capture it. He could tell that it's not something that a common criminal can just smuggle. He knew that there's definitely something else going on down there. But one thing is for sure, our MC knew that someone was planning to destroy this trade center. All Amorph needs to do now is start digging for more details. Immediately he called for Thunder, and this guy hurriedly went to his aid. Our MC tried to confirm if this fatso knew what creature it really is. Thunder went closer and asked if it was not a fairy wing like he had always known. Seeing Thunder's reaction made Amorph think that he had really no clue on what's happening. After all, galagons are rare creatures, so our MC guessed it's not surprising that Thunder wouldn't be able to recognize it. Then, he asked Thunder who smuggled it. Thunder replied that it was Jade. Jade Russell was caught and put in the holding cells, but he escaped soon after. Amorph had heard that name before. He remembered Arnold Russell who fought him. He was Eugen's subordinate. He was also the guy who managed the space city in the meteor swarm. Shion Eugen had the Galagon claw trait, which led Amorph to think that he must know where their habitats and nest were. It would be easy for him to get a Galagon into the space city. He deduced that the subordinate of the Eugen family plans to attack a city belonging to the T and C family, who were on the same tier. Everything felt so familiar to him. He asked if the city hosts any festivals. Thunder asked if he's talking about the board meeting. He got curious about it. It was the board meeting to decide the next CEO of Megacorp. The directors from the Prime Capital were all scheduled to gather. It's scheduled to be held in 23 days. Now it all made sense to Amorph situations, just like this happened all the time in the game. The event that Megacorp players looked forward to the most was the Civil War. In the game's lore, Megacorp was controlled by 7 great families. The supreme leader, the CEO, was chosen via election. Players who belong to the family that win the CEO position gain massive benefits. To secure their position, they'll stop at nothing. Crushing rival candidates was just business as usual. Amorph suspects that they plan to unleash the Galagon alongside the board meeting. Shion Eugen made Jog smuggle it in, and then he must have hidden somewhere in the city. The plan died with Jade, but Amorph had no way of knowing its current status. He wanted that Galagon trait so bad, but the timing sucks. If it weren't for the board meeting, he could have just eaten it and bailed. But with the security that tight, it's pretty much impossible. It was such a pain. Number 26 noticed the blue Galagon moved. Amorph saw it too. He quickly puts it in the cryotube before it wakes up, but he froze because it was already staring right at him. It was about to cry. Because it got scared, it released its powers, which knocked Amorph out of his feet. It's young, but it had a telepathic attack worthy of a Galagon. If he didn't have a psionic resistance trait, that would have actually hurt him. The blue Galagon uttered words like black, fear, death. Amorph told it to calm down. He assured it that he won't hurt it. So it stopped. Then it stated 4 words. You, adult, trust, calm. Amorph wonders if it sees him as one of its kind. He wondered if it was because of the tentacles on the back of his head. It looked like tentacles of white Galagon, so it might have confused the baby. He decided to use the situation to its advantage. He asked why it was there. It replied that it suddenly mutated and was cast out of its home. Amorph learned that it was cast out because it was a young mutant. He's aware that Galagon variants weren't supposed to be that small. If anything, it seemed more like one of those giant monsters mutated from a psionic power overdose, but he knew Galagons don't lie, so he thinks the story was true, and if it was cast out, it probably couldn't summon its kin even if it tried to. He confirmed that Shion's subordinate really messed up. Then Amorph realized something, that he could eat it without any problems. But it started talking. It told him phrases like, I survive, you promise, and my treasure. Basically, it was saying that it would give Amorph a treasure in exchange for helping it. It remembered a dragon nest and offered to guide him there. For an Amorph, a dragon's nest was basically a treasure trove. It was the perfect place for farming Galagon genes. Either way, he had to prey on a Galagon to evolve past the sub-adult stage. Aside from rare traits, it was a condition for evolving to the adult stage. There is no guarantee he'll get predation if he eats it now. On the other hand, if he kept it alive, he could get info on the dragon's nest. Besides, it sees him as an adult, so it wasn't showing any signs of resistance or deceit. It was leaving the choice solely up to him. Amorph made up his mind. Meanwhile, in another setting, a woman sat on a chair under the tree. There were birds chirping too. Someone came. This person snapped his finger. The image of the forest was gone. They were just in a room. The butler apologized for the interruption. He told her it was time for her meal. The lady was pale, and she's skin and bones. The servants brought the dishes in, and the cutlery was placed down on the table. They brought her favorite dishes. The main course was roast duck with maple sauce. She was about to grab the utensils, but she stopped, and the butler noticed her behavior. He asked if there was something wrong. The dish served to her was her favorite. She grits her teeth and replied that it was Sihyun Yujin's favorite. Her butler approached her again and expressed that she once told them about the side effects of cloning technology. She instructed them to make everything exactly the same. Her meals, her clothes, habits, and everything was just how she liked it. So the butler asked if they made a mistake. He knew the soul transfer to the clone worked. The proof of that was that she remembers every memory until her death. But she sees those memories as belonging to Sihyun Yujin and not me. He wondered what was causing all those. Sihyun had a memory of talking to a guy with antlers. It was her master, Beomho, who taught her not just combat, but also how to protect and transfer soul memories through psychic power. He said it was simple enough for anyone to do, but she was certain that even her master didn't know about the side effects. That's why she took every precaution to prevent it. But even if she couldn't predict that kind of level of dissonance, and it made her annoyed, she remembered that the council meeting would be coming up soon. The butler informed her that intelligence reports indicate that Kisaragi Yujin would be visiting under the guise of sightseeing. She was displeased to hear that. It was like that old geezer was trying to be funny now. Kisaragi is pathologically obsessed with clinging to his own life, but that doesn't make him a coward. He always takes at least 2 shadows with him wherever he goes, and she knew every weakness those shadows have. The original plan for her was to take them out first, then disappear. The rest would be handled by the furious Galagon. She asked about the transportation of the Galagon disguised as a fairy wing. The butler told her that in Jade's report, it was still in the city. Kisaragi doesn't know she's still alive. No matter how capable that old monster was, he'd never imagine a clone of a dead human coming for him. She thought about the best condition for an assassin. It was when the target didn't realize they're being hunted. And to her, it was the golden chance to wipe out a bunch of capital's nobles. She couldn't just let it slip away. She ordered the butler to proceed with the original plan and tell Jade that there were no changes. She was so annoyed with that monster. She vowed that once her job was done, she would find him and grind him into mincemeat. Meanwhile, Amorph carried some monster for food. He told them they could eat now. Number 26 got excited. Number 26 told him that he should eat too. The Blue Galagon asked if he could join. Amorph told him to eat with them, but he was hesitant because it was his food. So number 26 gave the food to him, and he thanked the little one. 2 days had passed since Thunder was offered the mutated Galagon. Instead of killing it, he made it swear to serve him, the adult. It said it was an Adhai belonging to Odo, but since he doesn't do packs, he decided to just call it Adhai. Finding the nest was a real pain in the game, so he needs to protect it until they get there. Number 26 showed him something. He got another tentacle, and that made him so happy. Amorph had no idea what his growth conditions were, but he felt good being able to gauge strength just by looking. Number 26 promised to protect him too. Amorph pats his head while thinking that their world was totally different from the game. Amorphs are solitary creatures that live and evolve alone, but he's carrying around 2 creatures like that. He told them that they would be leaving. When Amorph first came to that world, he had 3 goals: to survive, hunt, and evolve. Then rise to the top. Those goals haven't changed, but the journey was way too different from what he thought. He realized that it could be because he's evolving too, and he's adapting to that place while dealing with humans. From an amorph living in solitude to a predator that builds a group of hunts together. He jumped to the roof and sensed something. A big guy was standing outside Jerry's house. This guy doesn't look like someone with a normal job, and he doesn't look like the police either. Amorph wondered who he was. He decided that they would hide for a bit. Amorph transformed. The guy wondered when the bastard would come back. Someone approached him and asked if he needed someone from his neighbor. The guy asks Jerry if he knows who lives there. Jerry replied yes. Then he asked if he knew that the guy had been messing around with someone's woman. He was worried about her, so he bugged her communicator, but he hadn't been able to reach her for a week, so he tracked her signal and ended up there. It was a twist that Amorph didn't expect. He never expected Lloyd to have a man, but he also saw an opportunity since whatever the guy was doing was illegal. That's why he came alone, instead of reporting Lloyd's disappearance to the cops. Jerry replied that the neighbor probably went out to run some errands. The guy told him to stop being ridiculous since he had been waiting there the whole time. Then, he invited him to wait inside since the neighbor would probably be back soon. The guy entered his home and told him to clean up his place. That guy wondered why it smelled like sewage. And then, he saw something. He got scared of number 26 and Odd-High. Then, Amorph placed his hand on the guy's shoulder while asking if he wasn't taught when he was a kid that he should never go with strangers. The guy shrieked loudly. Meanwhile, number 26 slowly closed the door, and inside the apartment, the guy screamed loudly. A few moments later, the guy wearing a green jacket knocked on a door, and then he waited. The guy he visited was someone who always checked in no matter how busy he gets. But for him to have no word for a week, it led him to think that something must have happened. He forced his way in by breaking the pad on the door. Then he entered. The place was dusty, which led him to think that his friend hasn't been home in quite a while. He saw half-finished coffee on the table. It had dried up, leaving the powder stuck on the surface. It looked like it had been left out in the dry room forever. That made him certain that something had definitely happened. He checked the drawers, then the boxes. He was surprised, because a bunch of his friend's favorite weapons and gear were missing. It led him to think that his friend vanished while still armed. Or it could be that he's already dead. Before coming to that place, he checked reports of violent incidents near the port, but nothing showed up involving weapons bigger than laser rifles, which meant that his friend was quietly taken out by someone. He suspects that the pajama guy's crew was involved. He called someone to give him the investigation results on the new face. He was told that after checking the cameras all over the Special Trade Center, they narrowed it down to 20 suspicious people. He wants them to send the details to his communicator. He checked his phone, and the profiles appeared. Something caught his attention. It was the pajama guy. He called someone again to ask for info about a worker in the industrial zone named Jerry. He was informed that the guy had no criminal record. He stated that the face looked like a montage. They called his workplace, but were informed that Jerry hasn't shown up in ages. He was just a day laborer, so nobody noticed. After learning that, he simply told them to check on other 19 individuals. He could see that down there, low-capital folks weren't considered people. They're simply parts. No one bats an eye when one disappears. More people die in the entertainment district than on the battlefield. In that rotten city, human life was treated way too cheaply. He stopped himself from spiraling on those thoughts. Before he left, he bid goodbye to the cup as if it was his friend. Then he got determined. He works for the Megacorp, and his job was to catch the criminals ruining the world, and he vowed to take revenge for his friend. A few hours later, he arrived at a certain place. He surveyed the area. It was the Building C of the apartment complex where the pajama man lives. He ascended the staircase. He could tell that the building was thrown together with cheap materials to save money. His friend's place was like that, but that building was worse. The soundproofing was particularly nasty, too. Then he realized something, that it was too quiet. It was like nobody lives on the third floor at all. His hand went to his gun. He took his gun out. Even during the daytime, the level of silence was suspicious. He carefully walked the hallway. Then he knocked on the door. There was no answer. Normally, he would need a search warrant. But he knew that if he waited for it, the culprit could get away. He forced his way in. The door opened, and as soon as he entered, the foul odor hit his nose. It was the smell of blood. On the surface, it looks tidy and clean. But his instincts as a veteran detective couldn't be fooled. He knew that it was the killer's attempt to cover up the scene. He opened the fridge. His eyes widened. There were bloodstains inside it. He found what he needed. He immediately went to the Doro while calling someone. He reported that he found someone working with Broker S. He gave the location and demanded reinforcements at once. Meanwhile, Amorph was eating. A sudden notification appeared before him. His predation effect kicked in for the first time in ages. The system informed him that one of the subadult to quasi-adult evolution conditions have been met. Transformable intelligent entities 2 out of 20 not achieved. Human-type intelligent entities 12 out of 20 also not achieved, and psychic power-using intelligent entities 10 out of 20 not achieved. The predatory effect successfully acquired the Ferocious Beast's Claws gene. He was asked if he wanted to apply. The fourth-floor resident should have been the last of those wolves, and now he has that trait. Just when he thought he was short on physical traits. He applied it, and his hands transformed into claws. He expected the clearing of the other floors should meet the rest of the conditions. After that, he needs to get ready to strike the cult. Hunting the cult shouldn't be too hard, but the location was the issue. As things are, taking over the administrative district would be tough enough. Evolution conditions were slow, but he's filling them in step by step. He knew he shouldn't be impatient. The system screen showed his status. It had his species, which was an unidentified hostile space organism. State was subadult, and the objective was to survive. And he had 2 successful evolutions. His physical traits were wings, continuous exoskeleton, regenerative power, neurotoxin, kaiju skeleton, acidic blood, leg strength enhancement, mimetic organ, saw tentacle, contamination organ, spine launching organ, and beast-like claws. His psychic traits were predator's sense, monster's tentacle, human traits transparency, psychic resistance. He also had infection-related, which was the parasitic colony, which has the flesh enhancement type. He strategized to attack the administrative district only after he got the psychic enhancement type. While he was planning, he sensed something that distracted him. He heard someone making a report about Building 3 in the C housing complex. The cop stated that it wasn't only connected to Broker S, but a vicious criminal was attacking armed guards, so he requested backup to come immediately. A morph knew it meant more police. They showed up faster than he expected. A morph carried his food when he realized that meeting criteria for a humanoid species seems tricky there. He had 2 options, either to run or fight. But the cop already called for backup, so they knew escaping won't be easy. If the secret passage gets exposed during escape, it would be a huge loss. That leaves him one option, and that was to fight. He had the upper hand in every way, but he also knew that the strong don't always win. He planned to eliminate them and throw them into chaos. That's the only way out of the mess. He placed down the food. He told number 26 and Adhai that he had brought back the prey. Number 26 was impressed, while Adhai, who calls him adult, thanked him for the food. When that was done, he went to plan on how to deal with those cops. He still had time before they showed up. He's in Building 3 Complex C. It's a 6-story building, with hallway and 6 floors on each floor. The basement's got the shared stuff, like generators and laundry. There's no elevator, so moving requires using the staircase at either end of the hallway. He expected them to bring combat androids, and had already uploaded the building's layout into their system. But their weak point was the lack of independent judgment. So they would deploy support units with the androids. A-Morph had seen those androids carry Gauss rifles before. The tungsten rounds they use mostly can't pierce his armor. The problem is that the gun could switch ammo based on the enemy. If they load enhanced rounds, even his outer shell would get punctured. He expected the police to be equipped the same way, so he planned to take them out before they noticed him. Then he remembered that number 26 and Adhai were classified as high-threat NPCs. They're young, but they're perfect for hunting cops. So as long as he aims right for the vital spots, they would go down easy. He planned to teach them where to hit. He called those 2. Number 26 asked him what was wrong. Adhai expressed that he's still hungry. He promised them that food would be coming soon. How the building would be transformed by A-Morph was something to look forward to. A-Morph was determined to make them remember the fate of anyone who dares step into his territory. Moments later, the police car arrived. Armed android deployment completed at main entry points. The perimeter has been secured. The assault team was told to check their weapons and power suits one by one, and to report any malfunctions right away. Someone rushed and scolded the person named William. He asked what this person, the captain of port security, needed. The captain was furious that they were sending armed police just to catch one of the broker's goons. He yelled at him not to make the issue bigger than it is. What made him angrier is that they searched the completely unrelated supply storage team on top of that. He claimed that it was a blatant abuse of authority. William, the guy who used to wear a green jacket, was now wearing full protective gear and asked the captain how he knew about it. The captain was caught off guard. He revealed that they haven't sent any reports to the port district, so he questioned how the captain knew about the supply storage team search. The captain didn't know how to answer. Then he added that the one working with S wasn't just a random goon. That person killed a military-trained bodyguard who was with S. The captain was shocked to hear that because he never got any report about that. But that was to be expected since the report was sent directly to the top. They saw how serious this was and approved the support request. The captain was rattled and questioned him if he even knew what he was doing. He accused him of treason. That triggered him, so he grabbed the captain on the neck. On the topic of treason, he revealed to the captain that even the higher-ups knew that he was in on it, with the broker. He warned him that he's finished and threw him on the ground. and advised him to prepare for paying his crimes quietly. Detective William from the Port District Security Team introduced himself to the androids. The androids greeted him. M01, an android from the security team, introduced itself. As an android, it will be commanding the operation, so it requested that William follow his orders during the mission. William replied that he understood. Their goal was to seize the cells and evidence from the organization member who worked with codename S. S is currently in a coma for unknown reasons. He was instructed to check his suit terminal for the full details. He was also told that his power suit was a new model issued by the upper management. The built-in stimulant and healing systems had been improved too, and a compact psychic shield was mounted on his left wrist. It's psychic equipment developed by the Galmella family in collaboration with the cult. He was instructed to press the purple button of the terminal. The shield came out. And then he was told by M01 that with his helmet on, he could deploy the shield remotely. The equipment was gifted as a congratulatory present for the board meeting. He expressed that he was grateful. They proceeded with the assault. M01 commanded to search the first-floor hallway until he gave further orders. They put their masks on. William expected their mission to work perfectly, because the enemy would have never expected the cops to show up with new equipment like that. The armed police from the Earth security team were all experienced veterans, plus they have combat androids backing them up, so he thinks that it would be weird if they don't win. M01 commanded to detain all first-floor residents. Then, it ordered M05 and M06 to stay on standby on the first floor. They moved to the second floor. They commenced searching on the second floor. Then, M01 ordered that after the search was complete, 3 personnel would be left on standby. M01 was commanding when he suddenly stopped and called out to M06. William asked what was wrong, and it expressed that communication with one android in room 10 on the first floor has been lost. M05 and Unit 11 were on the first floor, and communication with M06 was lost in room 105. It requested immediate verification. William finds it weird. The first floor was searched top to bottom by 13 officers and 6 androids, so there shouldn't be any space for the enemy to hide. M04 was told to report status. They were informed that M06's power unit seems to have been destroyed by heavy impact, but detailed analysis was required. M01 told them to contact them again if an emergency occurs. William had found something strange. Meanwhile, officer number 101 trembled, and then its head was twisted 360 degrees until the blood gushed out. They immediately got alarmed after learning of the psychic attack from the enemy. All armed police had activated the psychic shields. Androids were told to monitor surroundings. They glanced behind them when they heard someone scream loudly. Officer number 112 was being dragged away. William tried to reach him, but he was taken aback at what he saw. It was Amorph. Loud screaming followed. One officer reported that number 112 was taken. They spoke to him to see if he was alive. They kept calling out to him, until the final confirmation, telling him to respond if he's alive. Amorph pulled out the communication device from the suit. Our boy mimicked 112's voice to tell them that he's on the 4th floor because he was dragged by the enemy. They confirmed the message. Little did they know, they were already being deceived. Amorph then noticed that the gears of the police were pretty sturdier than he had expected. He thought it looked like mid-tier power armor, but it got a bunch of high-tier options added on, especially the psychic shield that was placed on it. Amorph activated the psychic shield. He lifted the left arm and it showed. He inspected it and he could tell that it was weaker than top-grade ones, but strong enough to block standard laser weapons used by small-time criminals. Our MC now found out that these guys came fully prepared. If they were normal humans, this fight would have ended fast. That is, if they were normal humans. Apparently, the parasite that Amorph planted in Thunder sent him a telepathic update. Thunder tried to talk about Amorph but was immediately punished by the parasite. Thanks to that, the enemy still hasn't figured out what he really was. They probably just assumed that he's some space dog or goon smuggler. Either way, Thunder had become useless to him, so he now has to find another broker. Before they get out of there, Amorph would pick one cop. He planned to plant a parasite in them, so finding the broker would be easy. More importantly, the kids that he adopted were more useful than he thought. Right now, the androids think its enemy is a human, so they haven't even considered that something could be dangling from the ceiling. It's also only detecting enemies without psychic defenses. So this scenario was perfect for the young blue Galagon. He also noticed that number 26 had grown and learned the Sea Demon's bind ability, and thanks to him, it knows human weaknesses really well. But it's not perfect. He looked forward to how strong he would be. Those two had done well so far, and now it was his turn. Our MC started mimicking his victims' voices and tried calling for help. M03, the android assigned on that floor, immediately responded and kicked the door open as it had detected human presence. It immediately prompted the other androids and police to begin searching on the 4th floor, and at the same time, Amorph used this time to hide again. M03 reported that bloodstains were found in room 401. They continued the search until further notice. Little did they know, Amorph was watching them. And suddenly, he struck one officer in the back, then he choked him. Number 106 reported loss of contact with number 110. Number 110 was told to respond, but he could only groan as Amorph was holding him. He was told to respond again, but Amorph squeezed tighter on his neck until it exploded. When Amorph placed the body down, it was already hopeless. He planned to throw those cops into more chaos, for chaos and fear paralyze reason. Seeing that the cops were still rational, he decided to hit them one more shot. He used their communication device and pretended to be a cop reporting that he's being tortured by the enemy. A morph, who was pretending to be number 112, told them that he's on the 5th floor. M01 responded and told him to stay calm, but he screamed for help. He was so loud that the residents simultaneously opened their doors. One guy scolded him for being so loud in the middle of the night. But when this guy saw Amorph, he got scared. Amorph screamed loudly. He intentionally scared them. Those people ran as fast as they could. They screamed for help. As they were about to reach the staircase, M02 and an officer had arrived. But since they were civilians, the androids were not able to go into battle mode. Our boy then used this opportunity to extend one of his limbs, and then it immediately got wrapped around M02, which automatically reported that an enemy attack was detected. Immediately, M02 requested permission to engage, but it was suddenly hit by Amorph's limbs. At this point, Amorph became annoyed. They fired at him, so he entered one of the apartments. It was the reason why he thinks androids were a pain. They don't feel pain and treat civilians like obstacles. Plus, they're way better at collecting intel than humans. They probably already figured out his defense stats from the last attack. Because of that, they would switch ammo to high penetration rounds next, and it was probably already logged in their internal system, which means Amorph had to wipe out every android. Our boy had no choice but to contact number 26 and Adhai. He wanted them to help him. Number 26 responded and notified Adhai about the plan. At the same time, Amorph found something that he was looking for. He knew and could sense the androids and police approaching silently and fast. It was the sign of their rigorous training. They could have taken a normal enemy down. But too bad for them, they're up against him. M04 and M03 were the closest to him. He threw a rock across the wall and hit the head of one android. The androids immediately reported the enemy attack. M03 tried to retaliate, but before it could do anything, it was struck. A morph destroyed it, and it was broken into pieces. The officers shrieked when they saw a morph. They had no idea what creature he was, but they refused to back down. They fired at him, but to their surprise, one officer got dragged by the neck. It was done by number 26. Adai helped to take down the other officer. The backup has arrived. The officers screamed loudly. Adhai broke the helmet of one officer using its many short tentacles, and then he bit into it. While number 26 chokes the other officer, a morph helped out but grabbed the head of the officer using his claw-like hands, and then he ripped it out. Then he praised those two for the job well done. It was Amorph's first time relying on someone like that during a fight. If they could sync better, it would help with their future hunts. He wanted to praise them, but there were more enemies on the lower floor, so once they clear those, there won't be any more obstacles, and they would be able to enjoy the spoils later. Officer number 102 wanted to hurry upstairs. M01 told him to calm down. They had already requested external backup standby. Officer number 102 didn't like that, because it meant they would let the enemy do whatever he wanted until then. He suggested that they move before he picks them off one by one, but M01 didn't permit that. It made him angrier that he told him not to mess with him because he's just a piece of scrap metal. William noticed that Megacop's hatred for robots hasn't changed a bit. Back when Megacop was still new, there was an incident during space development. The androids managing the colony ships malfunctioned and turned on their masters, the High Capitals. A massive uprising led by machines, supported by workers, was the beginning of the Star Union. The Star Union claimed body mechanization was key to survival. They were humans who agreed to become cyborgs. However, their ideology gradually escalated. They started kidnapping colonists who refused to be modified and forced it on them. By implanting chips into their brains, they erased free will and grew their power. Because of this, even centuries after the rebellion, a deep-seated aversion toward machines still lingers in Megacorp. William understood the feeling of wanting to disobey orders from an android like M01, but fighting among teammates won't help. He encouraged the officer to calm down. He reminded Officer 102 that they are the police. He understood that he's worried about his comrades, but he shouldn't forget their mission. William knew the command android got some data on the enemy from his subordinates. M01 confirmed that. But their policy changed recently to prevent EMP attacks. Now, all models were equipped with shielding technology to defend against EMPs, and this restricts data transfer using communication networks. William asked if he could investigate something using that information, because he had an idea that the enemy wasn't human. M01 was shocked that the target could be an intelligent life form different from humans. He admitted that when 112 was taken, he had a glimpse that it wasn't human. He related that it looked like a monster or beast. M01 understood, and it initiated data analysis. After the rebellion, Megacorp put heavy restrictions on android production. One of those was cutting off their shared network to prevent thought linking. It was a necessary measure because that network fueled the rebellion. But on the battlefield, where information could mean life or death, it was inefficient. So they temporarily lifted the rule just for command androids. William finds that ridiculous, because a lot of soldiers had died because of that policy. M01 finished the data analysis, and as William presumed, the target was non-human. William urged it to tell him more. So it was narrated that M04 and M06 attacked with advanced piercing techniques. M04's memory unit was destroyed by a bullet smaller than tungsten. M06, stationed on the first floor, had its power source destroyed by psychic force. So the enemy had both psychic power and advanced piercing weapons. Also, M03's data revealed biological weapon traces from a strange organism. William asked what it meant. By widening the search, it showed that the weapon resembles tentacles of a large alien jellyfish species from planet E101's deep seas. The E101 planet was entirely covered by seawater. It was hard to imagine that aquatic life ended up there. He asked if it was a Hulk mutant model. M01 responded that no model exists with transplanted genes from that creature. So either it's a new type or something totally unknown. It might be an unreleased Hulk mutant prototype. William knew that the Eugen family had exclusive rights to Hulk mutant technology. He wondered if the Eugen family used that creature to destroy T and C. M01 assured that he added a data storage device when applying the shielding technology. So even if they're wiped out, as long as they aren't destroyed, the information would be reliably transmitted to Earth's central security team. He replied that it was reassuring. He suggested waiting for backup, but the enemy could attack while they waited, so he wanted to get ready. He requested stimulant rejection. M01 knew that the side effects had been reduced through improvements, but it still asked if it was safe. For William, it was better than dying. M01 understood, so it authorized the use of stimulants. The drug passed through William's veins. His pupils became smaller. He looked like he's in pain. But one thing's for sure, he's more powerful now. Suddenly, they heard someone scream. William talked to 112 to respond. M01 attached something to William so he could listen. Then M01 urged 112 to respond. 112 informed them that he's being tortured by the enemy. M01 asked if the entity torturing him was human. It was quiet then. 112 just told them to help him. They had confirmed the 15-second delay in response, and M01 calculated that the probability that this person on the line was 112 was less than 30%. So it declared that from then on, 112 was considered deceased. Then M01 pulled out the wire from William. Then it ordered all units to switch to communication frequency. Based on analysis of the information they gathered so far, the enemy was judged to be a life form capable of mimicking the victim's vocal cords. And if communication was lost even one, the member would be considered deceased. A morph learned their strategy, and it was something that he hadn't seen before. He suspects that it realized that he wasn't a human. He remembered that one of the cops saw him earlier. It was too dark for them to notice him. But now, he knew tricking them was impossible now. He decided to go for a more direct approach. The cops and androids were armed with Gauss rifles and juiced up on stimulants. He suspects that their stimulants were upgraded along with their power suits. He would probably lose a limb or two in the fight, At that point, he couldn't even leave a single one alive, especially when they already knew that he could mimic voices. Galagon's monster tentacles were like the beast's claws, and it lets him use Galagon's psychic powers, a technique modeled after the heat rays monsters fire in Japanese movies. So he thought that if he used it, he could wipe out all the enemies. The only issue was that it burns through a ton of energy. Using that technique could leave him vulnerable. So he decided to save it as a last resort, and this time, he had to pull off the two-pronged plan perfectly. He told number 26 and Adhai to listen carefully on what he's about to say. After that, number 26 told him to be careful. Adhai knew how dangerous it would be for him, so it told him to take caution. He was touched by their gesture. He expected things to go smoothly if they stick to the plan. All that was left was the assault. He gave his enemies credit for noticing him, but they still hadn't realized that there were 3 of them. So this time, in his plan, he puts his faith in his outer shell, and to the strength of those 2. As Amorph left the room, he wondered what route he should take. If he used the hallway, he would be shredded the moment he shows himself. He couldn't go to the outer walls too because they would be watching it since he already pulled that trick once. He thought of dropping into a second-floor room from the window, but if they caught him beforehand, the whole move loses half of its impact. If he wanted maximum shock, he had to make a scene, so he kept thinking. And then he remembered something. The trick he used on the pirate ship might work again. He decided to use that trait one more time. He climbed outside. He sneakily went down, while also feeling every detail of their physical state. It was a duet of flesh and machine. He could sense the faint electromagnetic waves bleeding from their gear and the humans' swollen and tense muscles and their pounding heartbeats. They had stimulants, so their whole bodies were burning with boosted power. Their senses must be razor-sharp like cornered predators. He knew that if he walked in without preparation, he would be done for. But sharp senses doesn't always mean sharper thinking. He found the right spot. He released the acid from his body and dropped it on the floor. They expected him to be at the stairs or outer wall, and they would have never imagined he would come crashing down from the ceiling. Our boy thought that a few minutes from now, there'll be a giant hole right there. Then he crawled again. One of the officials noticed that the ceiling was melting. They panicked when they realized it was an acid attack. While they're trying to move, Amorph charges at them. He hit the wall, which hit the official. M01 commanded open fire. Amorph grabbed onto the cop and used him as a meat shield. But as he expected of the robot, it tracked him and fired non-stop. At this rate, even him can't use the humans as shields. M01 had finished the analysis and learned that standard rounds had negligible effect. All units were called to switch to penetration rounds. Amorph hid because he was hit. Right after he exited the hallway, they started firing again. And while he was running away, some bullets scratched him. Those penetrating shots were even stronger than in the game. Some cops came out from his left. He immediately sprayed them with acid. They complained about their eyes. They realized that its blood was acidic. Amorph kept going, but they wouldn't let him get away. A cop forced its way through the wall. Even if he lost the left side of his head, he was determined to kill the monster. He tried to punch Amorph, but Amorph was able to evade and ran. Immediately, he closed the gap between them. Even if he had to pass through several walls, and then Amorph grabbed him, he was surprised and groaned in pain. Amorph lets parasites into his eyes. He screamed at it to stop. Suddenly, an android appeared. Amorph lets out a chain attack. M01 detected this, but it got surprised when the cop was sent flying in its direction. And then, Amorph ran away. M01 announced 104 was down and ordered all to cease fire. Amorph hurried as he needed to reach the first floor at once. He expected number 26 and Odd-Eye to be finished and had been waiting for him. Meanwhile, Unit 104 screamed as the left side of his face melts. The other official comforted him while the other got nervous because the healing agent wasn't working. He yelled at them to get the thing off him. William asked what was happening. Judging by the symptoms, M01 suspects it to be a virus or a small organism that invaded his brain. William asked how they should treat it, but M01 wasn't equipped for medical use. It couldn't administer treatment. The man required immediate hospital transport. William got angry that he punched the wall. He realized that they couldn't beat the target with a few people. And the target's abilities outclass even a Hulk mutant. He kept wondering who the hell Thunder had made a deal with. 104 expressed that he could no longer take it. He apologized, but his colleague told him keep hanging on. Then his colleague got confused. He suddenly fired at him. then expressed that from the start, he should have done that. Then he let out a laugh. M01 declared that 104 had shown abnormal status. It knew that it was controlled by a parasitic organism. It rushed towards him to neutralize it. 104 was pinned to the ground. M01 neutralized him. Then William suggested that it calls for the personnel on the first floor. It ordered them to assemble on the second floor. William was tense. M01 repeated his command, but William heard a buzzing sound. Then M01 declared that anyone not present on the second floor would be presumed killed in action by an enemy attack. William wondered what was going on. Then he realized that the enemy wasn't alone. Back to our MC, he checked his wounds, and they were deeper than he expected. But even then, everything went as planned. All of the punctures should heal within 10 minutes. And dude, that was way too OP. A few moments later, Adhai and number 26 came in, and they asked if Amorph was okay. Adhai noticed that there were some heavy bleedings. Amorph then quickly warned him as his blood's everywhere, and remember, it is highly poisonous. Even just a drop of the green blood was enough to penetrate the metal flooring. Adhai backed a bit and said he understood. Amorph was glad. Our boy also assured the kids that they shouldn't worry as all of his wounds would heal soon. Number 26 agreed. Amorph also checked them and found out that neither of them got hurt, and thanks to these two, the first floor is now secured. But the enemy isn't stupid. He knew that they've surely realized by now there's more than one of them. They'll regroup any second and head to the first floor. Our MC stopped for a while and thought about using his psychic breath. Unlike Amorph, they can't move across walls at will. To reach the first floor, both sides have to funnel through the staircases. If he strikes when they cluster in the hallway, he can wipe them all out. But what came after that was his concern. You see, psychic breath, although it's a super powerful attack, has a major drawback. Once Amorph uses it, he will be paralyzed. It takes 3 to 5 minutes before he can move again, and if he was attacked during that window, he's sure it's all over. While checking the surroundings, our boy thought that his enemies had already called for backup. And if he stalls for more time, more units will arrive. It will get chaotic fast. And with that, he had no other choice but to use psychic breath. Amorph then told the kids that after he fired the attack, he will be weakened for a bit, and during that time, he asked them to protect him. Number 26 asked if he was growing again, and Amorph told them that it was different this time. Regardless, number 26 assured him that they will protect him. Although Adai got confused and said he didn't understand a single word. Number 26 downplayed it and explained that Amorph just takes naps sometimes, and that's all there is to it. Our MC wanted to elaborate further, but the time is already ticking. Suddenly, Amorph heard the sound getting closer and it alerted him. He knew the police were already there. He slowly exited the door, but before he could get out, bullets were already fired towards him. Amorph was hit and he thought that he'll need anti-ballistic defenses later. With his senses, he also found out that the androids tore concrete walls and were now using it as shields, and the close combat police are following behind, firing to cover them. For Amorph, that was a clever move, but they picked the wrong prey. The tentacles on his back started glowing. A pink aura started gathering towards him. Against psychic breath, all that is worthless. Our boy had already started charging up his attack, and while doing so, he could already feel the exhaustion. His energy was being drained. He knew he only got one shot and he needed to make it count. In a split second, he revealed himself towards the enemies. The android M01 immediately noticed him and warned the police about the ultra-hazardous level psychic power. It advised everyone to evacuate immediately. But they do not have enough time to react. William got spooked. They turned around and tried to run right away. But it was no use. They were blasted. Amorph fired his attack at a point-blank range, and it hit all of them. Some policemen were able to activate the psychic shield, but a few seconds in it got shattered and the attack went through. Only one of them was able to survive it. It was William. But even then, his body blasted towards the wall of a building outside. His protective suit was severely damaged, and he got burns on half of his body. He couldn't even move at this point. Upon opening his eyes, William trembled, and that was because Amorph was slowly walking towards him. I would have pissed my pants if I were to see an Amorph like this. He then gathered all of his strength and bolted away like a child. Luckily for Amorph, William didn't notice his also trembling body. This is the drawback he was talking about. He couldn't move his body. Before falling to his knees, he told the kids to catch the fleeing officer. Adhai praised and told Amorph that he was astonished by the amount of destructive power he had. Then they went away. Back to William, he struggled to run and was cursing along the way. He still couldn't believe that all of this was real. He refused to accept his current hopeless situation. Anger got to him, as he thought that the Eugen family was the one who sent a monster like that. He thought of Amorph as a demon that will surely burn the city to ashes. He knew that they should deploy the defense force now. William screamed that he didn't care how many people they would lose, but they must kill it. Upon his desperate run, he heard something beside him. It was the backup. Lots of police cars gathered in front of him. And he shouted that they can't just stand there. 3 androids came out and immediately approached him, and they identified him as Detective Captain William. While being checked, William told the androids to not leave. M42 was still asking for his credentials when William shouted, "Don't go." Since this one is just an android, it assumed that the captain was just in a delirious state and prioritized the treatment. A serum was injected to William so they could easily transport him to the hospital. With that, he lost consciousness. The androids declared that the first aid is complete and they will just wait for backup, then move. But then, the driver of the vehicle noticed something. He trembled at what he was seeing. He wondered what the hell happened there. The psychic breath that Amorph released pierced through several buildings and messed up the surroundings. A few hours later, they tried to wake up Captain William. When he woke up, he was at the hospital. He asked what happened to the others. The android informed him that the target escaped before reinforcements breached the perimeter. So, there were no further casualties. They have also recovered the android's secondary memory units. The Earth Central Security Team was already on the target's trail, so they told him to rest for now, but he knew that wasn't enough. All androids deployed on the mission were wiped out, and M01 was vaporized. Not a single trace of its data was left behind. He was the only one who could tell the command center how dangerous that monster was. He told the android that he needs to report it to the base at once, but he was inside a capsule, receiving treatment, so he can't leave yet. He insists that every second matters, but the android kept telling him to rest until tomorrow. But he wanted to go right at that moment. They gave him a mist, so he would fall asleep. After a while, a man checked the computer, and William jolted awake. His body looked well. This man approached him and informed him that he was summoned by High Command and he has to report immediately. He was asked if he could walk. The man looked familiar, so he asked if they had met before. But the man didn't answer his question and insisted that it was a direct summon from High Command. And William had to head in for debriefing immediately. He asked if he was fit to move. William told him to wait as he gathered his things. William knew that the man wasn't from the Port District. He was curious about where he had met him. The man tapped his badge on the door and his identity was verified. He told William to follow him since he has a vehicle waiting for him outside. It was nighttime when they drove away. William wondered why he's using a private car for official business. He kept thinking who this man was and if they had met recently. One of his guesses was that he's an armed police officer. He saw the barge earlier and confirmed it was from Earth Central Security Team. Those things can't be forged, duplicated, or stolen. If anyone else holds one, an alarm goes off instantly. William got suspicious of this man's behavior, but the badge also proves that he's a police officer. They have arrived at their destination. He was shocked, because they were in the planetary boundary. He pointed a gun at the man and asked what was the meaning of that. The man chuckled and told him that he would understand once he stepped out. Suddenly, William remembered this man's face. It was the armed police officer infected at the apartment complex. It was number 104. The man bled through his eyes and nose and apologized to the captain. He told him it was already too late. William had no idea what he was saying. He was also oblivious to the limb creeping through the car's window. While he was pointing the gun at number 104, he was suddenly struck with acid on his neck. That created a small hole on his neck, and then his body was pulled out of the car. Amorph was pleased that he was brought to him as instructed. He particularly targeted Captain William, because he never lets his prey escape. The last thing William saw was his sharp tooth when he ate him. Amorph had his meal. Meanwhile, a woman named Kevin called someone. She wanted to talk to the captain who took part in the housing district operation recently. She wanted to interview him about the incident, but she was told that the captain was off duty. She asked for his address instead. She was told that it was in the administrative district, corporate housing, block B, number 21. She was pleased that it went smoothly. Her plan was to squeeze every last detail out of him. The train left, and eventually she arrived at her destination. She was impressed. It was a stylish neighborhood with marble-paved streets. It was a lifestyle worlds above the other districts. She noticed a house where the windows were sealed, curtains were drawn, and there was a distinct smell. And then she saw the house number. It was close to the address that she's looking for. Eventually, she found the house. She rang the doorbell. In her head, if the interviewee was unstable, it would even be better because he would answer easily. The door opened. She asked if it was Captain William's residence. She introduced herself as Kevin, chief reporter from Daily Mars. He glared at her while she asked if it was okay to interview him about the disturbance in the housing district. She revealed that there were heavy casualties that day. He simply replied that he had nothing to say. He was about to shut the door. But she propped her foot in so it won't close, and she expressed that she's curious about the case and who he was targeting. Then she threatened him that if he won't answer, she would write the article with what little data she has. So she suggested that it's better to cooperate for the sake of the public's right to know. That made him invite her inside. She thanked him for agreeing. When she stepped inside, she could feel that the atmosphere felt different from outside. She noticed the medicine on the table. It was the strongest painkiller available. She knew that if William has PTSD, he would be on antidepressants instead. And she noticed that despite his irritation, he was composed. She was starting to think that she hit the jackpot. He told her to make it quick. She took out her voice recorder and began. For the first question, she made him describe the incident briefly. After that, she brought up that Mr. Thunder had passed away, and she inquired if William knew anything about his trading partner. He was quiet. So, she asked again. But he replied that he can't answer it, and it was for her sake, not his. She asked what he meant. She told him that if he's trying to threaten her, the Daily Mars, even the Zhao family of the Prime Capital won't sit quietly. He asked her if she really thinks that those useless bunch could protect her. She asked what he's implying. He warned her to tread carefully, but since she already stepped in, he doubted his warning would be of help. He ended the interview on that note. She was annoyed when she thanked him for his cooperation. Before she leaves, he warns her not to walk alone at night. That startled her. She was about to ask about what he just said, but he already shut the door. She banged on his door to ask about that comment. But her phone rang and she got distracted. She received a call from the branch manager. She turned to leave as she answered the call. She informed the branch manager that she had just wrapped up and informed him that it went perfectly. And she's on her way there? William peeked at her through the slight opening of the curtain. He called someone. The person on the other side asked what happened. He revealed to that person that someone was after her husband. The scene then shifts as we see Amorph's vein enlarged. It suddenly bursts and releases acid. It has been 2 weeks since he clashed with the armed police. The new nest was almost finished. Once it's complete, it would span about 500 meters across. Compared to a city that stretches for dozens of kilometers, it's tiny. But once he links with it, it could cover nearly a quarter of the whole city. From the districts, namely Industrial District, Port District, Residential District, Central Administrative District, and Entertainment District, he would be able to keep an eye on the entire residential district and around 30% of both industrial and entertainment districts. Of course, he couldn't pick up every tiny detail, but he can at least catch any enemies moving toward him. Building the nest burned through his stamina, so he was starved. He deemed it was time to hunt down smuggled animals. A morph had been waiting to taste them. He kept the Port District detective, Captain William, alive. He's one of the humans who really gave him trouble. Long term, he was far more useful than number 104, who was practically broken in the head. That's why he spared William that day. Instead, he devoured number 104 right in front of him. The moment William saw that, all the fight drained out of him. He didn't even resist when he planted the parasite on him. Ever since then, he's fed him every bit of intel on smuggled creatures. He let him feast on one every 3 days. The only downside was that he can't fool surveillance cameras, so he had to use William every time. It was time for him to wake up number 26 in Adhai when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was from William. Now that he thought about it, the parasite signaled earlier that he was thinking about harming him. If William had truly intended it, he would have died instantly, so he ignored it. But now, it looked like something happened. He answered the call, and then he was informed that he was being tailed. It was a media outlet operated by the Zhao family of Prime Capital. It was the chief reported Kevin from Daily Mars. Amorph never expected that he would hear the name of those lunatics again. In the lore, the Zhao family was the Prime Capital faction that controls the media sector. They excel at handling information rather than combat. Even without the power to enter restricted zones or different planets, they launch satellites into orbit and leak whatever intel they want. They were insane. Because of that, players who oppose MangaCapped despise them. Even him, when he was a player, he scrambled for the trait that blocks radio waves just to counter them. And if the one coming was a reporter, he needed to erase them quickly. Leaving them alone would only cause trouble. A photo caught by the surveillance camera was sent to Morph. He planned to take care of Chief Reporter Kevin at once. So he asked how she was moving. He was informed that she came by foot, so she probably took the subway. If a reporter has their eyes on them, Morph knew it was best to eliminate them as soon as possible. He linked and took a look. He finished his nest. Now, he looked for the newspaper company, which should be toward the industrial district. He swept along that route. One of the hidden passages was near the subway. The walls weren't thick, so he should be able to break through them without much effort. He noticed number 26 and Odd Eye getting along so well. He wondered if wild creatures understand each other somehow. Thinking about it, instead of joining parties in the game, he was always the one tearing parties apart. His best days were on the jungle planet. 4 massive clans allied to take him down. A whole swarm of Lankas cornered the planet he was on, but in the end, they fell for his tricks and turned on each other and wiped themselves out. He finds it funny that now he has companions acting alongside him when clans used to chase him out. After scouting, it was time for him to move. He broke the walls and passed through it. Then he reached the subway. It was time for him to track down the prey. Meanwhile, Kevin was at the subway checking the time on her phone. She was glad that the branch manager was satisfied, and he said he'd consider a promotion after the board meeting. If she gets promoted, she imagined that she'll be transferring to the administrative district or maybe even to a better planet. She was surprised when it suddenly went dark, and the announcement came that the authorities were inspecting the station's lighting system in preparation for the upcoming board meeting. And it didn't take any longer for the emergency power to activate. She couldn't believe that they were doing an inspection at that hour. She tried to check on when the next train was coming, and something caught her attention. She just noticed the man and wondered how long he'd been standing there. It was followed by a nasty smell that made her think that there was a gas leak. Suddenly, she recalled the warning that William gave her. It made her cautious. She saw something that made her eyes widened. The man was walking towards her while talking gibberish. She hoped that he would stop. The train had arrived, and the door opened. She rushed inside, and then the door closed. The man banged at the door while speaking gibberish. She wondered what was wrong with him. The train started, and the man watched it leave. Meanwhile, Kevin was relieved. She sat down while expressing that everyone had been strange. Suddenly, she smelled the same scent again. She looked at where it was coming from, and then she saw the police. Late at night, Kevin noticed something strange on the subway. Police officers, fully geared up, helmets, reinforced suits, way too serious for a routine patrol. What really caught her attention was the fact that they boarded without using a police pass. Something was definitely off. But instead of overthinking it, Kevin did what any exhausted reporter would do. She ignored it and took a nap. As she drifted in and out of sleep, a strange scent kept creeping into her nose. It wouldn't go away. Annoyed, she opened her eyes and froze. A morph was standing right in front of her, her brain completely shut down. Her phone slipped from her hands, and a second later she screamed and bolted down the train car. Unfortunately for her, a morph was faster. One clean strike to the back of her neck dropped her face first to the floor. That was close. For our MC, he almost let her escape. Originally, he planned to abduct her quietly during the lightning inspection, but a man nearby noticed something was wrong and started shouting for her to run. A morph considered silencing him too. But the train arrived at the perfect moment, so he chased Kevin into the next car instead. The man kept yelling warnings, but Kevin never heard them. And just like that, a reporter died because she ignored someone trying to help her. Life really loved its irony. Kevin was still conscious, but completely paralyzed. A morph wondered what was going through her mind. Was she desperately clinging to life, or frozen in terror, staring at the monster standing over her? In the end, it didn't matter. He tightened his grip, and in the next moment, it was over. Her fate was sealed, reduced to nourishment for the nest. Honestly, not bad. She must have lived a decent life for a reporter. Compared to the Valve he ate earlier, this was way easier. No thick fur, no overpowering beast stench. He had hoped to gain a fang-related trait from the Valve, but no luck there. Still chewing, Amorph suddenly thought, reporters use their mouths for a living, right? Maybe this one has something useful. And right on cue, the system screen appeared. He had obtained mastification force. Not exactly what he imagined, but still impressive. Originally, he wanted something that strengthened his fangs directly. But mastification force turned biting itself into a weapon. A morph's mouth was already a hybrid, snake-like when opening wide to strike, carnivore-like when chewing afterward. With mastification force, his bite now carried destructive power. Comparable to claws or talons, that made 12 body-related traits, just one more, and the transcendent system would activate. Given the situation, this was the right call. He applied the trait. His fangs grew larger instantly. Back in the game, it looked kind of cute. In real life, absolutely terrifying. One fang was so long it couldn't even retract properly. At that moment, the train operator announced the final stop. A morph wanted to test his new fangs, but first he had to get out. Since it was the last train, the station should have been empty, but the man from earlier still worried him. So Amorph took Kevin's phone. If the man had already reported it, subway security would be waiting, which meant he only had one option. He forced open the train doors and jumped out while it was still moving. He clung to the tunnel wall, waited for the train to pass, then dropped down. Using sonic waves, he scanned the area. Just as expected, the security team boarded the train. He heard them talking, then noticed the open door. And finally, panic, blood. Meanwhile, back at the nest, 26 suddenly felt something familiar. A morph had returned. When he asked if Amorph had eaten anything, Adhai immediately noticed the change. Number 26 stared at him. It asked if something really did change. Adhai noticed that his mouth tentacles looked cooler. A morph briefly wondered if the Galagon species just had a thing for tentacles. As long as they liked it, no problem. 26 said that if a morph kept eating, he'd grow fast. He wanted to grow like that too. A morph hugged it, and for the first time, he truly understood. Raising number 26 was his responsibility. Fighting alone had limits. If luck turned against him earlier, he might have died. 26's growth was still a mystery, but sea demons were creatures that lived in the deepest oceans of alien planets. So maybe feeding him deep sea creatures would help. A morph remembered seeing something like that on the smuggling list, which meant one thing. It was time to call William again. He told Norm 26 that if he ate a lot, he'd grow big and strong too. Perfect timing. No, 26 was hungry. And so was Adai. Later that night, at the Special Trade Hub Residential District Housing Complex E, news broke. At around 10 p.m., bloodstains from an unidentified woman were found on subway line D. A male witness claimed an armed officer crawled up from the tracks, chased the woman, and boarded the train. The regional general security team immediately denied everything. No armed police were deployed. The claims were unfounded. They urged the public not to spread confusion, especially with the upcoming board meeting. Somewhere else, a man watched the broadcast from his home. Then, his phone rang. He checked the caller and smiled. What he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Thanks for watching, bros. If you enjoyed this update, make sure to drop a like and hit subscribe so you never miss the next chapter we upload here on Manhwa Updater. New episodes from the main Manhwa dealer channel will always land here every week, so stick around and stay updated. And hey, if you want more fire stories, check out the latest upload on the main channel right after this. As always, stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.